us during the course of the evening. So,
I like your
yeah.
splash screen too, by the way, the kangaroo thing.
Yeah. I've sent one of those memes to Rands if he wants to use on the
Oh
show
yeah,
on Saturday. See if it comes up.
that's perfect.
About distortion pedal, I think it was. So see if
Yeah, I
he
saw his
wants to
splash
use
screen. I
that or
think he's
not.
going to do something on Blue ARP, which he hasn't talked about in a while. I actually forgot I have
Oh,
one.
okay.
I was part of the beta test thing, and I totally forgot I have one. I'd helped in the beginning,
I'm
like
having
the first few months.
yeah. Well, I'm having fun at the moment because I've got these two T-Rex power conditioners, and they got like it's 10 mains out on the back of each one. It goes to
Yeah.
all the gear, and they got like suppressors and everything built into these units. And the on-off switch on the main one is packed up. I
Yeah.
can't turn the studio off anymore, so I have to crawl on my hands and knees under here somewhere into the corner to try
Oh
and
no.
turn it off of the wall. So I go, I'm gonna have to fit. I've only got to fit a new power switch into it. I mean, they unclip,
Or
don't
just
they?
plug into a power strip and use the power strip switch.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, this is technically what they are, except
Yeah.
they're 19-inch rack units with suppressors and whatever's in them. And the meter on the front that tells you what the actual mains voltage is at any one time. It's buggered now as well. That's gone out.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know.
I heard of those,
But
but I
they
haven't
are.
used them. That brand.
I found them to be brilliant. Pops and clicks just don't happen. Nothing.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, I always have to
absolutely.
kill my main volume before I turn all my stuff on, and then it.
Yeah, no, this is everything gets suppressed with this thing, but also, which is actually quite important, I think, when you turn them on, as well as when you turn them off, there's charge capacitors in it. So when you turn it on, it comes up slowly to
Mm.
power, and it turns off slowly to deck,
Oh, nice.
rather than just like that. So
What is it with
there's
those
no.
guys that make it pop all the time? Is it just lazy, or is it really hard to make that not pop all the time on gear? Because I have so many nice keyboards that do that too. You turn them off, they go in the headphones.
Yeah,
Are
they
they just
just
lazy, or is that just part of the design that was hard to make it different?
no, because really all it is having charge down or charge up capacitors in the power supply. It stops it from doing that. I mean,
Okay,
all right, it's pennies. You know, if
right.
you're working to a price point, you go, well, maybe I won't bother putting one in, sort of thing. So, yeah, so you get that when you turn them
Yeah,
on
you
and
always
off.
get it. There's some expensive stuff that does that. I'm like, why do I pay a
Mm.
lot of money for this thing? Why can it
Well,
not
exactly.
pop my
Well, I
ears
mean,
when it's not?
I don't know if it's particularly prominent in this old house, or whether it is a general thing. But like, for instance, with the central heating, when we had the central heating system, when the thermostat would switch it on and off, you know what it's like when it drops a degree, and you go, oh, turn it off a minute. So you get this come out the
Yeah.
speakers. Well, that's all well and good. You know, you can live with that unless you're doing recording. But when it goes through a 14-second long reverb tail, and it goes,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
that, it's like, oh, for God's sake, shut up.
That at least dissipates a little bit, though, right? It's not this spiky thing. It goes.
Yeah, it's not a
Yeah,
sharp spark, but then
yeah.
it goes on forever, you know.
It is funny, yeah.
And but since I've had these two units, nothing, nothing at all.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because I know,
So
obviously, guitar amps do that, and a bunch of other things do that. But they have those cables you can buy for guitars that are kind of clever. That have a little mute switch in them.
yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah, yeah. So I finished work quite well, not early, but slightly earlier than normal, I suppose. And I thought, well, I'll come up here and have a bit of a mess around.
So you're done with
Uh,
that mini Moog or the memory Moog?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She's a happy bunny. Now, what I had to do today was cut open a 4012 ARP 2600 filter
Yeah.
and dig it out dig out all the because it's a plastic case wrapped in believe it or not, sticky back copper.
Really?
Which is its shielding, and then you solder a
Shit.
little wire onto it to earth the shielding.
Does a filter need shielding? I didn't know that.
These old 4012s did, yeah. The
Ah.
later ones they did, the 40, was it 72s or 74s? I can never remember the bloody numbers. Didn't need them. So, but what it is you got like this plastic case with the metal legs coming out of the module. It's wrapped in this sticky back copper. You have to peel the copper off because you need to put that back on again afterwards. And then Dremel and cut the edges, get the top off, cut the sides off, take it all apart. Oh, is he in there? Hello, darling. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
Hiya.
And the circuit board is completely encased in mastic. And you have to pick it all out so you can get to the whatever component it is that's gone.
Oh my goodness.
So I did all that today, and that went really well. I thought it might be like a couple of FETs on the input stage, and it was, because it nearly always is. And replaced them, and then had to just sort of like mastic it all back up again. And
Are they FETs or MOSFETs?
No, they're standard FETs. Well, I say standard FETs. They're actually a weird FET, because you can't just dump sort of like, hey, that's close enough. Ideally, it needs to be exactly the same kind of FET that came out of it, which of course are rare as rocking horse shit. So, but I got them in stock, previously. So solder them in and then mastic it all back up, and then stick the plastic sides and the top back on and make good, and then glue all the sticky back copper back on.
Oh, it's a lot of work just for that.
Yeah, but you see,
is the copper thin like the thin lining of
it's
computer?
paper thin. It's paper thin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, like that little thin metal, like a computer case.
Yeah, so it's literally it's sticky backed metal, if you like.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to fold, and then solder the earth strap to it. And but you see, the thing is, it's going to cost, because is it CMS that make sort of like replica 4012 filters for the up 2600, and to the door it's going to cost about 600 quid for the module.
Wow.
So the guys spent 12 grand on this 2600, but it's like, nah, I can do this and it'll be all right. And of course it is. It's absolutely fine now, thank Christ. So that's all done.
So is that a common problem with it? Is the filter going out? That's the
literally anything going on that is a common problem. That's just the way they are.
Yeah.
They're this sort of machine. They're really weird. What they do is they're built, like this one I think is 1973, 74, something like that. And they go on forever. And then they get to a certain age, and then everything starts falling over on them. So you fix
Just
one
like
thing, and then
human
something else goes. Yeah, it gets old, and everything starts to creak and ache.
Yeah.
But I remember it's been here before. I put a 17-inch reverb tank in it, which gives it a much bigger stereo image out of the speakers than the little 9-inch thing. Actually, no, I think it's. No, it is 9. Yeah, it's 9-inch, and much better spring reverb in it. So I've seen her before, but I mean it'll probably be back again in 12 months because of something on the output stage has gone, or one of the VCOs has stopped working. It'll be something. There'll be always something on them. So
the speakers ever go out? You have to replace those?
Yeah, and they are. I think they're 4 ohm.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And they have to be sort of like sourced. They're not easy to get.
Did they ever sound good, even in the old days? Those speakers?
Yeah. No, they sounded fine.
Did?
No, they sounded fine. Yeah.
Just a full range speaker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
You
they're
got a
oval.
decent magnet on the back of it, Ken.
Yeah, it's got quite a lump on it.
Yeah, because I'm going to say if it's going to sound good, it's got to have a
Yeah,
decent mic.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but like I said, it's tuned to these four ohm oval speakers, and of course, oval
Oh right, yeah.
speakers.
It's not one of those ones it's got like a tweeter in the middle, like a pure concentric. Have you
No,
seen
no, no,
them?
no.
It's
Yeah,
not one of them. It's just a full range oval
yeah,
one.
yeah. Just very standard sort of thing. But the design is from the '60s, really, and
Yeah, yeah. I remember seeing loads of them when I had the audio clinic.
yeah, there's not a lot of demand for them. Um,
No, you might. I mean, you've probably got sources, but there's a company called Electrovision. Have you used them?
I think so.
They do lots of crap speakers, like the sort of old tech type, the cheap, really cheap, nasty stuff. But they do have some reasonable speakers that I've bought them in the last couple of years. I set up I bought a pair of speakers with blown tweeters, and they were from
Yeah,
the company called Environmental Sound, who went out of business probably in the late 70s, early 80s.
yeah,
And I was able to source something pretty close. They were 4 ohms actually.
yeah.
Yeah. So I've got an account. If you ever need anything, I can give you access to the online catalog. You know, they have a minimum order of 100 quid.
I think John. Yeah, it's weird because even if it's not everybody, admittedly, not everybody, but they most of the time the customers want me to get them from what they consider to be, the source, which is a company like CM, is it CME?
Yeah, yeah.
In
I think is it CMA?
it's Synthetics neck of the woods, I think,
Is
or
it?
more than here anyway.
Oh,
That
they're
rings a
West
bell.
Coast.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. And once you add all the shipping and everything, I mean, it takes like
Yeah, yeah.
2 weeks to get here. But as it transpired, I went to their website beginning of the week to look at how much their filter was. I think it's $450 or something. And it said currently being manufactured. And let us know when they're ready. And that was dated November last year.
Yeah.
So I said to the guy, I said, well, look, you can wait or I'll have a crack at it here. He went, oh, no, I'll have a crack at it here. He says, I can't wait that long. I said, well, it'll be cheaper to repair it now here like that than get another
It
unit
would, yeah,
anyway.
definitely.
So, so we did. But like I say, it sounds great. So I come in and started messing with Cubase, but properly. Not just loading up the same old template and just playing chords for 2 or 3 hours until I got bored. And I was just telling Andy, they've moved fucking everything.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
but for no reason, right? So like if you record like an 8-bar segment,
yeah.
and I'm doing like this string arrangement at the moment. I quantized it up because it's a rhythmic string arrangement. Quantized it up, and then what you do is you go to edit, repeat, and it comes up with a little window. How many times you want to repeat it? So you go like 7, thank you, and off it goes. So of course on this, it's not at the top of the Cubase window anymore. Well, not on a Mac. It's at that bar at the top of the screen, where the desktop is actually the window. When you run something, and because of this monitor is like 6,500 miles across.
Yeah, I've seen your monitor.
Edit, it's up right over there somewhere. Do you know what I mean? And even now I go, I should really bring the mouse back up because on the trackpad you're like this. Right?
Yeah.
And you go over, so I go over to edit, right? Click on it, and the menu drops down, and you got copy paste, blah 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 blah. Wait a minute, where's repeat? It's been there since Cubase 1, sort of thing. You know, it's been there like 30 years. No. Okay. Oh, I wonder where it is. Turns out it is actually there, but it's now under a little subheading. So you've got function, and you click on function, and then there's a little secondary drop-down menu that say, and then you go down there and you go, oh, there's repeat. It's like,
Was this a paid upgrade?
Yeah.
They want to make sure you got your money's worth. Then you have to earn it.
yeah. So,
just assuming you can only modify so much of it, because I mean with Reaper you can literally modify everything.
Yeah.
And you can create your own template. You know, lots of people do. I don't. I tend to, because time after time I've sort of gone with the standard template, because I can't always guarantee to be using my computer every time.
Yeah.
I've gone in a studio and used it, or on somebody else's computer. So I've always just stuck with the basic template. But you can do all sorts of stuff. You can do everything.
Well, in Mac OS 7, you could use Res Edit and make everything completely custom. You go edit all the menus, what they said, and all the command keys. I mean, you could hack the hell out of the damn thing. You can insult people with dialog boxes to say you're an asshole. You know.
But mind you, I mean, I can't.
Shorts have to relearn your DAW when you've been using it for years.
Well, yeah. But I mean, I can't completely confirm it, but where you've got the command key on the Mac keyboard, like for instance, I think it's Command N is now calls up repeat. So there is the shortcut.
Oh, right, okay.
But after using Cubase on PC for 30 years, you use I think it's Shift or Control. No, it might be Control.
Control, probably.
Control, and now what they've done is on the Mac, you use the Command key, but they changed the letters to what they mean, as opposed to what it is on the PC.
Also, you can stack the modifiers. You can have Command Shift. You can have Command Option. You can have so they stack them sometimes too for some of the deeper shortcuts.
Yeah. Because I'm sure it used to be easy, because a lot of the things that you needed would be on the main window. And now there seems to be lots and lots of stuff on the main window, but none of it is the stuff they used to use, the everyday stuff. So,
can you make a button bar at the top, or you just click it instead of going to the menu all the time?
I haven't seen anything to allow you to do that.
Can I do that? I haven't used Cubase in a long time, so I forgot.
I don't think I've ever used Cubase, actually. It's one of those doors I don't think I've ever touched.
Well, I got that
same here.
CME. Is it CME? No, CMC. Yeah. The Cubase controllers, right? I got them somewhere.
I know.
They used to do this little single thing, a little metal one, and that was brilliant. You could do an awful lot with it. But then I got it's these little white ones. Just plastic. Nothing special about them.
I've seen those.
Yeah.
I've seen those.
And then Ty turns around to me and said, he goes, yeah, they're still the best. I go, and he's got a bloody Nuage controller. I mean, his Cubase controller costs more than all my cars put together. And he goes, yeah, but those little plastic ones, they were the bollocks, mate. It's like,
Gaz has a bunch of those. Gaz Williams has a whole bunch of those little custom Cubase thingies, whatever they're called.
Now, the thing is, I put them in a carrier bag when I was doing the studio out. 3 studios ago. And I haven't been able to find them since. I don't know where they are. I know there's somewhere. Do you know what? I think the wreck of the Sierra Madre is up there as well, mate. I don't know it. I'll probably find old, Amelia Earhart up there somewhere. Here I am.
You might even find Walter Brennan.
You thought I crashed into the Indian Ocean. Didn't really.
It's just...
Yeah.
I'm in Kemp's loft, yeah.
Yeah, you go. Along with Wally. So
like the Ark of the Covenant storage.
Literally, it's ridiculous what the stuff that's up there. It's just kicked up there. It's unreal.
It's a good space, though. I mean, I'm going to have we've got a nice loft ladder, but the way that it's not boarded, it's not well off here. So that's one of the things I'm gonna do as soon as I can. Is get it all boarded.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah. I mean, they turned that into an excellent room.
Yeah, we've got a weird shaped roof though. We haven't got a roof like that. We just got it's very strange. You can actually stand up at the top end. You know, but you can still use the lower bit of the triangle for decent storage. You know.
Yeah, because I used to lay out like scale electric tracks up there.
Yeah,
if it meant you didn't have to take them apart.
Yeah.
Every evening, sort of thing. But God, it gets cold up there in the winter. Oh,
I can imagine.
Oi. So, but like I said, I mean, I don't know how many keyboards are up there, but there's a few. There's a few up there. So, and everything else. So, there's a UMIG projector up there.
A projector?
Super 8. UMIG projector.
Well,
in its box. No,
you should be able to sell that.
We found out the hard way because we bought two. I think it was my mum bought 2 cartoons. She bought a Inspector Clouseau that was wrapped up inside the Pink Panther cartoon series. It was one of them, and there was a Bugs Bunny. And I think it was my uncle thought it'd be a brilliant idea to put the 2 cartoons onto one spool instead of having 2 little spools. And you go, that way you can watch them in succession. And of course, what it meant was that the first one, which was the Bugs Bunny, ran slowly. And the second cartoon, which was the Inspector Clouseau, ran very quickly. Because they were never gauged to be on that size reel. And I was going, what? And to this day I'm going, but it shouldn't be doing it. It should just going through the shutter at the same speed, surely. They can't be stretch timed depending on what bloody reel they're going on, can they? It should be, each frame should be the same bleeding size. I've never worked out why, but it was the soundtrack. It was the soundtrack apparently. It was getting slow with it, that really noticed.
Just replying to, in fact, I'm just replying to Bert, but I'll tell. He's asking to see the studio. Bert, there's no point showing you the studio at the moment because all it is 3 cardboard boxes and a room. I've been sanding it today.
Oh, so you're going minimalist.
When all my stuff's in, and it's all set up, I'll do a proper thing, probably on one of Ramsey's shows or a pub, either. But yeah, it'll be a few weeks, but once it's all in and everything's up and running, because it literally is. I am sat on three cardboard boxes here, and I'm in a camping chair.
See, I'm trying because when we did everything, we decided what we would do. So we'd decorate the front room, to the hilt. The rest of the house was a complete bomb site, but the front room was all done, and that could be our go-to room while everything else was going on.
You need somewhere, a refuge.
One place, just one room. So it's just one of those things where, I mean, there was a couple of days where when the kitchen was being done and they put down the new cement on the floor and everything like that, so we had to sleep in the garden because we couldn't get through. Couldn't come in because they'd done right through, so that we had we should have done this at one room at a time.
I mean,
not scree the entire ground floor that.
We had, it wasn't the whole house downstairs, but our first house, we thought it was an infill because the roof line was lower than all the others. It wasn't. It was an old. It had originally been a farmhouse when literally everywhere, and this was obviously only in part of York, when the rest of it had been fields, and this was the farmhouse, so it was at least 100 years old. And it was when we moved in, it was a brick on ash floor, clamp bricks.
Okay.
And they took that up and they made a concrete screen down. And they said you need a damp-proof course, you need all this timber work done. And we actually shouldn't have stayed in the house because it was actually quite toxic. But there we were newly married, not thinking it mattered any. But we stayed in this house where they sprayed all the timbers in the roof and everything. It was just like, it was pretty. It felt toxic for a while. We didn't feel particularly well.
Yeah.
But we shouldn't really have stayed there.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What'd they spray him with? A timber wolf?
Yes, they did. It was a timber wolf.
Yeah, well, Timberwolf is quite toxic, isn't it? Let's face it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I think I've got.
You'll want a
wizard's
hazmat
wolf.
suit around one of those.
Hello, darling.
You trying to kill me?
Hey, up.
Ew.
After what you said to me,
Fancy
Messenger,
whipping.
earlier,
That's
yes.
I've lost my
I thought that
whippet.
was. Yeah. I thought that was funny.
Oh, it was funny. But I just happen to know what "go fuck yourself" in French is. So
Yes.
no, they wouldn't have done one anyway. You know they wouldn't have done one. Oh, I tell you what, Ian.
Yeah.
This will make you laugh. I've been approached by Korg.
What? For repairs?
Yeah.
As a retailer?
No, as a designated repair centre. All right. And Fiona goes, "Oh, we should go for that." I went, "Yeah, right." She goes, "They're talking about, replacing keys and buttons and knobs and stuff." I said, "Yeah, it's not going to. Don't even really need to wake up for that, do you?"
No,
And
exactly.
she goes, "No, that'd be good." So she started having an email conversation with the guy. I can't remember his name. And then she comes back down the workshop and she goes, they actually want you to do the repairs on site.
Oh, what's going to Milton Keynes?
I go, "So what sort of keyboards are they talking about?" And she goes, "Oh, pianos.
Yeah.
They're pianos, they're organ range and stuff like that." I went, "Oh, right, okay, all the big home keyboard stuff." She went, "Yeah." I went, "Well, yeah." I said, "Well, I can't do it."
Rangers.
And Fiona turns around and goes, "Yeah, but I could." I went, "Yeah, okay. All right, you do it then."
It's interesting they want it done on site, though. They're trying to keep control of it then.
Well, it's either that or it's going to be like, if you've got something like Clavinova size,
Yeah.
a lot of people aren't going to be ready to start hoofing that about all over the place because the power switch is broken. So if Fiona can go there and,
Yeah, because
fit new power switches.
They have moved more and more into that market. I mean, we didn't do a lot of it. We did the B1, B2's pianos, just the standard digital pianos. And they used to have an L series, which is long discontinued now, where they came with the stand. They were good pianos, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, in our experience, Korg, we didn't have an awful lot of repairs from Korg for Korg.
No, I think it's
The stuff is pretty reliable. I think in the 10 years, is it 10 years that we had? No, not 10 years. What I'm talking about. In the 5 years that we had Pockets of Music, I think we probably only had 5 or 6 repairs that went back to Korg.
Yeah. Well, I think probably what it is Korg would like to have a map because I said we could then go on the map, so it looks like there's good support for the gear if they're thinking of buying one from Korg, sort of thing.
Yeah, but they must have somebody in London, maybe not your side of London, but
No idea.
there must be somebody.
Yeah.
In fact, I might be able to find out. Hang on. If I can still get into my account.
But yeah, I mean, Fiona can fit a MIDI kit into a Jupiter 8. She can fit a fucking display into a.
She could do all the stuff that they need.
Yeah, it's not going to be heavy duty stuff, so she won't need a massive toolkit with her.
Yeah. And they they're pretty good on spares. I know that we've occasionally asked them for spares and stuff like that. So let me have a look at service.
Oh, good man.
So news thing on the ground tomorrow, Robs?
No, it's started to rack up a little bit.
Like it did last week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks pretty stellar.
Yep. Yeah, that's an odd one because So I've known about that for ages, and they said it's coming out April 25th, 5 p.m. European time. But they did say when I had my meeting with them, they said it's not a big one for us because it's just a mini freak with a paint job, and I think there's a few new sounds in there. That's it. But it's exactly the same. It's what they did with the micro freak.
Yeah.
So the story goes live tonight, 4 p.m. UK.
Yeah.
And I'm always a little bit jittery ever since that incident that we won't talk about. So I'm like, hang on a minute. I checked the Arturia website, and the web page isn't live. I checked the YouTube channel, which is not always they're very slow in putting their YouTube videos up. Most companies, boom, there, but no, nothing. Website's still not live. There's no email because normally they'll send an email out to registered users of all their gear. That if you're on the mailing list, you get the email. Nothing, and yet everyone else has published, and all the other retailers have gone live because that was the deadline we were given. And yet Arturia not even talking about it, which I know that they've got bigger fish to fry. Fish to fry right now. Yeah. You're hungry. But I mean, I spoke with them today, and there was no mention of any. Oh, by the way, we're not doing this, or a couple of dates have changed just simply to align with other things.
Well, they pulled one thing back, haven't they?
Yeah. So, well, actually, two things have been put back, but that's simply
for timing issues.
Yeah, for timing. Yeah, just to get the timing.
For timing reasons. Yes.
Yeah, it's the product's there. It's it's going to be very exciting. No, Tom, I just spoke to Tom at Synth Anatomy because he was at Synthfest France at the weekend, and he took a whole bunch of videos. So I've just asked if I can show some of his stuff. Thankfully, I hadn't had to go to that one that Ramsey got into trouble with. What's his friend? Something Frontier or something.
Is that the guy who does the Micro Monster?
No, it's a video guy who does video.
Oh,
he's a
the
French
review
guy.
Yeah.
And Ramsey showed a couple of his videos on the show. Was it last year? Wasn't it? And he got that's it. Les Sondier. That's it. But thankfully, Tom, who's
comments.
Tom's a good lad, and but I thought no, because he's got some fairly decent footage of some interesting things, like the Koviak Wofi, which is almost about to go, and Fred's Lab Manatee, which looks quite good.
That university project, the open source synthesis.
Yeah, that looked quite interesting. I need to watch the video again because he found a chip that's got two oscillators, a VCA and a VCF on, or something like that, and then he's married it up to however many Raspberry Pis to give him a polyphonic synthesizer. I need to research it a bit more. But yeah.
That reminds me, I really, really would love a Pavlova around about now.
Oof.
What reminded you of that?
Right.
Yeah.
Raspberries, right? Gotcha.
Raspberries,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that yeah. Okay, I can.
You
see
said
that.
Raspberry Pi, and I went, oh, Pavlova.
I love it. Ken, there are 5 Korg service dealers around London.
Yeah.
Our nearest one is somebody in Surbiton, but it looks like he's only a guitar guy.
Surbiton, I could hit them with a fucking rock from here.
Exactly, yeah. Someone called Dave Barlow, guitar and amp repairs.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
I take it that Korg just want you to do keyboards. They don't want you to do with the Vox stuff because there'll be all that as well.
Yeah. Well, she pointed them to the into the website anyway.
Yeah, right.
Just give them a better idea of what we technically do. Although I say that, I got a Moog subsequent turned up today.
Oh well.
With issues. So something to do with the footage knob doesn't work, but apparently it's quite common on them.
Of course, there was the news leak today, which shouldn't have come out, but did, and now they're trying to put that genie back in the bowl. Good luck.
What's
with
that then, Rob? Because I've not seen any news today.
Oberheim
It's already out
TO5. Oberheim
Sorry?
TO5.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Think sequential take 5
Yeah.
with dark brown end cheeks and a blue stripy top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really smacks of run out of ideas. What do we do?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, when I saw that a little while back, and I was like, "That's just a take 5 in Oberheim clothing," and it
what I
makes
thought.
sense. Yeah, it makes sense that they're sharing stuff, but
They didn't
Well,
change
not
anything
white
like the
voice again.
OB6.
There's
It's not a
demand
different
for it.
filter or anything.
oh, I'm sure
Yeah,
underneath the hood there's
probably
probably
is.
some more. It's going to be more Oberheim than it is sequential, but it smacks of we've got a form factor here, guys. Let's make the most of it. So let's slap an Oberheim badge on it, and but I've not heard it.
Well, it's good enough for Korg, so why not, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I've got all the details on it, but I'm not allowed to share the details now because we've had to pull our leak story.
I mean, honestly, it's beyond belief the way that some manufacturers deal with this stuff. Really, I mean, it's not just in synths. We have it all the time with the reviews stuff for theatres and TV, not TV for shows. So we're getting regular, emails from Edinburgh Fringe, which is 100 days away, saying you can't release this until when ever, And we're thinking, it's not that big a deal what the fact you've released another 50 shows, but so they're all at it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They just need to, and if it's a leak, the information's getting out there. People are interested in it. Look,
Yeah.
Happy days.
Everyone manages it differently. I mean, this one was somebody. It was that classic retailer shot the bolt.
Yeah.
Somebody picks it
himself.
up, throws it up onto Gearspace,
Yeah.
or whatever they're called, and then it just, and we've got all our stuff already,
Yeah.
and then. When I say we, this is Gear News. We've got all the official stuff, and then it leaks. So somebody somewhere at head office made the decision to go with the leak, but keep back all of the detail. Just say, "Oh, look, something new's coming," just so that we're in the basket, so to speak. But when you look at how certain companies deal with it and how others, I mean, the Moog. What's it called now?
Oh, the Muse.
That's Muse. That's it. Yeah, the Muse.
The Muse. That's it.
They're kind of almost deliberately leaking that.
Yeah.
It's like it's all being done on purpose rather than accidental.
I know. I got pissed off when this wasn't with Korg, but when Korg gave me the 700 FS to have a look at, and I did a series of videos on it, and they asked me not to release the videos. So I sat on for about 3 weeks, and then suddenly there's a leak from Australia, and I'm thinking, bloody hell, I've been sat on these for weeks,
Yeah.
And it would have been nice to be first out the gate, on that, you know. There's some tosser in, some dealer. What that was a dealer, some dealer in Australia.
Exactly, and it's just either deliberately or accidentally. You know, something gets. And there are people out there that know how to find stuff on a website. If they get a whisper of something, they know like how that website structures its link. So all they got to do is just try a few words. It's like trying to hack a password. You just try different words or numbers in different places, and bingo, you kind of then you find the information. But this is now, here we are. What's it? 25th of April. We're 3 weeks away from Super Booth. There are going to be some very big announcements.
There's a lot of leaks from Wales.
So this. I'm sure there'll be others. It's just how they manage it. But Super Booth this year is going to have a lot of really cool new stuff, and that was going to be one of the surprises. But it's not really a surprise anymore. So.
I think it was Cress was asking about which synths come in.
What? Sorry, I got two.
What?
Yeah, sorry, we asked the same question. You go, Ken.
Oh, yeah, I think it was Cress was asking earlier about are there any synths that don't turn up because they don't fall over? The answer is no. They all fall over. They're all old. Maybe Prodigies. I don't get as many Prodigies as they had, unit for unit.
Because they were crap to start off with.
Yeah, but they're actually quite robust, ridiculously.
Yeah, actually, I have to say, mine was very robust. Till he went up in flames, but I just...
It was fine till it went up in flames.
Oh, they all do that. That's nothing new.
I'm glad it was actually at a gig and not on rehearsal, not at practice, because it was quite spectacular.
But the other thing, what's this about? It was some bloke being an arsehole on Paulie and Robbins.
I haven't seen it.
The other day.
I didn't watch it.
See that.
No, I didn't get this. It didn't show up anywhere on my. I didn't get a notification or anything on it.
I was in meetings, so I couldn't go.
I haven't had time to watch it. It's been a bit, I won't be able to see PSN tomorrow. I have to watch it on catch up because I'm off to that there London again. Don't do that, Rob. I'm reviewing a theatre production, man.
Theatre lovey now, look. Theatre lovey.
Yeah.
I'm good as well. I got a gig like 2 hours away.
But it's costing me 60 quid for a train ticket.
Bloody hell. You will move down the West Country, mate. So.
I know. They cost me 100 quid if I was up in Yorkshire.
Oh, well, at least you're saving, yeah.
Saving yourself 40 quid.
Oh, dear. No, I didn't see Robbins. Oh, I had it on for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then I was in meetings for the rest of the day. So I couldn't watch, and by the time I'd finished it all.
Was the synth punk causing trouble again, or is it?
So
He's been
somebody
strangely
in the chat or
quiet.
somebody actually on the show?
Oh no, I think it's somebody chat called Sync, was it, or something? Whether I mean,
there's always an arsehole somewhere.
Yeah, but we don't get many arseholes in our community, really.
No, that's true.
That's true. No, not as a rule.
Or lonely ladies, they kind of stopped. So.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Ramsey got all the porn the last 2 weeks. So I mean, that's the rest of us were quite disappointed there.
Well, that guy was trying to share actual porn on his Zoom call, which is really dangerous. So, right?
Yeah, I almost wanted to join that one.
I said, Randy, what was that one?
Yeah.
What's the URL?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, when you put, Kent does here or Randy with his Zoom thing, you put it out public, that's the risk you take. There'll be some dickhead somewhere, as long as you've got some level of,
especially Zoom, he has no gatekeeper for that.
Yeah, sorry, Signature, I must have misread it. The
only one time that me and Jane did a live YouTube stream, I think it was a couple of years ago in the run up to Edinburgh, because we were toying with the idea of actually doing live. some twat came in the chat room, in the room, actually on and we started to get really quite abusive. And we managed to kick him out, but it put Jane off forever. So that's why we don't do any. I mean, the one time that Jane doesn't do any social media apart from the shows that she reviews that we do.
Yeah.
She doesn't do
Just like
Facebook.
Fiona said to me about. She goes. You don't seem to get people coming into the chat and getting all abusive and everything else like on the pub. I said, are you kidding? We're worse than they could ever be. We would give them such a hard fucking time.
Yeah.
If anything, you just scare them away, here, right?
Yeah. They would go. They watch 5 minutes of it, going, "No, I'm not putting my face up for that."
I can't match that.
No. Let's get out of there quick before I get hurt.
They see Ty with his angry red background, they go running. So
Yeah.
Oh, babe.
Yeah.
It's good. Still. Not that still, but.
Just
Yeah,
thinking whether I should have
pavlova.
a
You
beer or
bastard.
not.
You got me thinking about pavlovas now.
Well, what can I say?
what's a
I have to keep
pavlova?
mentioning nice fruit all the time.
What's a pavlova?
See, I don't like
Yeah,
pavlova.
come on, American. I don't know those
It's not
fancy
cinnamon
desserts.
bun, is it?
It's not an
Meringue.
English thing.
Meringue, fruit and cream.
Yeah, basically.
Just a heart
Oh
attack.
yeah, I'm not a brain.
Ideally,
I like the cream,
twice the
but not
size
the
of your
meringue.
head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Not a big
proper
English
meringue
fan.
there. Proper,
Yeah, proper
It was-
meringue.
Yeah.
done proper.
Now, Fiona does a beautiful meringue.
I like meringue, but you can keep the rest of it.
How about those
Really?
Linzer cookies? You like raspberry, you like Linzer cookies, right?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah. No, pavlova's a whole different level.
You know what? I've just got a thing for. Well, I say just every time Jackie brings them home, I think, oh, and then she does bring them home. Lidl's custard tarts in the flaky pastry. Oh, so it's just like.
Hey, do you know what? I've never been one for the custard tarts.
No, me
I-
neither.
I-
Actually.
I like custard as in ambrosia out of a tin.
How about
Right.
chocolate eclair with custard in it?
No.
Yeah, I'd do that. Custard filled donuts.
No.
No.
Plain donut.
Yeah.
I thought Man's
Or
do it, I think. No, it
Pink,
doesn't.
the pink one,
Or a
the
face
pink
glazed
iced
one.
one with jam with the hundreds and thousands on.
Yeah.
Do you know, I've not had a donut for ages. Don't
I-
eat a donut.
Fiona got some Krispy Kremes the other day. I say the other day, about 2 months ago, and she never bought enough of them. That was the problem.
That's one of our
I've
worst
never-
exports.
I've
Krispy
never
Kreme
had a
donuts are awful.
Yeah, they got a
Mostly
funny
sugar.
chemical taste to them, though.
Mostly sugar. There's no life to them. The filling is sweeter than anything. It's like, what is this? It's like a diabetes in your hand, right?
You wait until you try pavlova, mate.
Really?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Oh yeah.
I love desserts,
but
but
I-
not when it's overly sweet. Like if it's super sweet, like your teeth hurt. It's like, ugh.
So aren't Krispy Kreme donuts supposed to be the best you can buy?
No, that's what fans say, but they're awful. One guy
Yeah.
said they're better than sex.
I've
I
never
said
had
your
one.
sex sucks then.
I've never had one. You know.
I've had them fresh, the best way you could ever have them, and they were still not good.
Oh,
Also,
Yeah.
in the news today,
Oh boy.
what's that?
Couldn't resist.
You,
What?
he's going to cop the arse with you one day. You know this.
I hope so.
In other news, who saw the photograph of Matt with hair?
What, Matt Evans?
Yeah,
Yeah.
What? Is it on Facebook?
he looked Italian.
I
When he's
think
got
I've
hair,
seen
he looks
it.
Italian.
I think I've
What's
seen
that all
it.
about? He looks like he should be, doing all this.
Because we all do this. Well, actually,
Yeah, because it's international. It's the law.
yeah.
I
There's
don't
even
understand why he
an emoji for that.
Yeah.
Sister?
Can we get this photo? Where was it? Where was the photo? Was it on Facebook?
Yeah, it was on Facebook.
Was it on Matt's page? Quick, I'm going to get it before he rips it down.
So his new
Yeah,
nickname's
it's some Italian
Paulie.
friends. Hand gestures are off the charts.
It's Paulie, eh? Focaccia.
All right.
Lasagna.
Got it.
All right.
He does. He looks like some guy that used to work for my dad in the restaurant.
He looks Italian, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
It won't let me. Come on.
Is it a web
Because-
He was in the
file?
No, it's
Because it's embedded in his memories.
yeah. It's
That sounds weird, doesn't it? It's embedded
Yeah.
in
I gotta
his memories.
screenshot it.
But
Or
it also
I'm going to get it,
means
Evans.
that-
I'm going to get it.
The thing is, it means you can call
screenshot
Matt
it and then crop it.
You can call Matt a bald cunt, and it's not insulting because he can actually grow hair.
Because he's a cunt. No.
He can
See,
actually
when he's
grow
not
hair.
here.
So
here
if
we
he's
go.
a bald cunt, is he a Brazilian?
Yay!
Oh, very quick.
Ka-ching.
Yeah,
There we
definitely
go.
with
Well
symbol.
done.
Here we go. Here we go.
He looks totally different though with hair. Isn't it amazing?
Are you ready?
Go
Well,
on.
we all do if we.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now
Ah.
I'd literally walk past him
There you
in
go.
the street and wouldn't notice
Yeah,
him.
yeah,
He
yeah.
looks a little like Paul Artola there.
I don't even know what Paul looks like. What he looks like, he's saying, "Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
You want what on your pizza?"
All he needs now is the baseball bat.
Yeah. Actually, he looks a little bit like a younger Joe Pesci, doesn't he? Look.
He does a bit. Yeah.
You find that funny?
Funny how? Funny like a clown. I'm here to amuse you.
Yeah.
I'm here to
Well, I
fucking
mean,
amuse
yeah,
you.
Yeah, the two youths. Yeah, those two youths. I'm done with this guy.
Shut up in your face. Yeah. Wow.
Oh dear.
So he just prefers to shave his head.
Come on, Matt. Come on.
Come on, Matt.
Come on, mate. Come on. We haven't. You didn't come on yesterday. Come on today. God's sake. Yeah. No. Brilliant. And I was really sort of like, because I'm, iPad scrolling, and then go, what the fuck? that's Matt. I seriously just went, God, I didn't. Wow.
Well, my dad most of my life had a mustache. When he shaved it off finally, I was like, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
It really does make a
yeah,
difference.
yeah,
They'll be on in a minute.
yeah, absolutely.
Fuck it, I'm gonna have a beer.
Don't do it.
No, too late.
Don't do it.
So you can have a near beer, non-alcoholic.
Yeah. Yeah. Call the police.
That's like the scary parts of Scarface, where he's like prowling around. George Moroder loved that sound.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to have to go rooting around see if I can find those Cubase controllers.
Oh, so you have those?
Oh, I have them. Yeah, it's just that I put them in a bag somewhere a couple of years ago, and I don't know where they are.
There's like
Let's go
several
rooting.
individual thingies, right? They're like little boxes.
Yeah, and they all clip together.
Okay, right.
There's like 6 of them. You've got like touch sliders, various
Oh, that's
knobs
cool.
for EQ.
Wow, that's brilliant.
But you got this one where you got all these buttons to all these useful shortcuts,
Yeah.
so you don't have to keep secking around with the mouse or the trackpad. You can just go click and it comes up and go thank you very much.
Right.
Really, really gets the workflow going. So
Yeah, those are
must stick
Steinberg.
around.
I think those
Yes.
are Steinberg. Yeah.
Yeah.
ones.
It's
Like the CMC.
CMC, yeah. And I've got the little standalone aluminium one, which had all the like the transport and volume and all that sort of stuff.
The CC121, it looks like.
Yeah, that was a lovely one. Mine died, and I really missed it, and they'd stopped making it.
Look, Novation had the Nocturne and stuff. It was pretty cool. It had the transport controls and a bunch of knobs and buttons on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There he is.
I love my fader port, though.
Hey!
You bastards. Hey, Louise.
Hey! How you doing? Huh?
How you doing?
Yeah.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Forget about it.
Yeah.
In my defence, that was during lockdown and before I stopped drinking. So I was probably pissed when I took that picture as well.
Man, you look good, man. You look good.
Nah, fuck that.
He prefers his hard man East End look.
Yeah.
Well, just remember when it was me and Dom and Ty on the bottom row, we looked like half a box of eggs, for fuck's sake.
That is true.
There was a comedy sketch show on HBO, and they had one called Pubic Hair Club for Men. It was great.
Oh dear.
Hey, Giuseppe. Oh dear.
But the only Italian I know is fucking tiramisu. That's about it.
Pizza?
Mirafiori.
Yeah, I'm not a stranger to a bit of pizza, am I?
Yeah.
Bucatini.
That's what the Jawa said in Stone. Houdini!
And the one who solo shot said McClunky. You ever see that where they added that extra footage in? McClunky.
Now, Robbie, you might be able to confirm and support me in this particular thinking, but the Jawas, were you reminded immediately, like the first time you saw the film even, of Michael Bentine's Potty Time?
Yes.
Potty Time was just the best TV.
It was a fucking 1,000 years ahead of everything, wasn't it?
It was miles ahead. It was absolutely genius.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
To the point where I thought, is Michael Bentine doing the voices for the Jawas?
It was just Potty Time was just. I used to absolutely love it. Don't make TV.
Well, the hilarious thing about Star Wars universe, it's full of horrible racial stereotypes, and they got away with it.
Yeah, well.
Even in the prequels.
Make a synth with just 2 LEDs in the centre of it, all black, and call it a Jawa.
Oh, mate.
Matt, I'm going to come down and see you in probably. I don't know. I'm going to come down and see Jane's parents in about 2 or 3 weeks' time. So what I'll do is I'll drop Jane off and we'll arrange, and I'll come over to you and pick up those pedals and we'll have a cup of tea.
No worries, mate. No worries.
Because sadly Jane's mum's in hospital at the moment, but she's all right. She's just.
Okay.
So, but we will be going down to see her as soon as she comes out of hospital.
Was that Exeter-ish?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll come up and meet you up there. Give me a day out.
I'm actually coming down to you.
To be perfectly honest, I need to get away from here for a day.
No, right, mate.
What he's trying to say is his place is a tip, but he doesn't want you coming around. You see?
No, it's not that. The reason I wasn't on last night is it's all gone to shit down here, and that will be a perfect excuse to get away for a day. So,
right, okay, mate. I'll let you know when it'll be. Like I say, it might be a couple of weeks.
not a problem.
Yeah, Robbie, have you heard? This inconsiderate bastard over here, Ian.
Which one?
Is going to make me go up in the attic.
But I'm going to go with you.
Ooh, I'll watch out.
Mate, we'll never get out alive.
I'm going to hold the ladder for you.
Just take the whips and the wellies, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, come up to my sex dungeon.
Make sure you tie the ankles on your trousers.
I can tell you.
Fucking hell, yeah, I know.
Oh, I don't. I was talking to my missus about why I have the screen up. in there.
Yeah, there's a couple of timber wolves back there.
Do you know what she said? She said, "Well, one day you're going to have to pull it back and show them." I went, "What?" She went, "I'm going to have to dress up for them, aren't I?"
Well, you did send me a picture once.
What?
You sent me a picture of what's behind that
Oh, I did, didn't
screen. Yeah, you did. Yeah.
I? Yeah, but that was edited.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Thank fuck for the blur thing on Max.
Yeah. Trust me, my imagination can make up for the blur.
Well, let's put it. Yeah, I'm not saying any more.
I'm a lot more intrigued now.
I sent him a right. I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can find the photo. Hang on. Oh God, this is going to be like that day with that joke, isn't it? I've got to fucking find it now. Take my glasses off. Don't want to see reflections.
I've probably got it in here somewhere.
You may well.
Hang on, it's on my phone. No,
it's on your phone. It's in his
It's in
fucking.
Robbie's hidden folder.
Hang on. Oh, hang on.
Not that folder.
Hang on. I'll see if I
The
can
other
find it.
one.
It'll be in the messages, won't it?
yeah, that's where I'm going at the moment.
Am I?
The hidden
Who's going to get there
folder.
first? Who's going to get there first?
Yeah, it's standby for print screen.
I'm on the Mac.
Just say that say to your missus that you and I were looking for that picture and I came first.
No.
I've got a text to that in a minute. Oh, come on.
Match shifter number 5 for those on the Mac.
There you go, got it.
Oh,
Got it.
and send it to Kent. Don't put it up on screen.
Oh,
Fuck off.
Where's the fun?
all right, I'll send it to Ken.
Where's
I'll
the
send
fun
it to
in
Ken.
I'll send it to Ian because I dare say he's fucking intrigued now.
I am.
And Justin.
Oh,
Hang on.
steady, Justin, you might corrupt him.
I don't know.
Listen,
He's got
Good
an
luck.
M8X. He's halfway there now.
some of the comments I've heard from Justin. Don't worry
Now
about that.
Now I just need a mask one.
I can't fucking find it.
Do you want me to send it to you?
You might have to, mate. 'Cause hang on. I think I may have deleted it.
I didn't.
Well, you see, that's fortunate because if Fiona had done that, because there's
Oh,
a knee
fucking-
warmers.
Yeah, you're gonna have to send it to me, Rob. Because
I have.
oh, nice. Oh,
I
yeah.
think it was you I sent it to.
I fucking hope so. yeah, it was me. It was me. Right. Right, here we go.
Bless her.
Yeah, I don't want to send it to Eddie Garcia, no, because that will freak him out. He wouldn't know what to do.
Well, I was going to say you wouldn't know what to do with them.
Oh, where has it gone? I've fucking lost it.
Cost a few quid in shipping, wouldn't it?
Disappeared along with the Behringer plugin.
All right. Hang on. Oh, God, what am I doing? What is all this shit?
Yeah, there's about 43 people in the chat going, what is it? What is it? What is it? What?
Ian
All right.
Cole.
It's Matt with his dick out.
No, it's not. I suppose I better send it to Andy Synthetics, don't I?
If he did, nobody'd notice.
I might as well just put it up on the screen.
Be easier.
What is it you're sending? I'm curious now. What is it?
But you won't need to be curious for very long. It's on its way. Hang on. There you go.
Is it prawn?
No.
Damn it.
Wanker.
Well,
Matt with a Range Rover. Yeah.
Justin's just said apparently the Range Rover was in the shop that day.
apparently I look tall.
No, you have a Land Rover instead, not a Range Rover.
Oh, Oh dear. I've got to text the missus now.
She'll kill me.
Oh, she won't.
Well, she does seem like a bit of an exhibitionist. So.
Oh, she's a giggle. She's an absolute fucking head case. So she answers.
Oh dear.
Oh, Keith plugging my EP. Appreciate that.
I just sent her what you said, Rob. We were both looking for it, and you came first.
Where's that on Bandcamp, Justin?
If you go to justinhaveyou.bandcamp.com, you'll find it. It should be like the first. The page will pretty much have all that I have up there. And it'll like be the first one.
Okay.
Or I can be a nice guy and put it in the private chat. Let me see. Bang. And copy and chat and there it is.
Oh, that's embarrassing. She don't even remember it.
Jesus. How drunk was she?
Which one is that? Hideaway?
No, retroactive.
Retroactive, okay. So the hookers and my butchers.
Should be in the
Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, it was a bunch of stuff I wrote like over the past year, and it all had this kind of same retro 80s kind of feel to it. So I decided a couple days ago, oh, you know what? I'm just going to throw an EP out.
Now, there's an idea, Wagyu.
Yeah, for a split second, I thought you had a special Hans Zimmer standee in your background there. It kind of looks like the way it's shot.
Jesus, stop beeping at me.
Cool. That's something I can play in the workshop tomorrow. Because there's only so many times you can listen to Ty's orchestrated. As good as it is. But I think my next door neighbours think I must be in love with Midge or something. I said, no. It's because my mate does the music. It's all right.
I remember I went to see Midshaw before the pandemic when he with his band, you know, his sort of his Ultravox clone band, kind of what they call. And there's a little bit of video about the orchestration CD album, and Ty was on it explaining what his involvement.
Yeah. But they were going to do another one. They were going to do a second one.
Yeah, they were. You talked about it, didn't they?
And I don't know what's happening there.
Wasn't it something to do with scheduling because Midge was busy with
Mostly,
stuff,
but I think deep down there was one track that Nick wanted to do in a certain way, and Ty was like, "Ugh, no, no, you can't do it. Don't do that one slowly." No. Do you know that? Because there is that trend now, isn't there, for taking an old song and playing it really slowly with piano and
and some airy tarts vocals on top.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Have you heard the Anne Dudley piano Art of Noise stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of it's interesting, but and that's all quite slowed down and stuff, isn't it?
You can do all that sort of like woo woo. That's the sound of the police. Woo-hoo. There's the sound of the beast. You know, that kind of... It's like, fuck off. What are you doing? Selling perfume? Oh, dear. So, anyway. Some of them work and some of them just don't.
They do, yeah.
You know? Imagine doing that with baggy trousers.
Baggy trousers.
Yeah, but doing it all sort of like, oh mate, no. Yeah, get the AI to do female voice. Drag it out a bit. Yeah, that should do it. Yeah.
Yeah, get like East-West, oh gosh, which voices plug in? Pretty much, I think all of them. Or any of the choirs ones.
No, not Ra. The other
one.
No,
I'm thinking one of the choir ones that has the word builder. You just do it in that.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Just take you like 20 years to type everything out.
Yeah. Yeah, because word builder for symphonic choirs in East-West, I spent ages trying to get it to say Sonic States, and it would not do it. It wouldn't do it. So I got an approximation, went, fuck it, go with that.
Rob,
it's like the old Max Speech stuff. You had to figure out the phonemes to make it work. So.
She said put it up on screen.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
Can you sing that thing again as the Japanese schoolgirl?
Oh, God. No, I think I'd have to practice that, I think.
Really?
Go on. Hey!
It looks like a standee there, the way the lighting is. It looks like it's just put there.
Yes, but it's blurred.
Also looks photoshopped.
It has been played with, and so is the picture.
Oh.
Oh. Mrs.
You are talking about the microphone, right?
Oh, well, not working. Not working. It's broken. It's broken.
Oh, damn.
Time to rewire, Kent.
Yeah. Right, move it all out. Oh, yeah. I told you, didn't I? I haven't told Rob. Last night, after the pub, shut down the computer, go, right, turn everything off for the night. On our switch is broken.
Oh.
On the power conditioner, nothing will turn off.
Jeez.
So I've got to fit a new power switch. Oh, I don't know.
Country Ghost is asking me about any Kronos 3 rumours. No, I haven't.
Yeah, no.
Kronos 3 rumours, but I mean, the reason that the Kronos 2 was discontinued was because of chips. Now, whether they actually come out with
honestly, Korg would blame anything, including a late 1970s crap TV show about motorcycle cops.
yeah, I remember chips. Yeah.
I didn't know there was that much fried potato in one.
Hey, don't besmirch Ponch and John, man.
I have no intel from Korg these days. I think I'm still
persona non grata. He's incommunicado. Don't know where communicado is, but he's there.
That's exactly it. I'm surprised they haven't closed my account.
Mm. Hang on a minute, I've got to go and put Fiona out of her misery.
Use a shovel, it works faster.
Oh dear, oh dear.
yeah, Steve Albert. Yeah, the cog fruit office. Yeah.
Oh, who gave you permission? No respect for authority, hey? No respect. Come on. I've sat through the whole of that. What?
So I was just going to say, I might have to sell my cog Pubness because I might not get it in here.
No. It's not.
I don't know yet. I mean, the deal
This is your
that I
studio,
don't
is it?
have
This is going to be your studio.
Sorry?
Is this going to be your studio,
Log.
this place?
This is my studio, yeah. This is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
space.
It looks, well, I can't really tell how big it looks, but
It's bigger than I had before, but not as big as I remember when I first came round.
yeah.
Because when we came round about a fortnight ago, it's a bit smaller than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Well, so when
So
I
it's
looked at this
not-
room, I thought, oh yeah, that looks big enough. I could probably get everything in there. And then the DX1 arrived. So I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah. And I mean, the deal I've done with Jane is that everything has to go in here,
Yeah.
including my books
Oh, right.
and some CDs, not all of them.
So how are you going to suspend your synths from the ceiling?
Well, I'm thinking about how do I suspend the books and the CDs from the ceiling because I want them. I need them left. I'm thinking we've got to have some. I've got to have some bookshelves or something up there. I mean, I'll have to treat it at some point, but I'm going to wait until I've got everything in here and see what it sounds like, and then consider treating. I have brought some treatment with me because I didn't know whether the guy was going to leave the treatment, but he didn't. This is fine. But I mean, the books and the CDs the books, not the CDs, will help with the acoustic. The acoustic's not bad actually. It is carpeted. You know?
Yeah, it's one thing I noticed with it because I've got wooden floor in here, so I had to put a couple of rugs down.
Yeah.
Once the gear's all in it, it's pretty good. So.
Yeah, before I had the wooden floor put in the last studio, I actually really liked the floor. It was because it was solid concrete and it was treated. I had a resin floor that I put down, and I just put a really nice rug, and it was great, you know. And if you wanted it more like, you could literally just roll up the rug, you know.
I can thoroughly recommend that IK Multimedia Arc Studio.
Right.
For if you've got a room that's a little bit messy and bouncy and stuff, it soon sorts it out.
Yeah, I mean, I may end up going for something like that. You know, it might be better to do that than have to pay for some.
Yeah.
You know,
I couldn't believe the difference. I mean, I thought this sounded good,
right?
Untreated, and then I put that in and did the tests, and then played something. I can't remember what I think it might have been "Slave to the Rhythm." I was like, that sounds like a completely different. That's like, wow. Yeah, I can hear stuff.
It's not that expensive, is it?
No. Can't remember how much it is now.
So like a couple $100.
Arc Studio. So the box with the software and the MEMS mic $299.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's euros from direct, so you probably get it for
about 280, something like that. That doesn't. Am I right in thinking that doesn't include the mic? But even the mic as well.
No, it does. It comes with the MEMS mic.
It was the whole thing.
Yeah, MEMS mic, the hardware, and the software.
That's a no-brainer, really.
Yeah, it really is. It's. I mean, somebody compared it. There was a video that they compared it with a system. I think it's the system that Ty's got. Yeah, Trinnov. Yeah,
Trinnov system. Yeah,
and
that's really expensive.
Yeah, it was. He said it was like 10 grand's worth of room correction stuff, and he said, look, this is a few £100 against something that's worth 10 grand. It's absolutely not going to be better than, and probably isn't going to be very close to. But then when he did it, he said, this for the money, this is surprisingly good. He said it's way better than I thought it would be, and it does give the expensive stuff, a run for your money. And he said, from a commercial perspective, Trinnov, that's where it's at. But if you're in a bedroom studio or a small studio, it's better. Bye. Yeah. So.
Yeah, no, that'd be.
Recommended. No, I was going to do something.
But I am hoping to get, because my original desk was L-shaped.
Yeah.
I could never get into my studio. I think I can maybe get it in here, along with Kent's rack. And if that's a otherwise it'll be, I'll just use half of it again and get rid of the other half. But it'd be nice. It'd be nice to have computer screens and then a work area over here with stuff like the Lara 8 and boxes on it and stuff like that.
Definitely. I was going to do something and then I've just forgotten what I was going to do.
Oops.
Have you seen that new Earth edition of the Rhodes Mark 8?
No.
They're only going to make 50 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because they probably won't sell more than 50 because it's £13,500. Yeah. Well,
if it's the Earth edition, it's made out of rock. I'm pretty sure it's going to be £13,000.
Yeah.
Mind you, as long as they've got 50 buyers.
Well, yeah. They obviously think they can sell it. So.
Costs the Earth edition.
Yeah. Very good, actually.
Oh, dear me.
Let me see.
Oh, that's it. My short-term memory is up the Swanee.
What's your name?
Who said that?
Who was that? Yeah.
Just about 9:05.
6 minutes.
12.
How do I send that? Oh, let's do it. Send. Actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does look very pretty, though.
It is, yeah. And it sounds, amazing, but
Yeah, excellent design.
Better for $13,000.
well, quite, yeah. Oh, fucking FedEx! Their tracking system is
it's shocking.
abominable. Oh, Feltham. It's okay. So it's made it to the UK, so that's good. It says scheduled delivery date 26th of April by 6 p.m. Estimated between 8:30 and 12:30. Well, which one is it? You're basically not committing to anything here, right?
Yeah. Pick one. Pick one.
Yeah, pick a date, any date.
Any date. Now, remember that date. Now put it back in the pack.
Yeah. Is this your date? No.
Yeah.
Is this your puzzle? No. Oh.
Not exactly tracking correctly. Why are you doing that, you little shit?
I've got a message from my Royal Mail app this morning saying this parcel will be with you, and it doesn't tell me what the parcel is, and it doesn't even say what the retailer is. It's just like, I think it's a record or something, but the name on the thing is just the shipping company. It's not. It doesn't give you any clue.
See, I've had a few of those, and they've always been scams.
What are you?
Yeah.
No, this one comes from Royal Mail directly because it appears in the app.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
It's like I'm waiting for a couple of bits from Royal Mail, and they've sent tracking, and then you try and look at the tracking, and you can't follow the tracking until they've tried to deliver it once.
Yeah, there is
What the bloody hell is the point in all that?
Exactly. Yes, there's certain service that you pay for tracking, but it only tells you when the item's been delivered. Well, I know it's been delivered because I received it.
There he is over there. Look, there he is. Look,
Hello.
there's your mate.
Hello, Noah.
Look, hey, up there. See?
No, he's like, fuck, I ain't got no sausages. He ain't got no sausages.
Vet reckons that he might not have to have another injection.
Oh, cool.
So, and these tablets he's on alone will be enough now.
Good.
Aren't they? Hey?
Good.
Fiona went, yeah, thank God for that. She goes, they're fucking expensive. Well, you know, well.
We spoke to our vets about, because we don't let our cats out now because we've got the A14 in the back garden.
Indeed.
And Mitzi doesn't give a fuck. She was, she'd go out and she'd do stuff, but she's really not bothered. She's never even shown an interest in trying to get out here.
A true
Whereas
house
Milo,
cat.
on the other hand, Whereas Milo, on the other hand, has for the last year just been going out of his fucking mind. We thought it might calm down, but no.
Really?
We've got a lead for him. One is the thing that goes around the neck, around the waist.
Yeah, proper
so it's quite a
harness,
secure thing. Yeah, and we take him out in the back garden, and all he does is he'll walk a few steps and he'll start eating some grass, and then he'll walk a bit further and start eating. He doesn't really show any interest about running off. He's just nice to be outside.
Yeah.
But we're like, what do we do? We need. It's so unfair. We'd love to get him doing out and about. So we thought about getting one of these catios. They're like it's just like a cat run basically.
Hey.
And
hello.
Hi.
Hey.
All right, Dave.
Hey, I'm David. Been talking to Kent recently. How's it going?
Is it still working?
It is. Look at it. Lights
Hasn't
are
caught
on.
fire or anything.
I tell you what. Every time I switch it up, every time I press that auto-tune button, it sends my anxiety through the roof.
Don't push it.
And this wave of relief that comes over when it says 6 tuned is just
Is that
undescribable.
Is that the one that was doing the burning in your?
No, that's still there. No, this one is made from 2 really, really wrecked
Very ropey.
memory mugs.
Very
Made into one working one.
Okay,
Well, we use the word working in its loosest term, don't we, Dave? To be honest, but
That's what this DX7 is.
yeah.
I don't think
like-
Kent was quite expecting what he received that day.
No, that was.
And I just opened it and was like, oh shit, what the hell is that?
Do you know what I thought was quite interesting about? The one that it's been open for donkey's years. It's just like it was dust in it. Is the fact that they had an IC and it was an RC 4558, right? And they painted it with white Tipex and wrote 4558 in biro on it.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah.
Why?
So yeah.
Why did they do that?
There's a bit of a story with the guy. I think seemed he had a few problems anyway with I don't know, drink or something. But he used to make his own sequences in the 70s apparently. And he passed away sadly, but his brother sort of inherited the memory mogs and a load of other stuff, which I was fortunate enough to get.
Yeah.
But there was. I found some very suspect things inside the synthesizers that you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Very, very odd. But hey, such is life, I suppose. But it was great to get my hands on them anyway. It sounds fantastic. I was just playing it for a bit then.
Well, it was a memory mug that I opened up that I found I think it was about 2 kilos of grass in it?
Yeah, well, there were joint butts in the PPG and a wrap of something else, which must have been in there for about 30 years in the Korg Poly Ensemble. I took the keyboard out to restore that one, and there was a folded bit of A4 lined paper, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. I opened it up, and there's this pure white powder inside.
Yeah.
Inside a poly ensemble, and then
and then David doesn't remember the next 3 days.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
a bit of a blur.
Yeah, because I think a lot of bands tried to smuggle their gear through inside the keyboards.
Well, the thing is, see, I bought this off a guy, and he lived in Glasgow, and I live in Northern Ireland, so I had to get some random guy, like he does trips backwards and forwards. I kind of knew about him. There's quite a few of them that do it, and I got this guy to pick it up for me, a load of synthesizers, broken synthesizers, and bring them over. And just imagine, I don't know if dogs can sniff out vintage drugs, or whether that's a thing or not. But if it could, for some reason, if it still had a scent, then I could have been in a lot of trouble, and so could the guy at the other end. But would have completely taken me by surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty mental.
Yeah.
But no, I'm so pleased you got it working. I play it every day. It's brilliant.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I found a pencil inside of an Akai AX60 once.
I'm still confused about it. Remember that, because I said on that show, on the first PSN, wasn't it, about the Korg Monopoly with a brown shoe in it?
Yeah.
Wasn't there a cheese sandwich in one of them?
Oh, it was a CS80. It was 2 cheese sandwiches, a gold watch, and something. So obviously the guy, the tech had taken his watch off. Put that down. Don't electrocute myself. And he was having his lunch, and then completely forgot about it, and just put all the boards down back on it.
Take it all
It's never money. Never freaking money.
This could be like a whole series, things found inside of the synthesizers.
Just trying to find a picture of that.
I know how the pencil got in there. When you look at the AX60, the front of the key bed, this part right here doesn't go all the way to the keys. There's like a big, like at least a half-inch gap.
Yeah.
Like I could actually stick my my fingers underneath the keys, and I think when I opened it up to clean it out, that's where I saw the pencil inside there.
Yeah.
Yep, I know exactly how that got in there.
Yeah. But I mean, all the CS80s have plectrums in them. All of them. Every single one.
What was it? What was the one that had the spider in it?
That might have been me.
That was.
I talked about an amplifier that had a guitar.
No.
We got for repairing it. Had a dead spider.
Oh, this was
Sand spider or something.
It was it was either a synclavier or a Fairlight, and it had I think it was called a speckled sand spider. It was as big as my hand.
Probably a Fairlight would come from Australia.
Yeah, very very dead, but and it's sort of like when you pulled it out with the big screwdriver, and you could hear all the webbing sort of like.
Oh.
It's like something out of one of those the Mummy movie or something.
You never found an alien face hugger in there?
Camel spider, that sounds about right, Bikes. Yeah. No, you never know what you're going to find inside these things we open them up.
Yeah, I haven't found anything else. That was as exciting as it got, I think. I'm trying to think.
There you go. Hang on.
Go on
then. Just upload it. So we found this inside the CMI.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
God. And once we'd extracted it.
Dead mouse.
That's definitely dead, isn't it?
Yeah. That was inside a series.
Is that who owned it?
Yeah, that was the previous owner.
It was Dead Mouse. Yeah.
So that was before or after he wrote Ghosts and Stuff.
Yeah. Mate.
Yeah.
Oh god, that poor little thing.
But when I cleaned out, when I had Ian Stanley's Fairlight here, and I cleaned out the keyboard, I mean there was all sorts of rubbish in there, but nothing of any real. It was just it looked like he'd shaved his beard in it. It was pretty rank. But,
yeah.
Did I ever tell you my mouse in a milk bottle story?
That's illegal in some countries, isn't it?
Lifetime,
that was a shit birthday present, wasn't it?
Health and safety stuff. and I did this show with a guy who was he was a health officer, and he said he'd been called to look at this milk bottle, and what happened is a mouse had crawled into the milk bottle.
Yeah.
When we had milk bottles, and so the way that they cleaned it out with the jets of water, but there wasn't enough, spray to clean the mouse out. So it filled it with milk again.
Yeah.
Right? Send it off, and guy's drinking the milk, and then as he gets halfway down the milk bottle, he finds the dead mouse in the bottom of the milk bowl.
Lovely.
Oh
God. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a shit tequila, that, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah. Sure.
It's an Irish tequila, sir.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh dear me. Oh, he's bugging up again. Oh, okay. Fair dues.
Milky Mouse is on its way.
Yeah. The Milky Mouse kid.
Yeah.
My goodness. Oh, well. Oh, mate.
Right, I'm going to go and spend some time with my dear wife.
Oh, okay.
And I'll see you boys later.
Take it easy, buddy.
Take it easy.
See
you
you.
later. Nice
No,
to meet you, David.
You too.
Bye.
Take care, fruit bat.
Fruit bat.
I call it bloody fruit bat.
I know you do.
I can't help it.
I thought I was special. Yeah.
Yeah, well. I don't know why. Look, I had a guy come to the door with a sense the other day, and I just opened the door and went, "All right, darling." You thought, "Hello, my luck's in." Who knows?
I had a question about that memory mode. Is there a tape interface to save patches and stuff, load patches?
Yeah, I haven't actually done
there
it because Kent's loaded them on, and I've just sort of modified quite a few of them already. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there is, isn't there? Yeah, but
Yeah,
I haven't tried it. But I'm assuming it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, you can load
operation.
it. I load mine. Well, I've loaded yours on from iPad. This iPad, in fact.
Yes.
Yeah, just boom, boom, done. Yeah, there's no messing around. Not like with some machines. We got to get it just dead right. Like back in the old Spectrum
Volume has to
days.
be right,
where
or whatever.
Yeah, the volume has to be like spot
I had that on
on.
my SX240. You had to have it just right volume.
Yeah, yeah. Memory
It's
mode don't
Spectrum
mind.
days all over again, isn't it?
Yeah, Profit 5s can be a bit upset if they feel like it. But the worst of all time is Profit T8s.
Well, even on the MIDI side, the D50 is kind of a nightmare. You got to get the baud rate set just right. It's real picky about the load speed.
Well, yeah.
So
It's not so much a thing these days now with the USBs, is it?
yeah.
Well, it's just not a thing, is it, with the USBs? Yeah, memory modes can be retrofitted with MIDI, specifically the Kenton MIDI. But it has to be mounted.
You had a lot of fun with that one.
Yeah, you see, they have to be mounted under the keyboard, and you have to take off the supports on the keyboard and move them to the end, so there's enough room for the board. And there already wasn't enough room without having to put that MIDI in as well. But the actual MIDI on, like a Memory Moog Plus, you know how people go mad? Oh no, I want a Memory Moog Plus, and all the Memory Moog Plus has is it has the MIDI, and it's awful. The lag on it is atrocious. You
But
really
still
can't
no
use
patches be MIDI, right? Just regular control.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, no, it's still the standard patch. It's just a different way of communicating with the synth. But
Right.
but the lag on it is so bad, don't use it.
Because like the Tontec for the AX80 allows you to load patches via MIDI, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's the Kenton one's best, but that's for as long as Kenton goes on. Because I know John's getting a bit long in the tooth for it now, I must admit. They've moved premises again.
Who
They're not
can?
down on. Yeah, they're not down on Longmean Road now. They've moved up the road a little bit further. Still, technically the same distance. They're still, 2 minutes in the car away. But I didn't know they'd moved, so Fiona went down there to go and pick up some bits and pieces. And she goes, I walk in, and this woman goes, "Can I help you?" She goes, "Yes, I've come to pick up the MIDI kit." Why have you moved all the furniture around? She goes, "I'm sorry, what's a MIDI kit?" "Oh, hang on a minute." Look outside. Oh no, you're not Kenton anymore. "Oh no, you want Kenton. They've moved over to...
Hey, Kent, do you ever get stuff with Contact upgrades? Do they have longevity issues or whatever? Yeah.
No, not particularly. No.
No? Okay.
No.
I was wanting to get some, but I was worried about that, messing things up. So.
No, I haven't had any issues, I must admit. So, but, I don't know. Old culture's suffering from the same problem. Yeah, Fiona's still hasn't bothered cooking anything yet. She can't make up her mind. Probably looked in the fridge, saw one egg, cheese that's curling up at the edges. You go, bleh, can't be bothered. Go and grab a packet of biscuits or something. Oh, I tell you
Sounds
what
like
I heard
casserole
again. I tell you what I heard again the other day, Robbie. You'll relate to this. Kate Bush's Hello Earth.
Oh yeah. The Ninth Wave. It's just a beautiful.
It's
a brilliant song.
lovely track, isn't it?
When she did that at the Hammersmith, which was 10 years ago. Fucking hell.
Christ, really?
That was so. The first act was just her and the band doing, a bunch of familiar tracks. Then there was an interval, and then the second act was the whole of the B-side of Hounds of Love. So the Ninth Wave, which is Hello Earth, and all the other bits that form that little suite of. But it was all staged, so. Because you know what the Ninth Wave is about. It's about a woman that's gone overboard at sea and she's just lying there with her life jacket on. And the whole Hello Earth is it's all about her being rescued and going in and out of consciousness and all this kind of stuff, and then ultimately kind of getting rescued.
Yeah.
And she filmed the whole bit of when she's lying in the water in that massive tank that's at Pinewood, where they do all the underwater film stuff. So they shoved her in there with this life jacket on. She's just lying there. She's singing the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then it flips to this stage setup where the husband and the son, who she refers to in the song, are waiting for news of her, and she's there and she's wandering around, but she's not really there. So but she it was. I hate the fact that I have to describe it because it was filmed twice, and she still hasn't released it 10 years on. It does my fucking head in because it was one of those things you had to see it.
Yeah,
it has to be seen because it was one of the most moving experiences I've had in a theatre, other than that time when I was 15, got a hand job in the back row. It was just the most moving thing. Literally tears, actual tears.
As opposed to...
Was that just some random bloke, was it?
Yeah, I don't know. I slipped him 20 quid. And
somebody sitting in front and he was looking for his
Did you
liquid
check the
sauce.
popcorn trick on him? Is that what it was?
Yeah, popcorn. Yeah.
Did he have a Range Rover?
I didn't order this much salt on my popcorn.
Oh, God.
Oh, dear.
Oh, mate.
No, it was... and then the third act was Ariel.
Yeah.
The second half of it, the Ariel album, which was even... Yeah, it was just brilliant. It's just... Oh, she's... Yeah, but that whole... I could listen to that over and over and over.
Yeah.
But she's doing this weird stuff at the moment where she's reissuing... So she's got her own record label now, Fish People. Don't know where that comes from. And she's been reissuing her stuff, but she's been doing it all very arty-farty. So she's having these elaborate boxes made. The record and the music is just the bog standard album, but it's all about the presentation. And on Record Store Day last week, I went in, when I was paying for my stuff, by the counter, he's got a copy of The Hands of Love, this special edition, 180 quid.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
And there's only 500 or 1,000 or something of these things, and they're all. It looks, but it's something that you probably wouldn't want to get out and because it's so fucking expensive. 180 quid. Mental.
Do you know what? It's just occurred to me. The sound of a Memory Moog fan is so distinct to me.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah. I go, if I had, if I hadn't seen it, I go, that's a Memory Moog fan. Just know
That'd be an
sound.
interesting show. Guess that fan.
Guess that fan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Quite like that.
Yeah.
I've kind of got used to it now. I've actually just managed to tune it out. When I first switched it on, as I think I said to you, it was a bit of a shock compared to everything else that I have. I was like, oh wow.
Yeah.
Although I quite kind of like it for some weird reason.
Yeah.
But I play with headphones on a lot anyway, so I don't notice it.
Yeah. I mean, the Fairlight one's pretty quiet though, isn't it?
No. Not out of the box, not original. No, we fit them with
They're quite silent
Noctua.
fans, yeah. Yeah.
we put Noctua F9s in.
Nocturas are great fans.
Yeah. And we don't have to put as many of them because what we do is like on a Series 3, you've got something like 11 fans in there.
Fucking
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
bonkers. Because you've got a fan at the back of the drive bay. Then you've got 8 fans underneath the... Yeah, because you've got 4 fans underneath the computer cards at the front. Another 4 fans underneath the audio cards at the back. So that's 8, 9. And then I think there's another one... and there's another 2 in the power supply area, which is in the base of the unit. So there's about 11 in total. But we tend to rip the ones out of the drive bays because we don't have the drives in there anymore. We just put in the SCSI to SD, and they don't need anything.
Yeah.
So that's those out, and then the rest we just replace with Noctua F9s. What's his face? Andre in LA. When he does it, he puts the same sort of fans in, but where the tape drive used to go in the Series 3, he's now got this fan monitor, and it monitors the temperatures automatically and ramps them up when necessary and down when not required.
Yeah.
Or you can manually adjust each one
Yeah.
to work for the best for your for your particular thing. He said it's more of a vanity thing more than anything else because you can just fit the silent fans and it's just it sounds a bit like that. But yeah, you don't need central heating.
I think the noisiest synth fan I've come across to date is the one that they put in the Synthex. That's a noisy fan. But it also is the one that will always go dry on the spindle.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd be playing away and sort of like doing some nice chords and stuff, and suddenly you get comes from looking at it, smack it one. It goes, it goes quiet again. And goes, and it comes back again. It's like motherfucker. But there's decent bearings in the fan in that one anyway. Thank God.
The thing is with the Fairlights is the heat was either the power supply or the memory cards, because those old memory cards, especially the originals, which were either 2 or 4 meg per card, they had something like 50 or 60 chips per card, and so they generated a huge amount of heat.
Yeah.
So that was the real, and that and the disk drives, the original SCSI disk drives used to, of course, they were noisy themselves, the drives, and then the fans to keep them cool. I mean, I put a fan in my S6000, and then I took the hard drive out and put a SCSI to SD in there, and there's absolutely no need for the fan anymore because the fan was literally just there to cool the SCSI drive, which I ripped out. So. And then you've got your Moog 1s, haven't you, that have fans and then also creak when they get hot because the wood expands.
Mm-hmm.
Mental. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I was talking to Simon about it a while back, and he said, because he's got this lovely, custom studio, and it's all soundproof, so it's like you go in there and you can hear anything, the quietest thing. And he said, I turn that on, and after about sort of 15, 20 minutes, once it's warmed up, every now and again you'll hear this kind of... and it's the wood. Even though it's got fans, it's the wood, and everything's kind of twisting a little bit and just creaking. So...
And yet, when you consider the amount of heat that an 80 produces, and they don't put a fan in it.
No. Well, you don't have to. If you've designed it properly enough...
Yeah.
That sounds cramming. If you designed it properly, you don't need fans. You use convection.
Yeah.
And
It's
it
got
draws
9
its own.
vents on the arse.
That's it.
And then a big vent at the back over the cards.
Yeah.
And you just it just flows through. Still gets warm in there though, but yeah. So.
This guy back here's got one. Only ramps up when you turn it on. I don't think it was so when they first came out, because I think that was a huge problem with the fan being so loud. But I don't hear this one at all.
That's a deep mind, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a deep mind.
Yeah.
It only ramps up when you turn it on, but once it's like booted up, the fan just goes right back down.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well. I think. Well, I'll be honest with you, Robbie. I think my Cubase has settled down.
Yeah. What since the update?
Yeah, and doing some little tweaking hither and dither, and it seems to be behaving itself properly now. A big one was not having the drive go to sleep, external drive go to sleep.
Yeah,
that was a biggie because all the flickering at the door window has stopped. No idea why. I can't see how that's related to the drive turning off at all. Oh, hello.
Don't buy your beds, it's the boss.
What the hell is that? What?
It's fucking food. Fucking
I'm saying, is that how it's officially put down on the menu?
Fiona? Fiona?
Robbie's calling you. Robbie's calling you.
Don't tell her what I'm calling her. Hello, darling.
I've got to go down because my
He said, hello, fuckwit.
I did not.
She would know.
I'm texting her now.
She would know. You've nothing to fear.
Well, it looks like somebody's got butthurt about the Digitac 2.
Yeah?
Yeah, a very popular, so I'm told, very popular synth YouTuber has just posted something on Facebook saying, Digitac 2 seems real. I don't have one. Over 2 million views on Electron Vids and supporting Electron for years with tutorials didn't even get me a response to my emails.
Oh dear.
Somebody's a little butthurt. Never mind, eh?
Wonder if he has a PhD in mixing.
I think I'm beginning to wonder whether the bottom's falling out of the YouTuber thing. I think companies are taking a different tack.
Well, the thing is, there's so many now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they all drop their videos at the same time because they all want the clicks and the views. Interesting.
I wonder. I mean, maybe I just remember it that way, but back in the 80s, you get a keyboard would come out from one manufacturer, a keyboard would come out from another, maybe 3 or 4, and that's it for the year.
You know what I find quite interesting is I'm watching like all the old Top of the Pops at the moment, and I'm just kind of obsessed with them. But on a Friday night, and they're up to about 1995, and they're still using DX7s, the Mark Ones as well. You know, which is over 10 years old at that point, and it's quite interesting that 12 years later they're still using it. You know, and I'm just kind of wondering about stuff, that was released 10 years ago, or gear that's released now and 10 years down the line, whether it'll be a similar thing, or if just there's so much stuff which will come out in between then and now that will just be pushed to a side.
Well, the thing is with Top of the Pops, there's two things. The DX1 was built like a tank, so it lasted. And secondly, they were just hired out. It was probably just some BBC stock or...
Well, this is what I was going to say, because it was tiny. He said, when they stopped doing Top of the Pops, he said, I've lost so much revenue.
Yeah. They just hire them in.
Yeah.
So, whenever you saw a Fairlight on Top of the Pops, it was generally one of Peter's Fairlights. All the Pet Shop Boys stuff, Soul to Soul, when they went on there with Back to Life and they had the Fairlight there, that was Peter's. That one actually appeared in the video for Back to Life.
Because Tiny took his one up there for Duran Duran to use and was hiding at the back of the stage, hitting the keyboard, so it kept Page R up.
Yeah. Well, have you ever seen when Pet Shop Boys did Always on My Mind? And the camera's panning around, so Chris is there with, I think he had the Fairlight and an emulator, I think. And the camera goes to the screen of the Fairlight, which this is a Series 3 by now. So it got the caps page up, which was like the more elaborate version of Page R.
Yeah.
And Blue had programmed in notes on the page so that it spelt Pet Shop Boys, and it scrolls and Pet Shop Boys.
Oh, I watched that.
Just remember it.
Yeah,
remember
and it would just scroll
yeah.
through. And when they did their not Top of the Pops, Old Grey Whistle Test, when they did their first ever appearance on Old Grey Whistle Test, there's two Fairlights, and behind those, with the Friendship SRC, keeping them, because it was all live. It wasn't mined, it was all live. Behind there, Blue is behind there, because like 5 minutes before they go on air, some dozy cameraman trips over the connecting cords between the two Fairlights. So he's trying to make sure that everything's plugged in, because I think one of the connections got a bit dodgy after that. So he's trying to keep everything in sync on the Fairlights, because then they're clocking everything else.
Yeah.
So, yeah, those bloody things.
Yeah, Tiny said he'd done when he get to the Top of the Pops gigs, he said it's just brilliant. He said because he got a call come in for Matey Boy at BBC Centre and saying about we need a CS80 for, I think it was Sparks. I think they were doing number 1 in heaven, and specifically asked for a CS80. And he's gone, yeah, no problem. He's taken the CS80 up there, but it's broken, don't work. Right, not a fucking note comes out of this thing. Didn't matter. Still got his 800 quid.
That's it.
Because the bloke's there going on stage. Not even turned on.
When Harold Faltermeyer did Axel F, because most of the time there was a video for Axel F.
Yeah.
But for some reason, one week he was in the studio, and he stood in a square of synthesizers, and the one right at the front, because it's the most popular thing at the time, was the Fairlight.
Yeah.
Because ironically, there was absolutely no Fairlight on Axel F whatsoever. But yeah, he's just sat there with a screen looking all Nick Rhodes like, just doing all this stuff, and it's not. Yeah. It's not that. I love that when you get into arguments with people, or people try to get into arguments with you about what synth was used on what song, and they're insistent that it's one particular synth.
But they
when
use
you say,
Top of the Pops as their
Yeah,
reference. Yeah,
that's it. When you say, well, what's your evidence? Well, here you go. And they throw this, Top of the Pops clip at you, and you just go,
Well, it's like, I can't remember the name of the band, but it was the one that didn't we have a lovely time the day we went to Bangor?
oh, yes,
You remember that?
I do, sadly.
They did, yeah. But they were on Top of the Pops, and they had that sort of like, like that sort of wind organ sound. That bum, right?
Yeah.
So he's doing this chords and things, and the camera comes round to him playing. It's a Transcendent 2000. He's playing these big chords on this mono synth. It's like, and those people go, "Oh no, it's not recorded. They're playing live."
Look for the
Fuck
Top of the
off, are
Pops
they?
performance. Look at the Top of the Pops performance for David Bowie, Hello
Yeah.
Space Boy, which the Pet Shop Boys appeared on.
Yeah,
And of course, David's front and centre doing his thing, and Chris and Neil are just off to the side, and Chris is playing chords on a chord prophecy. So it's just because it's the cool synth of the day. So he had one on stage.
yeah. But it makes perfect sense
Or,
because, like, if you got Peter Gabriel going on stage and he's going to do one of his biggies. He's going to hire a Fairlight. He isn't going to drag a Fairlight out of his studio.
Even though he's got a few still.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But cart it halfway across the countryside in the back of a van and set it up in a studio.
But then
No
you get
way.
bands like Depeche Mode who got on the train from Basildon with their Jupiter 4 and their Korg, whatever it was, and in suitcases, and actually turned up at the studio with their synthesizers. But then they used to use beer crates as keyboard stands, bless them. So
Yeah.
My stepdad used to do that.
I clocked it was all being mimed very early on when you used to watch the drummers doing this, and the drums were about a foot below his hands.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if you notice that the surface of the drums are always bright white
Yeah,
because they've got the mufflers on them.
and they they go to hit the cymbal when they're about a foot side of it. It never moves.
Yeah. I remember being told at a very young age funnily enough, by my babysitter, who then became my stepmom, and it isn't as sordid as it sounds. All right.
Well, I don't know. It's pretty bad.
Bless her. She was my dad's. She was at catering college, and she came to the restaurant to do her kind of like work experience part of her degree or whatever, and ended up working at the restaurant for many years. And my parents, maintained their marriage for a number of years before they divorced, and then a couple of years later they got. Anyway, that's by the by. Bloody Sandra sat there and said they all mime, and I'm like, no, because they're my heroes and they're all playing. No, she said they're all singing to a tape. They play a tape and they sing to it, and I was devastated. And then she sealed the deal, and she said, because at that age I was quite small. She said, they play records on the radio. I'm like, what? You mean it's not the band playing? It blew my little mind at that age.
No.
Yeah. Never forgive her. Nah.
Yeah, but it's like when you see somebody playing DX7 and there isn't a single audio cable plugged in the back of it.
No. Because that's another one. I think I mentioned this before. People were trying to figure out what the strings were on One Vision by Queen.
Yeah. Wasn't it a K250?
It was.
Yeah.
But the only reason most people know that is because I spent fucking days researching. And look, because if you look at the video for One Vision, Brian May's in the control room with a DX7 just sat on the desk, and he's going like he's playing it. So everyone's like saying, "Oh, it's the strings on a DX7." I said, "DX7's a great synth, but it's not that.
No, it's not going to do that.
It's never going to do that in a million years." And there's one shot as the camera's sort of behind the desk, and the only cable that's connected is obviously the power cable, which is hardwired in, and there's a MIDI cable. There's no audio cables whatsoever.
Yeah.
And if you watch the whole of that, because you've got the video, but then they also made like a 20-odd minute mini documentary about recording that song, because they did it over like a couple of weeks in Munich or one of those places. Anyway, and you've got the live room, and then you've got Roger in the drum room, and the camera's wandering around the live room whilst Freddie's laying his vocals down. You've got John and Brian doing their thing. And the camera pans around. There's a Fairlight. There's a Series 2. It's the only one that ever had a hard drive in. Then there's a Jupiter 8. There's a couple of other Rolands on a stand, none of which are being used. And then there's this brief moment in this documentary where John Deacon is sat on a chair, seemingly leaning up against a wall in the control room, and next to him, in the corner, just for a brief moment, is Kurzweil K250. And I thought, I wonder if that's what it is that's being, controlled via the DX7. So I go to my K250 library, and I find the string sound, and it is exactly that sound.
Yeah,
it's exactly that sound. So I then spoke to someone who I know has got a Kurzweil K250 and said, "Can you check that?" And he said, "Oh, it's definitely that. It's absolutely that." So. But then they did use a DX7 for a string patch on Who Wants to Live Forever.
Yeah, they used that all over it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Like the open pipe organ sound or whatever that was, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember watching the Freddie Mercury tribute concert and Brian's playing that intro on a Mark 1 DX7.
Exactly, yeah, they had it on stage,
Yeah. They had that on one side and they had an RD1000 on the other that Elton played during Bohemian Rhapsody.
Didn't you two use DX7 for pipe organ on their stuff?
They used a lot of DX7, and a lot of it, Unforgettable Fire.
Unforgettable Fire and Joshua Tree, I think.
Yeah. Anything that Eno was on, there was DX7 all over it.
Yeah.
There was even a Fairlight on Unforgettable Fire.
The Fairlight had the hard drive. How big was that hard drive?
It wasn't big. Because it was a custom job on because it was a Series 2, which never came with a hard drive out of the box.
Yeah.
But there's room for it at least, right? It had room in there.
Well, yeah, you had to take a floppy drive out, but then you could boot from. It was pre-SCSI.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
that's old.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not even close.
Oh man, alive. I'm absolutely surrounded by dogs here. Everywhere I look, there's a pair of eyes staring at me.
Well, you're always a friend if you have food. That's how it works.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And where's mine? Well, I haven't got anything for you. No, I haven't. You can kiss my nose as often as you want. No, it's
Really?
too spicy. Too spicy.
Tempting.
Now, best live performance on Top of the Pops was Blue Monday. When they did that, it was 100% live and awful. But
Yeah, you
good
can
in
always
it.
tell the live ones because it sounds awful. Yeah.
It was great in a rebellious way. It was. They insisted
Well,
on doing it.
it was a statement. It was a statement.
The funniest bit is when there's a break where it goes ch 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 ch, and then there's a thunderclap sound. But Stephen had loaded up the wrong disc on the E1, and he got like the choir sound. And then you can see Barney just rolls his eyes, and Steve just sort of like. It's so funny. So funny.
Yeah, well, of course, in a lot of ways, it became impossible to do live performances of these things on Top of the Pops because multi-tracking. In some cases, there wasn't enough people in the band.
It's interesting as you get into the 90s ones. There seems to be a lot more live vocals in comparison to.
Well, that was
ones.
a production choice, wasn't it? The guy that took over is that Geordie fella who used to work on the Tube, and he insisted a lot of the time that the band sung live at least.
Yeah,
because it was like this is the 90s,
and in
They used to
many
have
ways,
special dances
it
on
really
there too,
showed
right?
up,
yeah.
didn't it? In many ways, it showed up with some people.
Oh
It
yeah,
was separating the wheat from the chaff there. Because, how much of this was, how many people use auto-tune heavily or, the harmonizers.
Speaking of auto-tune, I was watching Cher, when was it, last Friday, from 1995. Can't remember the song. Never heard it before. But very, very pitchy. Like it didn't really sound like Cher as you kind of know it on record.
Well, her whole song "Believe" was that was the whole thing.
Absolutely.
That was a sales pitch for him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you
when
listen
it's
to
used
that,
as
it's
a tool,
actually
that's fine, isn't it?
yeah. But it actually, it's not. It wasn't overkill like it became some years later. It was actually kind of an interesting thing with that one.
Yeah.
It made it, you know. So I don't think I seem to remember reading or hearing that, you know, she wasn't really keen on it to start with, but then it kind of became the little gimmick, you know. And as Trevor Horn says, every song needs a gimmick.
Yeah.
My favorite Top of the Pops is the orbital chime where they call it the jacket dance girl. She's in a baggy jacket dancing and all crazy. Remember that one?
No.
1990.
No.
There's some great dancing in those early 90s ones.
Yeah. Orbital chime is hilarious. I'll put the
Kind of
link in the
tuned
chat.
out by then, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
it's a jacket
listening.
dance girl. It's very funny.
Yeah.
Because most of the music they had on Top of the Pops back then was just shit, you know. Every now and again it was, you had somebody good on there, but it was either some baggy Manchester stuff or really horrible.
I tell you what it was, the diversity disappeared.
Yeah.
You watch Top of the Pops and it was like 6 tracks and we're all very, very similar. Whereas back in the beginning, you know, you could have Gary Newman on doing all electric and futuristic and dark and dystopian. Then you'd have baggy trousers.
Yeah.
And then
Hazy
him up on the wire
Fantasy.
playing his bloody saxophone. And then the next one's like a ballady kind, laid back love song type thing.
Modern
the next
romance.
one's fucking, you know, Motorhead. Do you know what I mean? There's lots of diversity. There was something for everybody in there.
The
There's a
80s
period-
ones.
No,
Sorry.
go.
The 80s
Okay.
ones were just schizophrenic. I mean, this is something I was talking about to my girlfriend as we were watching it the other day, and like everything, it was just like so drastically different. You know, you have like some sort of R&B number, then some novelty number,
Yeah.
then Gary, as you say, Gary Newman, Dexy's Midnight Runners, you know, whatever, and like everything is just like so different, but there's something for everyone, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, you kind of notice as you get into the 90s, obviously there's Britpop and all that sort of stuff, but sort of everything sort of tends to sort of come together a little bit more.
There was
Sex Pistols followed by Engelbert Humperdinck. Yeah, exactly.
There was a time when in the 90s, like, you'd have maybe 8 acts on, and at least half of them were 2 geeky-looking guys standing behind synthesizers, and some young girl dressed up, or not very dressed up, singing a whole bunch of sampled lines, and that's all it was. Because, you know, it was these 2 guys in their bedroom to come up with this tune on an Akai and an Atari ST.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they get the invite to go on Top of the Pops, so they get their Bezzy mate or some model from an agency to mime the vocals to it, and it just seemed, oh fucking no, it's just the same old shit. I mean, it was funny when you saw Black Box when Ride on Time was at #1, you know, and that was just a massive sample mashup, you know. It wasn't even the girl that was singing it, you know, Milli Vanilli for fuck's sake.
No, but the last I watched of Top of the Pops, they shipped audiences in according to the act. So you get Status Quo on, and they'd all be in denim, top to bottom, hair and everything like that, and
wheelchairs.
And they'd all
and that was
clap.
just Francis Rossi.
Yeah, they'd all clap. The next act would be like your 2-man synth stuff, and the audience would be completely different. They'd ship the heavy metal lot out and put the other lot in, you know, and then they changed it again for someone else and things like that. It was just like you said, you know, the audience never used to change.
It just surprises me. I mean, for instance, what was it yesterday? They were reporting today that Taylor Swift's album had 300 million stream downloads yesterday, in 24 hours, and it was made about $49,000 or whatever it was, or whatever we're going on about. And I'm going, it's amazing to think now that these sort of things go on. I don't think I've actually ever heard a single note of a Taylor Swift song.
Nope.
Yet.
Nor have I. Consider yourself lucky.
One song, and that was it.
Not her, Nothing.
Only one that I could tell you that I could maybe even hum to you is "Shake It Off."
Oh yeah, I do know that.
Oh, I can
Yeah,
do an
that's it.
earlier one than that.
Yeah.
But other than that,
Like You
not
Belong
a
With Me
fucking
or
clue.
something like that.
No,
I got
not a clue.
no idea. No idea.
You never heard I'm never ever getting back together? It's garbage stuff.
Nope.
Nope.
Thankfully, not.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
She kept writing songs about breakups. She had to keep breaking up with guys to have song material. So
But I always.
Apparently it sells.
Well, I was always drawn
Sadly.
to like artists and groups who were not mainstream anyway.
Mm.
You know, because you would with a bunch of blokes and you talk about this, that, and oh yeah, and, you know, I'm into this, that, and the other, and everything like that. And go, yeah, well, I'm kind of at the moment I'm into Vangelis and Tomita, and they're like, who? That kind of thing. So I was always off the beaten track anyway. But I mean, like for instance, the last few years I've been like heavily into 2 Steps from Hell. Anybody? Exactly.
I can
Do
see
you know
them
what I mean?
saying, "Who? Frank Ellis and Tomatoes? What?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 2 Steps from Hell. They're mate.
But you say tomato, I say tomato.
You're
Yeah.
kind of there now because there's a memory moog like right over there.
Yeah, I know. There's stereo hell. There we go. So, and you know they do some really brilliant stuff, but they're more famous for doing music for games and stuff like that.
Mm.
Where apparently they've recently just split up, so I've got fucking hell, I've got to find somebody else now. So,
Yeah, well,
so I
it
was
sounds
always
so-
off the beaten track with stuff, you know.
Listen to the new Pet Shop Boys album today.
Mm.
Still got it. They still. It's quite remarkable. Quite remarkable.
Cradle of Filth, yeah.
And the new St. Vincent album is amazing. She's on fire at the moment.
Whom?
St. Vincent. Really?
no idea.
If it ain't a film score, I ain't heard it.
Her
Did
latest
you see
single's
what
got
Hans
Mo's
said
mother all
yesterday?
over it.
Did you see what Hans said yesterday?
No.
He goes, oh, the reason I've gone down a completely different track to do the music for June is because everybody else is already doing me. He goes, it's not far wrong.
No.
Because I can't do my style because everybody else is doing it.
Yeah.
Mm.
That must be well, I'm sure it's not too painful for him when he goes home to his large house with lots of cars and massive studio with his Art 2500.
But like he's always saying though, he said, he goes, oh yeah, but he gets people in, and he works with people who are bringing their own stuff to the, to the gig, as it were.
Mm.
But you said about the the people we never heard of. What about the weekend? Weekend, is it?
Oh, I've heard. But again, couldn't tell you any of the song.
Rick Beato reckons.
I've heard the name.
it's-
Same thing.
Yeah, Rick Beato reckons they're the highest played Spotify now at 4.2 billion. It might even, I don't know if it's one track or the whole of their catalogue or something.
I think it's probably Blinding Lights was massive.
New one, is it?
I think it's an older one. Blinding Lights, I think, came out, I don't know, a few years ago. So yeah, they seem to be pretty popular.
Mm. We just did an interview with a group called Dirty Loops. I need to go and watch that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about them. Justin, tell me.
So I introduced Andy a couple of pubs ago to them, but they started off in let me put it to you this way: pop meets jazz fusion meets just incredible musicianship. Like, they started off by taking covers of popular songs, and they would reharmonize them. So they'd strip everything back to the back to the melody, and then they would redo it. They did an Alphaville tune. What was their big hit? Forever Young?
Yeah, or Big in
It's like,
Japan.
"Da-da-da-da-da."
Oh yeah, that's Forever Young. Yeah.
Yeah. So they do this to it. Forever young, I wanna be forever young. Do you really wanna live forever? So they do like, yeah, like
Mix it up a
really
bit.
cool. Yeah.
If you like a bit of sort of jazzy sort of pop stuff, I heard something on the radio today. Apple Music lists it as alternative folk, but it's more kind of like jazzy pop. But it's a lady called Lucy Rose. Never heard of her. And the single they played was a track called Over When It's Over. Just magnificent. I mean, just amazing. Really, really good. It's one of those things where you hear it on the radio and you just pick up your phone, you find it on Apple Music, and you just download it right there and then.
Got it. Yeah. They did a remake of a dance tune. There was a French artist called Stromae, I think was the guy's name. But they did one of his tunes, and it just started off as a dance track, like with this, like when you get to the chorus, and then they break off into this. Let me see if I remember the. As I heard that, I was like, all right, I'm going to spend the next 4 hours learning that ridiculous chord progression because it is so cool the way, where they then they do it a second time, and the second time they change it up a little bit. They go. So they go up I think a fourth or something like that. But they're just brilliant musicians.
Wow.
And then they've got a whole bunch of original stuff that's really, really cool, too.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 guys from Sweden that kind of hit it big on YouTube, and then David Foster discovers them and then works with them on their first album. And I think the story with that was they started writing their songs, but they ended up simplifying them, and then they played them for David, and he's like, no. I wanted you for what you guys do, so I want you to do this again. So I guess they went and they redid their songs the way that they would approach a cover. So they stripped it back to the melody and then, just did all those weird chord changes to them.
Yeah. Your turn.
Home Sweet.
I don't know. Home Sweet Home? There's your copyright strike. So if I was going to do it, I'd just, throw some... Take the hair metal right out of that song.
Right, I'm just going to go and shoot myself in the head.
And I'm selling my synths as well. So I'll see you on Reverb, Kent.
I think Robbie's going to do that too. Oh boy!
Both doing a Kent and stringing wires up, aren't they?
I guess.
What, 2 little tin cans between the houses? Hello. Can you hear me?
I was thinking more of what Kent did on the PSN.
Oh yeah.
What other cool things I got on here? Go here. Let's go. Come here. Let's go here. Not requires. Oh yeah, here we go. We'll get Kent back. We'll do some cinematic stuff.
I think I need a 50-foot headphone lead to pick that up.
Still the best choir sounds I've ever heard in any hardware instrument. Yeah, if somebody wants to buy me an Astrolab, that'd be great.
Yeah, same here. I'd go with that.
This and Astrolab would probably be all I need for a gig. She's kind of behaving, I guess. She's being a good girl.
My screen's very small, Justin. What is that you're playing?
Okay. So, Montage M8X. Behind me is a DeepMind 12 and an Odyssey. They're both Behringers. To the right is a DX7, and above that is an ESQ1.
Oh, nice.
And the ESQ1 has had the right output kind of come in and out a little bit. I mean, so far it seems to be behaving, but
yeah,
and that would be
my screen is so tiny, all I can see is the keys.
Yeah.
I like the InSonic stuff. I've got the VFX.
I had one, but then the Poly Aftertouch went on it to the point where if I engaged it, the whole thing would crash. Like it would freeze up.
I know there's a bit of a common problem with the keyboard. I think there was an interconnect between sort of two halves of it.
Yeah.
Which became quite sort of loose over time. Someone's gone in and soldered between mine two. I hardwired it in, but I think I need to go back and maybe reflow the solder joints because it's still a little bit iffy.
Yeah, I think they fixed it on the VFX SD. I had the SD version, so it had the sequencer and the disk drive in it. But yeah, mine had that problem where if you even engage the Poly Aftertouch, the whole synth would say bye.
Oh.
Like to the point where it would freeze up, it would crash, the display would start doing weird things, and it was beyond repair. I'm not a repair guy. To the point where I hate to say this, but I sold my SY77 just because I was having major issues with the key bed and I couldn't fix it. Like, I'm not made of money to the point where I can keep investing in, repairing this stuff. So, it's best if I, sold it on to somebody that, could probably fix it up and keep it for them. I mean, would I want another SY77? Probably, but only if it's in really good working shape, and I barely have to do any of it.
Yeah, I've been tempted on a couple of occasions. I mean, I've got a DX7 Mark II D, which I absolutely love. And from what I understand, the SY7 is kind of DX7 with a completely other... Was it AW?
So the SY77 is an advanced FM, so it was more... You had more algorithms. I think there was like 44.
That's right, yeah.
Versus the 32 that are in the DX7 Mark I and Mark II. And then you had 4 elements, and they could be 4 AFMs. They could be, 2 AFMs and 2 AWMs, or they could be 4 AWMs. And each engine had, I think, 16 voices of polyphony, so you had a total of 32. And then you had a 16-track sequencer on there.
It's pretty amazing, considering when it came out, that amount of, functionality and polyphony.
Yeah. And the way this works is the same thing. You have there's 400 voices total, but it's divided up between the 3 engines. So you've got for AWM2, you have 128 of the preset waveforms, 128 of the user waveforms, so you can load your own waveforms in here. Then you had 128 for the FMX engine, and then you have 16 for the ANX engine. So they've kind of divvied that up. Oh, Culture wants to hear the Odyssey. I've never played an original Odyssey, so I don't know. I'll let you be the judge.
sounds like an odyssey to me.
Yeah.
I've got a
It
red
does.
one, and mine's pretty. It's kind of on the dirty side, I guess. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, the kind of new ones do sound that little bit sort of cleaner to me, maybe. But I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. But mine is, yes,
Yeah.
pretty out there. But that sounds great.
Yeah, this has got the built-in Clark Technic effects engine as well, and that's what you were hearing with that reverb. It's also got all, just like the Korg reissue, it's got all 3 filter types in it.
Yes.
So the 3 different revisions on it. I do have it in kind of a, it's not even a backdoor thing, but I've got it in, because it's a duophonic instrument, I have it wired up in monophonic, low note priority. And the way you do that is there's 6 CV and gate outs on the back of this one. And you basically just jump the CV out into the CV in, and then I think it's the gate out into the trig in, or it's the trig out into the gate in. It's one of those two. And you can basically make this, the Behringer Odyssey, into, instead of a duophonic, you can make it into a mono instrument. And that's kind of how I have it set up here. Actually, what is it? Let me see. Yeah, CV out to CV in, and then gate out into trig in. We'll take it out of duo mode and put it into mono mode. Yep. She's still behaving. Good. What is that? Close enough.
That sounds pretty close.
No,
I
I've had.
was listening to you guys figuring that out for half an hour the other night, which was very entertaining. But it is just such a great intro, as you say.
Yeah.
I don't think I tried.
No, the right output on this tends to cut in and out like at random, and it'll cut back in if I max this volume out and play a big chord on it.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I don't know about anyone else, but I seem to find myself spending half the time playing an old synth, making sure that it's okay.
Yeah.
Not actually playing anything or coming up with anything. It's just like, oh, is that working right? Is that in tune? It's just like constant.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, that's
kind of
work.
part of the fun, I guess. Yeah. That's true.
Oh, Culture's wondering about the keys. They feel okay. The black keys tend to feel a little more, have a little more resistance than the white keys. On the Odyssey, the DeepMind 12 has a different key bed though. But then again, the DeepMind 12 has aftertouch. The Odyssey does not. So I think they're 2 different key beds. But I mean, if I'm playing really, really fast, I don't really notice the differences between the black keys and the white keys. But if I do something really slow, then I notice a difference, and I kind of have to, make do with what I have, like as far as my technique goes.
Somebody just sent me this.
You want low pass, high pass, band reject, notch. Oh wait, that is band reject. 12 dB, 24 dB. What other filters do you want?
Right, that does scale it. Okay, all right, you do scale that. So, where are you? You're up here.
No, Hayes, I didn't. There's no memorization. I actually had to go in the back and look and see what it was.
That's not doing it. That's mental, mate, mental. That is not it. Let's try it at 60. No, it doesn't do it either. Good God, sir. Nope. Doesn't react to it properly. What insidious piece of equipment have you got in your place tonight, Robs?
Squeeze, what?
You got any insidious piece of equipment lurking around in your place tonight? Nothing new that you can't talk about?
Yeah, actually.
Go on.
Well, I can't talk about it. So
what is it you got that you haven't?
We took a shot.
Something arrived today that I can't talk about for a couple of weeks.
Oh, cool.
3 weeks. Yeah.
3.
About that.
I will say I did try the disk drive in the QX3. Works perfectly.
Good.
I
can play you it.
Yeah, go on then. Give us an audio demonstration of it, young man.
Yeah, just so I don't have to do all the work around here.
It's not very loud, is it?
Give it a chance.
Oh, sorry, you haven't started playing. I thought you were playing it. It was just really quiet.
Oh shit! What happened there?
I have no idea.
That's odd.
Oh, what is on my glasses now?
Dave, I've been trying to figure out where I am for the last 40 years.
There we go. Why didn't you remember?
Just reading the chat.
I'll give Kent a D.
He's not that bad, surely.
What else we got?
Go on, Justin, do the Elton John. Some punk with a shotgun killed young Daniel Bailey, was it?
Oh.
On that one note.
Yeah. So it's...
There you go.
Through, wouldn't it?
I will say, if you go back and listen to the intro to "Funeral for a Friend," the multi-track 2500, that's the second of the 3 themes in that intro.
I can't fucking hear myself now. I hate this stupid thing. It's all right now.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Pretty versatile. There's some stuff with aftertouch. I can't remember where it was.
Steady.
There you go.
Oh, stupid motorcycle right outside the building here. I hate those things so much.
Yeah. It's,
The new stylophone. Oh, to go along with what Kent was playing.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like Astrolab.
It's not.
No.
Ah, competition then.
Gives a certain FM cent they're over its money. Yes, this is impressive. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be very happy with this one. I'll stop. Oh, hang on, this.
You're Polly Aftertouch.
Cool.
Hmm.
As this is a software plugin, yeah.
You can't
I
say.
suppose- No, I can. It is software. Yeah. It is. Aye.
And you can't talk about this one for 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks.
Right.
Well, we can talk about it
Right.
because you're in on it as well.
Oh, is it Dewberry?
Yeah, it's Dewberry.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Dewberry.
It's Dewberry. Okay.
What, blueberry?
Pavlova.
God, he's off again.
No, not with blueberries. It's raspberries. Got to be raspberries. Moog Dewberry.
The Moog Dewberry. That'd be a good name for a set. The Moog
It would
Dewberry.
be a good name for the Dewberry. Especially call it the Dewberry Firkin. Wow, that's pretty close. That's a pretty close sound. I like that one.
Yeah, it's all right. Not bad for an ESQ1.
Oh, I love the ESQ one. Remember how it really sprang to life when I got the Valhalla Gold cartridge for it. Some of the sounds that were on there were just absolutely off the charts.
Found a bunch of like Sysx banks and stuff online that, like, I think out of, I don't know, 50 or something banks that were in this one zip file, maybe one or two of them I really liked.
Yeah.
Like more so than some of these factory patches.
Yeah, no, because I bought this Valhalla Gold cartridge for the ESQ1, and it was 163 quid. Also shows how long ago it was as well.
Yeah.
But my God, it was worth every penny. Fantastic sounds on it.
You know, I said to you last week, we were talking about cars, and I said that there was that somebody shared this picture from a piece of software. It was a piece of software that ran on the Apple II, so that's how old it was. And it determined that the most aerodynamic form for a car was that.
Looks like the Cybertruck.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He steals everything.
No,
he's like the Udi Beringer of cars.
Now, somebody said something about it's not that the Cybertruck is ugly or anything. It's just it was the new Mustang family car, but with PlayStation 1 graphics.
Polygons galore.
Yeah.
I've thankfully yet to see one. Are they over here yet?
I have no idea. I don't think the battery life is long enough.
Or we might just have a bit too much credibility to.
Well, you see, they're quite big.
Yeah, but the pickup space in the back is minuscule, apparently.
Yeah,
The
but I mean,
actual
for our
loading
roads,
space.
there'd
Well,
literally be roads you couldn't go down in it.
Yeah.
You know?
I've found my new next thing I want to do.
Oh, yeah.
The Pan American Highway.
And what is it about the Pan American Highway that is...
So it's 19,000 miles, and you start off in the north of Alaska.
Right.
And it's the longest drivable road, or the longest journey you can take on a drivable road. So you start off in the north of Alaska, you go across sort of Alaska with the border with Canada, so to speak, and then you come through Canada, Edmonton and all that, and then you come down the Pacific Highway.
Yeah.
Then you go down into Mexico, and then you get to Panama, and you have to cross. I can't remember. I think he said that was the one place you actually have to kind of cross over something, but it's doable. It's like a ferry or something. And then you're into South America, and you basically go all around the edge, the western edge of South America, down Chile and all that kind of way.
Gotcha.
And then you can either carry on down the west coast to the southernmost tip, or you can actually cut across through Argentina and come down like the other side. But it's like 30,000 kilometers, which is like 19,000 miles.
Jesus Christ, that's nearly like almost around the world.
Well, yeah, it's
bar 5,000 miles.
But there used to be a race that done that.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of it, whether they've done the whole lot or whether they've done South America or something. But there's certainly a film out, and I've got a feeling it was something to do with Pink Floyd, and I can't remember whether someone like Nick Mason went out and did some driving of the cars, or whether Pink Floyd, they use Pink Floyd music in it, but that film probably goes back to the 70s.
Oh, right.
Yeah, exactly, Prometheus. I was just thinking that you probably won't want to cut across Argentina.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be, especially when you come around that kind of northwestern part of South America. I don't know, it's Peru's there, but you might there's probably one or two Latin American dictatorships that you probably don't want to be stopping in.
Yeah, you don't want to be going through Argentina looking like Jeremy Clarkson, do you? Or
Hammond, or
the other one.
But I just thought, what that would be. I mean, because you'd see like everything. You'd go from Arctic all the way down into America and California, and then Mexico, and you get all the the heat and the deserts and all that, and then
cold again
as you get down to it would be an incredible.
It's like that photograph I've got of the Great Wall of China, where they put up the Great Wall of China to keep people out of China, right? But it's the end. I got a photograph of the end of the wall.
It goes into the sea.
Yeah, but it only goes into the sea about 30 feet. You can walk around it.
Got low tide.
At low tide, yeah.
Yeah.
You just the armies can just go round. There you go. No problem.
I had somebody at work today. They were talking about. It was a meeting with our web team, and one of their projects this year is to make our website as easily accessible to the Chinese,
Yeah,
as we can, because obviously the Chinese restrict what goes in and out, and he actually referred it to as the Great Firewall of China. Oh dear.
clever.
Yeah. But it's a real problem, China's a massive market for us, and yet the Chinese government, because they just like, well, internet, up until now we've had to do all sorts of things locally and repeat work, like they don't obviously allow YouTube, so we've got a whole YouTube channel. They can't access any of that, so now we have to, publish it in multiple places, and then when there's an update, we have to update it in multiple places. It's a real pain in the ass.
Oh, Jim's in the chat. I haven't seen him for ages. I was thinking about him this afternoon. God, he haven't seen him on the pub or anything for a long time.
He's been busy making his Eurorack case, amongst other things, and playing live, I believe.
Oh God, don't want to do that.
The last time I saw him was the first quiz that we did.
God,
That had to have been like last year.
yeah, easy. Mind you, I haven't seen much of old Brooksy either.
No, true.
Roberts, I think old VS is still very busy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Doing his thing. Because he said something about it. He's got a
OnlyFans.
load of work coming up. His OnlyFans, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, dear me. Oh, of course, yeah. You'd be busy with the exams and stuff.
Yeah, true.
I don't know, is this still lined up? Let's see, make sure. Yep, it's great. Now that drive doesn't turn off, it doesn't lock up when you jump tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, because old Contact gets rather pissed off about that. Because even though it's not accessing the drive, there's something about having the buffer there or something, isn't it? Constantly. And if the buffer isn't there, it goes, no, hang on a minute. Whoa. Then it all locks up and you get weirdness going on. Old Ty was talking about that, the new Mark III complete control keyboard.
Oh yeah.
And they're going, don't Ty, don't big it up to me, please don't big it up to me. He's like, yeah, pull it up to touch. And then Ty, no, don't. Because the problem is, you go, I could just get the 61 note. Just get the little one. Of course, that's no good for the key switches. You need the 88. So. Yeah, that's kind of an annoying development that Complete Control have got, because I've got a Complete Control AE8, but it doesn't have the pulley after touch.
Do you have the Mark 1 or the Mark 2?
I think mine is a Mark 1, I think.
Yeah, because that would have the touch strips instead of the...
Yeah, that's right. It's the man, look at this, the man of the hour.
Hello.
Hello, darling, how you doing?
Not too bad. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm just portable on my Mac. So I've not even had that set up in the studio for ages. Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Well, you've been a bit quiet of late.
Been busy. So.
Good.
But, yeah, it's been mental. Yeah, I have my Euro rep case there, which I'll demo in a sec if you like.
Nice.
But yeah, so that took a couple of weeks to build in spare time. And yeah, and then just, I don't know what else I've been doing. I really don't know. Busy e-momming and yeah, just not had a lot of spare time. I've got a second job currently. I'm just helping out in the bar as well. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, eats into the hours, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, it does a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's good fun though. But yeah, I suppose.
Oh, good. You're doing all right then.
Yeah. No, I am.
Good man.
Actually,
good man.
So.
Good.
Let me stick this down there.
Look at all this.
Yeah, so it was built basically just from Wick's furniture board, and I built the whole box and then cut it into sections, which was quite tricky because I had to leave the back section intact on one of the cuts, and that's where it's hinged. So this just clips at the front, which are only little clips, but they seem to hold it all right, and then 2 little clips at the back. And that folds up like that. Then this middle section just comes off like that.
Oh, right.
And then that becomes a sort of stand for the. You can have this back bit at multiple angles.
Yeah.
See if we can get a better shot of it. But yeah. So it's like that's hinged there.
Yeah.
And that section is like in the base. This section
here.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Things like that. But yeah, I looked at loads of designs and thought they were all pretty shit, so I came up with this. So I can leave everything patched in.
Everything patched in because of that additional gap that you have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
What's that? I've since swapped the lights out since I posted those pictures on Facebook. So because they were a bit bright and they got a bit fucking hot. So
sweet stuff, bud.
This on. So there we go. Got new lights
nice.
that are now sound activated.
Brilliant.
So yeah, that's that. So
Robbie's massively interested. Look.
What can I say? What can I say?
He can barely contain his excitement. Look at him.
Have you found
it's a fine piece of woodworking, and that's as far as my interest goes.
He will go no further. I'm sorry.
I was about to ask if you've found any interesting fluff in your belly button there.
I can't find my belly button, let alone fluff. Jeez.
No.
But yeah.
No, you know it's bad when Robbie's got the Dignitas catalogue out.
Yeah, I've ordered one of those pods that I can just pop myself in and just,
just nitrogen yourself.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Go on, Davey. Push auto tune again. Go on. Push auto tune again. Go on. Live dangerously.
I don't know if I can deal with the anxiety right now.
Go on. Go for it.
Shit.
Yeah, because it doesn't.
Kent, I'm coming for you. Right, here we go.
It's designed.
by the way.
It's designed to be
Electron Dignitas.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I think they knew what they were doing when they winked everything out, just so it would annoy the hell out of you. How long's it been on now?
I'd say about an hour and a half. Yeah, 6 tuned, all good. Don't panic.
No.
Don't panic. Hey, look at that. I can sleep well tonight. I don't do it before bedtime.
Yeah.
I play it during the day because then if it's something happens and I've got time to try and sort it out or keep playing it or hit it or something so that it plays normally. But if I do it last thing at night, I find it's like if I start working with something, trying to fix something last minute at night and I fuck something up.
Yeah.
And it's just the worst thing. So I kind of have to have a bit of a cut-off point now, I think, to get a good night's sleep. Which I'm sure you know all about.
Yeah, well, you got to give us a tour of the room. To be honest, I mean.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You can turn the camera around on this. I think I figured out the other day. So.
Couldn't help noticing you got my favourite drum machine in the world.
CR78.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful thing.
I love them. Hate working on them, but I love them.
Right, if I can figure out how to turn this camera around.
I'm sure I saw an Emax there.
Yeah, got Emax 1 and 2. I had 2 Emax 1s recently, actually, but I was fixing one managed to get a good deal on one and fixed it for a friend. So
I've got 2 Emax 2s. I'm just can't get rid of the other one.
Wants
an Emax 2?
Well, I think a lot of people seem to have an interest in them. I quite like them, actually. There's something about that digital filter. Wasn't
there something? I'm sure I had somebody going on at me about the difference between the Mark 1 and Mark 2 and which one was more favourable to have.
People like the Mark 1 because it's based on the E2, so it's kind of whereas the Emax 2 is based on the E3, but it has that nice funky filter on it, which is the least digital sounding digital filter.
Yeah.
Cool. Talk about putting your face up for it. Come on, Polymode.
Yeah, other filters have similar stuff: transform multiplication, SE synthesis, all that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah. How's the Polymode been treating you?
I haven't turned that on for a while. I daren't turn it on.
Oh,
so then it works.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's Polymode.
Schrodinger's Polymode. That is. Yeah.
It said about 75%. It's not bad. When I got it, it was doing absolutely nothing at all. And
how many octave dividers are packed up on it?
I've got about 4 or 5, I think, which I need to replace, but I can't really be asked, to be honest. And it's all in the lower octave on, I think, the square wave or something. And so it's okay. I can deal without it. You know, like you could write a song, you could write an album with it. You know, like it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
So I'd rather kind of just leave it as it is, and if something a bit more major manifests itself, then hey, I'll open it up and have a
Are you getting original dividers for it, or are you getting those recently manufactured ones?
Yeah, probably the new ones, I would imagine, but I actually haven't even looked into it yet, to be honest, because I don't really turn it on enough to worry about it, and when I do, I'm quite happy with it just as it is. But there's a few things I've got to sort out. The resonator section was working, but it was working in coming out the back output, but not in the mixer section.
Oh, okay.
So if I wanted to hear the resonator section, I would take a separate out for that into the mixer, which is okay. So that's something I've got to look at some point. But
I think there's a 4016 up on that board is normally.
There's a load of I haven't replaced any of the CMOS chips at all. So, I mean, just by replacing all of those would probably, would fix quite a few things.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something to get around to. Elka Rhapsody, which I've just fixed recently, which is my new favourite string synth in the world. Really, really nice tone.
What's that one? A 610, is it?
That's the 490. So that's the
490.
really basic version.
Right.
But it's got, I don't know, it's just, for me, it's just the only string sound I need. Activating both the violoncello and the strings together, and it's just, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I have got like an iRig, and I've tried to hook it up so I could play stuff through my phone, but it doesn't seem to work with StreamYard, so I've got to look into that. But hey, that's another time.
Get a stone phaser on that, mate.
Huh?
Get a stone phaser on that.
Yeah. CR78.
Yeah.
Kitten 2.
Oh, nice.
Emax 1.
Yeah.
Luma 1. Odyssey Rev 1.
Oh, Luma. How are you finding the Luma?
Absolutely love the Luma.
It's good, isn't it?
I've been a Prince nut all my life, so it was kind of destined to find its way into my studio.
Detune
Detune, that snare, that
the
clap.
woodblock.
Just, my whole life was leading up to pressing the clap button on this thing.
Joe's done a brilliant job on them.
No, it's absolutely amazing. PPG Wave 2.
Nice.
8P. JD800. So many faders on that thing. I need to keep that covered. 106.
How's the red glue on the?
Yeah, I fixed it myself actually. When I got it, it was okay. And I noticed it was just starting to come through about a year after having it. So I thought, okay, well, I just looked up how to do it and did it, and it's been absolutely fine. The only thing that's not working on it is the aftertouch. But if I open it up and clean, there's like a little tab thing which you kind of plug in for the aftertouch, and if I give that a wipe, it'll work for a while, but then it goes, and I haven't had a chance to look into it.
I got brand new ones if you want one.
Oh, yes, please. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, I got brand new ones in stock.
I saw something under the wave. What's under the wave?
Oh, DX72.
Oh, nice.
See.
Can't live without that.
Yeah, everyone's got DX.
I know.
It's a Mark 1, but I still got one.
Robbie's getting engorged and stiff now. Come on. My neck of the woods. My neck of the woods he goes.
That's rigor mortis.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah, stick with that again, is it?
The far
Okay.
That was my first vintage synth, actually, a few years ago now, before the sort of big boom. So, that had been sitting on Gumtree for, it must have been about 6 months, and no one wanted it. Now, that just wouldn't happen. Because you never, ever see these. And I think it's brilliant. It's a brilliant synth.
Which one? The 106?
106 as well.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the AX73?
Sorry, I was talking about the 73.
Oh, yeah.
The 106 I've had to replace 4 of the voice chips now. I've got the other 2, and I'll probably do those at some point, I guess. But they just seem to keep going, like a couple of months down the line. Oh, another one's going. All right, replace that one.
Yeah, it's almost par for the course now that, like, I'll get somebody phone up and say, oh, I've got one of my VCF VCAs has gone. I go, well, to be honest with you, you just replace all 6.
Just do, I mean,
just
you
go
must
through
have
the
done
play
a million
once.
of those.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a relatively painless task, so I don't mind doing that so much. It's okay. And they seem to be, the analog Renaissance ones seem to be absolutely fine.
Well, I tell you how good they are. Behringer stole them for the deep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Didn't know that.
They just ripped off his design completely.
That's all right then.
My 2 most recent.
It's not, is it? It's like, really? I'm surprised. Oh, hello.
2 most recent additions. Prophet 2000, a very interesting user interface, which I've hardly spent any time with that yet.
I nearly bought one of them.
But I'm used to for a sample. I'm used to using the Emax 1, which is just an absolute breeze. You just turn it on and go. Whereas this is a very different beast. It seems.
Yeah,
but it sounds good.
Hardly ever, ASO. Hardly ever. No, the wave generators are pretty stables.
The Honor, which is the Casio, what is it? FZ1.
Yeah, the FC1.
FC1. Yeah. So it's pretty cool from what I've gathered so far. I've hardly actually used either of these at all. I've only got them just recently, and they were absolutely fine. Someone had stored a load of, these 2 and the Emax and a load of other stuff, but that's the only 3 things I bought. But someone had stored them all in one of those storage places for years and years and never paid up. So the guy just had to sell them on. So, and they all worked. Well, the Emacs needed a little bit of work to get it going, but these two are absolutely fine. The disk drive in the Honor is absolutely perfect. Prophet 2000 seems to be okay. The Emacs disk drive is a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
It sort of seems to work for a while and then stops working. Like if I don't use it for a day, it doesn't seem to come back. So
get a Gotek. I put Gotex in both of mine.
I've got a Gotek in the Emacs. I don't mind them. It's just the tiny little screen annoys me a little bit. And I know some of them are bigger than others. See, I kind of like the tactileness of a floppy disk, if you know what I mean, and the clunking sound as it goes in.
Yeah.
Use the Emacs a lot.
T3 down there. So I don't really use that a huge amount, but it's quite kind of cool. VFX up here.
There you go.
DW8000.
Yep.
Omni 2. Emacs 2. SGSV.
Nice.
Mini Pops 707. Crappy MC505. R8. SGS8. X7000 down there doesn't get much use, but that's pretty.
That's a
much...
rare bird.
Yeah, that's kind of sounds
it's quite
okay.
a eclectic collection.
And what have I got today? I've got this automatic ADT, the rack version of the Electrolabs pedal that came out in the 70s, which is quite an interesting thing, and that's sort of on the workbench, as is a Dr. Bomb Gigi drums at the moment as well. But that's kind of it. Yeah, eclectic, I guess, would be the word. It's a bit of everything.
Bit of everything, yeah.
Let me see. Oh, Wagyu's asking what's in between the 106 and the AX73.
Oh, that's the D50.
Oh, okay. That's what he was guessing.
I'd been looking out for one of those for a while, and then picked one up fairly recently, but I've hardly used it. But I just felt it was one of those things that kind of needed to have alongside the DX7, you know.
Yeah.
I'd look at it
the
as
Emacs is the best arpeggiator sections. They're really great.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd look at it as I'd rather have it and not need it, and then need it and not have it.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. I like the fact that it's there, and if I feel the urge to use it, then you know. But I guess, there's no real sort of logic to what I've kind of got. I try and sort of find stuff that needs a bit of work, and so whatever comes my way, if it sort of sparks my interest, then I'll grab it. There's not really much left. I don't really have a list, I guess, as such anymore.
Opportunist synth shopping.
That's it. Yeah. That's totally it.
Cool.
Yeah, because I was just thinking back to that memory mug when I'd done the check on it and I was firing it up for the first time. You know, the one where you put your fingers in the ears and go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the display come up with one digit, and the rest of the display didn't work.
God.
And then that digit winked out. And then it never came back. The whole display had gone, no, I'm not working. So I went, well, lucky we got two. So I unsoldered the display from the other one. I put it in, turned it on. That didn't work either. Both displays gone.
You'd think having two memory modes would make it so much easier, and it just didn't.
You'd think, wouldn't you? No. So, but I did have a couple of old displays knocking around. I think one out of it's really, really old members, and I think the display was about the only thing that did work on it. And so I'd soldered that one in, and it did work. Thank Christ.
That's good.
Because they're a bit thin on the ground as well.
Well, the other one's underneath my bed upstairs at the moment, and I don't know what I'm going to do with that.
What sort of deterioration is that in?
Well, it's just what you gave me. So we got the box of the circuit boards and the case itself. But I guess I'll just hang on to it. And
yeah, just hang on to them.
I mean, I could sell it for parts, but I don't really see the point. I'd rather hang on to it. Just you never know what's around the corner. So
to be honest with you, I'd hang on to it because you own a memory moog.
And for my one as well, there is that.
Exactly.
More importantly,
Yeah. You may find yourself dipping in there from time to time.
Well, I've already used one of the ribbon cables, so
there you go. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, I think nearly all the CMOS in it is new. I think.
That's good.
I know the 74174s are because they're notorious for packing up. So they're new down on the Demux board.
Ah, yes.
Underneath the CPU board and the common analog board. Because you need them stable, otherwise it won't tune properly.
Mm-hmm.
But
no, since I replaced that cable last week, it's been absolutely brilliant.
yeah, I mean, all the cables were a little bit iffy here and there, But it's weird that it ran for so long, and then you had it for how long before it decided VCO3 to drop out?
When did I pick it up? End of January.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was to do with the MIDI. That was the thing, because it was just when I went to use the MIDI for the first time, the Kenton MIDI kit, and it happened at the same time. So that really confused me. So I was like, oh, it's got to be down to that, but why? That didn't make sense at the same time, and it wasn't anything to do with that. It was just a coincidence.
Yeah.
But it's kind of annoying. It really throws you, though. That's the thing. Really throws you. Yeah,
it can send you down a road that you.
This is totally what it did. Yeah, I was like, shit. Do I need to rip this thing out of there now? Or,
Yeah, literally, sort of like if I had £1.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, I've had it quite a few times as well when it had nothing to do with what I was working on.
So. Has anyone discussed the Digitac 2 yet?
No.
No. Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, afraid it's on order. So, had to be done. Yeah. Basically, there were some things with the original Digitact where I'd kind of reached the limit of how it'd work for me for doing live stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the sample pool was always really limiting. You could only have like 127 samples per project, which is fine for a single track, should be plenty. But when you're doing a whole live set, it's like you get to the point where you've used all your slots up, and then if you needed to, say, create a new tune with different samples, you need to create a new project, which then takes loading time, and that's the bit in my setup that drives everything, what everything else is clocked to. So if that stops outputting clock to other stuff, then that's it. It's just not going to work. Right. So the new one has like over 1,016, which has like completely solved that problem for me, which was just a right royal pain in the arse, to be honest. So it's kind of had to be done for that reason.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Ça va?
Don't you talk that foreign muck with me, young Jim. I'm partly Welsh.
What was that? What was that phrase again, Robbie?
What? Sorry.
What was that phrase again?
We had earlier.
Oh, what, the French phrase?
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah.
You don't remember it?
I can type it. I can't say it.
Oh, I see.
I think it means give me cake. I can't remember.
It was something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or it's Deadpool's certificate in China.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Solder my joints dry. That's what it said.
I want that on the t-shirt.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Right, I have actually got to go.
Hi, bud.
I just thought I'd pop in and say hello. Ben has not been in here for time.
Yeah, good to see you, bub.
Yeah, you too. You too. Take care, everyone. Nice to meet you, David.
You too. Take care.
Cheers. Take care, everyone.
I,
Bye.
Jim,
Go on.
Jim, I only came in here to kick you out.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, what you need to do is leave, and then that'll be the point when I leave.
Just go. Yeah.
That's usually
Just
what
go.
happens. But
Yeah.
Just
Then
go.
we have to wait for Ian to come on.
Yeah. Or Ty. I wait for Ty to leave.
Yeah, wait for Ty to come out. Oh, him. And go.
Yeah. Nice one. Take care, everyone. Cheers.
All right, babe.
See ya.
Have yourself, mate.
Bye.
Yeah, and as soon as Ty comes in,
Whoa, he'd fly over there and smack you.
And he wouldn't find it a little bit funny, Justin.
I'm sure he wouldn't.
Oh dear.
What, the feeling or something else?
This feeling inside and outside, I would imagine.
Oh, mate.
Guys, I'm heading off as well. But it was nice
All right,
to meet you all, and I will definitely be back at some point on the weekend. If you guys are around.
David, you're my favourite. I don't know who you are, but you're my favourite.
I like that. Thank you.
David, go now.
Yeah,
Just
you're my
go
favourite.
quickly.
Go quick.
That doesn't say much
He's
for you
everybody's
guys.
favourite, mate.
Yeah, be careful. We have you joining behind the Range Rover. So.
All right, cheers, guys. See you
All right,
later.
take care, mate.
Bye, David.
Love yourself.
Cheers, my little foreskin. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Bloody hell! It's ding ding diddle ding 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 diddle ding 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 diddle ding.
And a massive chippy tea.
Chippy tea. You know what chippy tea is?
Go on.
She's been down the chippy. Look,
Yeah.
she's been down the chippy for a tea.
Massive
Oh,
chippy
mate.
tea.
Oh, brilliant.
You have chippy tea.
No, that's a bit north for me, I think.
We say it down here.
It's very
chippy tea.
northern. What do you mean down here?
Down here in East
No,
Anglia.
we're down here. We're down here,
a
mate.
little bit.
You were up there, weren't you?
When you take into account the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Are you referring to my waistline again, Robbie?
No.
Okay. Good.
All right, and Andrew, who's this?
With hair. Fuck. He looks better with hair.
Yeah.
He does.
Well,
he looks
he
better.
looks Italian.
He looks like he's going to send you around to somebody around to help you sleep with the fishes.
Yeah.
Hey. Who the fuck's that though? Who is that? I don't know who that is. I think that's Justin. Justin in an earlier life.
Oh, you have no idea.
I
don't think he noticed.
Do you reckon?
No, I don't think he noticed.
Mm.
No, he's not noticed, has he?
No, he's not noticed.
No, this is what happens when the Range Rover's in the shop.
Yeah.
See, it doesn't do anything for him. See, if it was an exhaust pipe.
No. No.
You got used to it.
He's looking forward to hooker headers and thrush pipes.
Yep.
Oh dear me.
No offence, mate.
Fuck off.
Where?
I don't know. But anyway, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Just thought I'd mention that.
It's difficult to do without an actual destination.
Oh no.
It's like the Holy Grail. How should we fuck off?
If you don't do Papa Don't Preach now, Justin, I'm going to come around there and beat it out of you.
You might have to.
Go on then.
I can't do that one, but I can do this one.
No, I want Papa Don't Preach.
I love the way they used the 12-inch version of Like a Prayer in the new Deadpool trailer.
I love the way you paused. He goes, I love the way they use the 12-inch, and you paused.
Yeah, I was just taking a thought. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just take a moment there.
No, it's Morocco. I love the way you used the 12-inch.
Yeah.
Robbie is Ryan Reynolds' language double.
Now, we mentioned this here several times, but if that album hadn't have existed, I don't think there would have been a Toy Matinee.
They would not.
No.
They would not. Pretty certain.
Oh, God. I don't know what that... Yeah. Did you hear about the Irish girl who bought a vibrator and it broke all her teeth?
No.
Oh.
What was her name?
I don't know, probably...
Siobhan. There you go.
Oh, God, isn't that... Because I had an Irish girlfriend while I was out there, and I can't remember her name. Wasn't that long? Oh, yeah, it was a long time ago. Hang on.
Steve? No, not Steve.
Claire.
Was it McCracken?
Yeah, she was... Claire, her name was. Oh, God, I was 17. Young, dumb and full of cum.
He went there.
Could you get a passport? Could you get a passport to go to Ireland in the 17th century?
You didn't need a passport.
Yeah, it was
In the
fucking English
17th
back then.
century? Oh, right.
It was English back then. You didn't need a passport.
So you didn't need a passport back then, Ken?
No.
Okay.
It was 17 quid to go to Ireland on a ferry.
We're big on the 17th.
Yeah, but it was 180 to get back.
Yeah.
It's like the toll on the. Is it like the toll on the?
Yeah. The Severn Bridge.
That's the one.
Yeah. Yeah.
nothing to go west, but it's extortionate
Not to come
back
back
east. Yeah.
I wonder what happened to her.
What, the Severn Bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was a nice person. I liked her.
Yeah.
Ay.
Yeah, you still had to have your shots.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
I'm not saying my wife's a large woman, but when she sits around the house, she really sits round the house.
Oh, God. Les Dawson.
So she could jump in the air and get stuck?
I'm not saying she was a bad cook, but when she did, the cockroaches would go out to eat.
So when she walked in front of the TV, you missed half of your show?
Yeah. When she put lipstick on it, crawled back into the case and cried.
No.
No? Okay. Kate Bush been round then?
Not lately.
Okay.
No, I had my go. Had my chance. Blew it.
Had your chance, blew it, yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately. Oh. That's better. Sit still. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Keith, is it true that you had to give up dating Kate Winslet because you had a bad case of wind?
Kate Winslet.
Yeah.
I've got a bit of a Titanic answer for that one, but I don't think I should reveal it.
Okay.
He tried. His heart just didn't go on.
Go on.
Righty-ho. Good.
Tell you what, Keith is an absolute pun factory. He really is. He's very, very quick. Very quick.
Kate Winslet was funny in Extras as the foul mouth non-extra.
Mm.
You guys see that?
Yeah. Yes, I remember that. Go on in, new topic.
Cock rings.
Mm.
No, okay. How about new topic? New topic. Who's got the best plugins at the moment?
Oh gosh.
Jade.
What?
Jade.
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 Are you talking about life, plants, something?
No,
What?
No, he's talking about nice smelling rooms and
Yeah, Jade
toilets and
plugins.
things.
Glade.
Yeah, Glade.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Oh.
Glade.
Had a chance,
Glade.
fucked it.
Oh,
Ah, dear me. It'd be very expensive, wouldn't they? Jade plugins.
Jade goodie.
Yeah.
Find them on the Antiques Roadshow.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a nice bit of jade.
I don't know. I think value for the dollar, I got to go with Cherry Audio.
Yeah.
They just sound great. They're affordable. Actually, one of the tracks on Shameless Plug, my new EP, was done with all Cherry Audio stuff.
Have you got a new EP, Justin? Do tell us about it.
I bought it.
Can you play the first track, even on piano? On piano?
Oh, I can play a little bit of it.
A little bit.
He's gonna pretend now that he can't.
He's going to mime it.
Yeah, Top of the Pop style.
Yeah, really.
No,
Justin, really, really on Top of the Pops, I'll use the DX7. Yes, Andrew.
Nothing. You carry on playing very loudly.
Okay. I can bring it down.
I can still see you, Robbie.
There you go.
Hey.
Very nice.
I find that very Vic Wakeman-ish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
think
you
they're
try
recording.
playing that on a theremin.
Let's
Try playing it on two theremins. Come on.
Yeah.
Set a challenge.
My teeth don't have theremins.
3.
Oh, he said tooth theremins. I don't have tooth theremins.
They haven't got two teeth either.
Well, there is that.
Yeah.
I used to be decadent, then I have all my teeth out, and I'm a unident. Oh shit!
You asked for it.
I don't know where my frog is.
Is that a euphemism?
It could be.
Yeah.
I can see giraffe of indifference, but
I'd want to get an iguana of I don't care.
I'm wondering if Noah's had it, because he did have a penchant for that frog.
He had a penchant for that frog, did he?
Yes, he did. He was actually very, very taken by it, and I think he.
Oh, you're gonna find a sticky frog now.
Yeah, there's going to be this destroyed frog out in the back garden.
I was once in a French restaurant and I said to the waiter, "Do you have frog sandwiches?" And he said, "Oui." And I said, "Hop over the counter and make it snappy." Oh no! Hang on.
No, that's not.
No, I said, "Get the cheese and make it." No, hang on a minute. I said, "My dog's got no nose." But if you go over the counter, no, hang on a minute.
No.
Knock. I said.
I ordered the toad in the hole, and I don't know what they served me, but it wasn't that.
You poor thing. I complain. I would. That's what I'd do. Did I mention my dog's got no nose?
Mm.
Huh.
Don't tell that we're all going to die on stream.
It's like that cartoon where the waitress goes up to the table and she says to the bloke, she goes, "Are you ready to order?" And he goes, "Well," he says, "I really don't know what to have." And she goes, "How about the duck?" And turns to the duck and goes, he goes, "Oh, I'll have the lasagna, please." You see it?
Did he speak perfect English, this dog?
No, he spoke Quackanese.
Quackanese.
Huh.
It was a Japanese duck.
Oh.
Did he have his drink in a beaker?
It didn't go down very well, did it?
Oh.
I'd have thought a better joke than that.
Go on.
Ida.
Duck.
Oh, no. Now, yeah, we're getting me really down in the mouth.
Oh, God. No, I can't think of anything. How do you speak into this?
I've run. Oh.
Yeah.
There's an urban myth that ducks. If you record a duck, you can't put reverb on it. You can't hear reverb from a duck quack. But I've found you can. If you hit them in a tunnel with a really big bat, you get a lot of reverb. You do.
Fun fact, since he's talking about ducks and geese are the only birds that have penises. So, just fun fact.
Are they all in your bottom?
They all have cloacas except for the ducks and geese. The anseriformes have a penis.
Okay.
They have cloacas.
Yeah, common opening.
Oh, okay.
It's called a cloacal kiss, which is very descriptive.
Yeah, okay.
Did you know if you put a pigeon in an auditorium and it makes a sound, you won't hear any reverb?
Yeah, the acoustics are horrible.
It's acoustics, yeah.
Wow.
So I remember one time as a kid, I fed my younger brother soap flakes instead of cornflakes for breakfast. He was so angry he foamed at the mouth.
Oh dear. Two nuns in the bath. One says, "Have you got a chicken sandwich?" No, it's an alligator. No, hang on. She's got a dog. No, hang on a minute. My dog's got. Hang on. I'll get there in a minute. I'll come back to this.
Work that one out.
I'll work on it. I'll work on it. I'll work on it.
Did you hear about the cannibal that was expelled from school for buttering up the teacher?
So this dog I had, it was with a nun in a bath, and it was crossing the road with a chicken.
I'm so close to suicide now.
Well, I haven't played anything yet.
Well, there is that. There is that. Andrew, quick, show us some carpet. Quick, we need help.
I don't want your camera to start wiggling so much. So
No, it won't. I've got control over all of that, Andrew. I'm in control.
Yeah, right.
I've been for therapy. None of that happens. I just want I'm just curious as to your carpet.
yeah, it's the same old boring carpet.
Yeah, go on, show it me.
Well, hold on.
I'm just thinking about it now.
I have too much.
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Is it tiles? Oh, it's tiles.
Oh boy, is he thinking about it.
If you've got a rug.
Oops.
Oh, here we go. Oh.
Sorry, I had a mishap there. There.
I'm so over it.
See?
So
Same
over
old boring carpet.
I'm so over it.
I know. I warned you.
Now, if that was lino.
It is, isn't it? It's like having your teeth pulled by a horse.
With tiny hooves.
Clippity clip.
Hey, Justin, can you play the Cheers theme?
The first part of it. Oh, I could play the piano part. The piano.
Yeah, the piano riff.
Yeah, the riff. Yeah. The only reason I know that part of it and not really the rest of it is because one of my bands does a blues song that the original singer, that the lead singer wrote about his dog, called Mr. Pop, and the dog's name is Dr. Niles Crane.
Ah, there you go.
So if we end the song with that kind of big, trash can, live concert ending, and the very last thing you hear, is that, we're hoping somebody at least gets the reference.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Mm. Oh, now I get that Supertramp song stuck in my head.
Yeah, well, no, it does.
That's such a brilliant tune.
Mm. Yeah, it's not a bad thing.
Oh, no. I love that song.
Are you playing that earlier? I missed it.
Well, Kent was playing it a little bit, but I was just playing it now.
Is that Breakfast in America?
Oh, Take the Long Way Home.
Long Way Home, yeah.
It's on the same album.
I've for years I've used Crime of the Century, the album, as a reference whenever I'm mixing for anything because it's so perfectly balanced.
That's such a great album.
It's so perfectly balanced. If you use that as a reference point, it's just brilliant. And you start adding dynamics back into stuff which people have taken all the dynamics out of. And it just makes such a difference. It's a huge, huge difference.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can play quieter and it works. You cannot play at all and it works.
Mm-hmm.
You can use different instruments. Try that.
And it works, yeah.
Yeah, very quiet. Yeah, it's
you don't have to brick wall everything. It works.
Yeah, the whole brick wall thing drives me nuts. Yeah. That was all about radio play. And we're over those days because radio play doesn't happen anymore. But still, everyone's doing the loudness wars. And it's just... We have this on the show, actually. We often on the show will play videos where some geek that's listened to all that shite, for years, is still trying to max out the voice and the music and the backgrounds on the videos that they show. And it's kind of, we can't compete with that. We don't want our mic volumes that loud. So it's kind of, it's gotten out of control.
Trying to get the LUFs figured out.
But no, they're not looking at the LUTs. They're just doing, as long as it's not distorting and as long as it's not completely square, then we're good. They're just trying to get it as loud as possible. It's annoying. It's really, really annoying.
If anything, it's fatiguing to me. Like my ears,
Yeah.
like oof.
Well, it is, and it actually is fatiguing, and it does have an impact on hearing. So yeah.
Yeah, so very often when I mix, like when I did the retroactive EP, I actually mix at a relatively quiet volume. And I rarely check it at a loud volume. Maybe like just to see, because I know some people like to listen to music loud. I just like to see, what it kind of sounds like. But if I can hear everything that I think I need to hear at a relatively quiet volume, like say the main melody line, the drum groove's got some energy to it, like basically everything that I would want to hear at a quiet volume, if I can hear it there, then it's pretty much going to translate okay at a loud volume.
Well, you say that, Justin, but
Yes, I
actually,
do.
I tend to play back at not a loud volume, but at a respectable volume, because I want to be able to go hear what's happening when it gets quiet, and I want to be able to have those really quiet passages still doing stuff, and I want to be able to hear those.
Oh, I do that too. Yeah.
Those will disappear if all you do is listen very quietly. Those disappear. So I want to be able to hear that.
I do that too. Again, I don't listen, loud for a very long period of time. I'll occasionally, bring the volume up when it does get to a soft section and check the relativeness between, say, a loud section and a soft section. Just to make sure that I'm hearing, what I need to hear. But again, just to make sure that I don't, overdo it with, the volume as far as my hearing goes and the health part of it. I tend to go moderate to, relatively quiet.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get that. I tend to do all my mixing via Braille.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you and Stevie Wonder would get along very well.
No, he's blind.
Justin, do you mix on headphones or speakers?
Both.
Okay.
So I've got speakers here, and obviously it's going to translate a lot different from speakers than with headphones. But the nice thing about speakers is if I wanted to, say, hear it in mono, I could just walk away from the desk and go to another part of the room and then hear what things sound like. So, the sound changes as I move around the room. But, relatively, I'll sometimes start in headphones because if I'm not working down here, I'm working upstairs in my apartment and I don't want to disturb anybody up there. So most of the time when I'm writing, I'll be in headphones. When I get to mixing, I'll want to be on some speakers and at least a couple different pairs of them.
What about for you, Kevin? Keith, rather. Sorry.
I've got nothing to mix.
You've got nothing to mix?
No.
You don't have any coffee or mashed potatoes or anything like that?
Well, I've tried mixing those and I've really not liked the taste. No.
Okay.
No, honestly, I've got nothing to mix. I've got, I've made a very poor effort at Cubase since I've got it. Dom's music, which is I'm likely to just record onto a stereo track rather than a bass part and a treble part. So I haven't got anything beyond that, Andrew, to be honest. So
you're recording straight to stereo, yes? That's mixing.
Wasn't that how records were done in like the 50s and 60s? You had to balance
40s,
like in real
20s,
time.
No,
20s,
no,
30s,
yeah.
40s, 50s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not putting down 2, 3, 4 tracks of, a drums and guitar and a bass and a synth and trying to get everything to balance. That's all. I've got nothing. That's all. I've got nothing beyond that.
But even that, there is tonality and where you pan things and how loud they are. Even if you're going straight to a stereo mix, you've got lots and lots of modules and synths there. So you must be running a lot of them at the same time. Yes?
No.
No.
No. One day, I'll get together. I'll get myself together and try a hardware jam, which is a Monday
That'd be
night.
really cool. That'd be really cool.
And that will be my biggest challenge, because that to me will be, running several tracks of something, and either playing stuff into it, or just running your sequences or ops and drums and things, just and then you just get the balance from that. But
so I mean, I'm intrigued. I'm really intrigued, because you've got a shitload of kit there. Why are you not running lots of different instruments at the same time? I'm just intrigued. I'm not. It's not. I'm not observing or making any criticism. I'm deeply intrigued.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm slowly getting my head round things. What's got arpeggiators on it, what I can sequence on, that I can, trigger, if you like. I've bought a couple of modules to try and get myself some drums and beats going. I should just get hold of some of the rack stuff and just, play a basic drum track, and then just put a, I don't know. I think I just need to sit down and do it, Andrew. I'm just, it's not trying to make excuses.
No, it's not about excuses. I'm seriously intrigued how, when you've got all of that kit, you're not.
Yeah, I know. I'll probably end up more of a collector's label than putting out no music. Partly, and because my fascination with synths and sound design and things has just been the way that, the instruments that have created the sounds and how they create them. So these days you talk about synth engines as to how, what they're capable of and things like that. So, a lot of my stuff is built around that, if you like. But so now I've got Cubase this year, then I do intend to do things. And say Dom's music is a little bit I've done. It's my first, my first project. I need to crack. I need to crack that. Ultimately, I need to crack that, and then move on.
That's hugely lovely to hear, and I really want to hear what you're doing at some point when you feel able to. I'd love to hear your electronic voice. I'd love to hear it, Keith. I really would.
I have one track on Bandcamp or SoundCloud or even YouTube with a little video. If it's on YouTube, if you go and look at it on YouTube, it's called Snowflow, and that was recorded in 1993 with a mate on something like an Amstrad MIDI hi-fi system, which had a 4-track cassette recorder in it, and that was his. So hence the 1993 cassette quality after I burnt it to a CD, and then obviously that's the copy that I have. But I mean, that's me, and so my mate who's playing the guitars on it. So there's lots of stuff inside me. It's getting it out.
I want to hear the stuff inside you, Keith. I really do. I'm sure you're gonna delight all of us.
I just want to say I'd like to leave something before I go, which is,
It's not next Thursday, so we've got a bit of time.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I
just need to get Dom's stuff done, and then go from there.
That'll be. I look forward to that, Keith. I do.
I'm always proud of what the music that I've written, and then there's, never, no one ever hears it. So I just got to a stage in life where I just want people to hear it. Probably quite eclectic, for what I've done over the years. So
I'm interested. So a lot of people, many of us included, will be turning out tunes and doing partial bits and things and whatever, but we don't share them with the world because we somehow, all of us have imposter syndrome, right? All of us, every single one of us. So I don't want to play it because then they'll find out that despite all this wonderful gear around me, I'm an imposter. I'm just getting away with it, or I'm really terrible or something. Everyone that I know that's thought that plays me something, I always hear something really good from them, always. So I'd love to, I hope that's not been something. Well, if it has been something, because I'm sure it has, that stopped you from playing some of this stuff to other people or recording it. I hope you do actually record some of this stuff, Keith, because I'd love to hear what you've done. I'd love to hear what you've come up with. Seriously?
Yeah, no, it's coming. It's coming. I've just got to. I still have an objective here of Cubase, but there we go. It's such a big, it's just a big thing for someone who's not used the DAW before.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Simple as that. It's
and it's difficult when you're not as pretty as Kent.
No.
Who's another one that needs to start sticking some stuff out, Kent?
Oh, mate.
God's sake, man.
Well, I did something today.
Well, good. Did you record it and release it?
No, it's only a little thing. I did this. There you go. That's it.
That's very lovely. It's a start.
Yeah.
Do you know what? That's
more key switching you can throw a stick at.
But that's the kind of thing you could throw out to the world, all of the people here, and say, do one thing and send it back. Do one thing, one additional thing, and see where it goes. You could do a round robin on that. You'd end up with something magnificent, I'm sure.
It does sound suspiciously like something I did before, though.
Well, but then other people adding things to it would take it away from whatever.
Yeah, but who hasn't done something they've done before? This is the style, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And some of us don't have carpet.
Guilty as charged.
Just buy yourself a little square of carpet so you always have some handy.
No.
Yeah. Get
a remnant or something. Carpet remnant.
No.
What do they call them? Squatch. No, what do they call them? Squatch.
Like a swatch or remnant. Yeah, little pieces
Swatch,
of carpet.
that was it. Yeah.
And you can just kind of pet it like a mice and men. I will stroke it and call it George.
Oh, and I will call him George, and he will be my friend.
Yes.
Hug him and squeeze him and call him George.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm just 2 months out of Rugs Anonymous. Don't start me down that.
Oh.
Really.
Well, don't go to the other one. It's a toupee. Rugs Anonymous, right?
Oh, that's interesting. It's a stain pedal with AI.
Oh.
It sustains when it feels like it.
You mean that new AI music? It's almost interesting.
Yeah, almost. Bloody thing going off by itself. So what was this track called, Keith?
My track?
Yeah.
Snowflow. In fact, I've got a song written that I think I really need to put onto Justin. Because, because my piano playing is vampy chords on the left hand and
melody on the right.
Yeah, which is the melody on the right's fine, if you like, sort of. But the vampy left is just doesn't suit the song. Would you be interested?
I wonder if there's a way you can send me the melody of it and see what I'll see what I can do with it.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I could. And the other thing is, my playing is, it's not great, and I'm going to put a question out there. I used to play for Morris Dancing Side. For about 7 years, I started on the piano accordion and then went on to the English concertina. And I gave it up for quite a long time. And I went back for about 3 years. But I found that on the English concertina, you're just playing a melody line, one note melody line.
Yeah.
And I'd play tunes that I've known for 30 years. And in the middle of a tune, I'd forget the next note. Have to wait for another 1 or 2 bars, join back in again. And my playing is very much like that. Pick anything that I've played for a long time, and all of a sudden, your mind goes blank.
Yeah.
And
I think that happens to all of us, Keith. If you haven't played something for a long time.
No. These are tunes that are just so ingrained into my head, so ingrained. Yes, Magoo, but it's on Night Runnings on. It might be the YouTube one, and I think some of it. The others I might have called it Snowflow, but yeah. So that's one of the issues. Is that's why I say to Justin, if he's interested, I can put up a rendition on YouTube. Because it'll get out the tune and things like that. It's be more than adequate. But it's a song and a tune I wrote for 2 friends who a couple of years ago moved up to the Outer Hebrides, the west coast of the Outer Hebrides, and they've taken up a crofting lifestyle, and they are building a house which will be featured on Grand Designs. So I would just love to get it recorded and someone to sing it, for when they finally finish their house, and they'll probably have a housewarming or something, they could play it.
So you've got lyrics, and then you basically have a whole song, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the only thing I'm stuck with is the middle 8 or the bridge or whatever it's called in the middle.
Okay.
It's about 75% written, and I just cannot unlock the last bit of it. And the tune's been written since sometime in 21, so it's
okay.
It's yeah. I'm just saying it's sort of like 95% written, if you like the tune, and things like that.
Yeah, throw it up on YouTube, and I'll have to figure out how to get me a link to it so that I can learn it and see what I can do to help out with it.
I mean, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
That
cool.
would be absolutely great if
Oh,
you're
no, absolutely.
you're up for
La
that.
la la. La 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 la. Does it go like that?
It
La la
does.
la la.
It does. That's unbelievable because that is remarkably Scottish, which is
La 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 la.
So if I'm going to do that line, I either need to do that on a JX8P or a Korg Poly 6.
Yeah.
Or a Jupiter 8, which the fucker stole from me, but there we go.
Oh.
Yeah. That's a very
Lion
nice
King.
piano.
Yeah, it sold. What's her name?
Mrs. Mills.
Alicia Keys.
Alicia's Keys.
Now we've got Mrs. Mills' piano as well in the library.
Do you have? Oh, cool.
Yeah. Because it's at Abbey Road now.
Yes, it is.
Isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
They sampled the shite out of it.
Oh, what is that one? Nashville C3 on the M8X. I rather like that piano.
Which one is it?
It's a very American. It's a very American sound.
But was that Emerson?
C3.
Justin, was that Emerson?
That was 100% improvised.
Oh, was it? It sounded a bit like Emerson's Piano Concerto No. 1 off the Works Volume 1.
No, I
Okay.
don't know a single note of that. No, I just kind of
I'm
made
sure
that
you
up.
played one of them. No, I'm sure you played one of them.
I played. There's a piano solo off of a later album called Black Moon.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Called Close to Home.
I wonder if I was thinking of that.
I used to know that one.
But, I mean, that's got a fantastic Romeo and Juliet in it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That is absolutely Emerson.
Yeah, the nice big GX1 kind of brass sound.
That's a nice piano, yeah.
I actually did. There's a tune on that album called Changing States, another instrumental. I actually did that at a Korg event at the music store I used to work at in Wells to open it. And I sequenced it on, this was like 2006, 2007 or something like that. So they were giving away a Korg X50 and then they were demoing like pretty much the lineup at that time. So it was the Triton Extreme, the Radius, the TR, and then the Micro X. So to open it, I ended up doing that piece of music, like pretty much on all four of those instruments.
Can you remind me how it goes a little bit? Thank you. Yeah, that's
probably
it.
sound better over here.
That's very loud, Justin.
That's how he likes it.
It's rather interesting because I'm hearing the same mix you guys are hearing.
It's very. Wow, it's very bright. Very loud.
So, Justin, do you watch the? She's been about for a while. Rachel Flowers. Have you watched her YouTube?
I've seen a few of those videos.
Yeah.
Like the things that she's done on Emerson's actual instruments.
Oh, she's been up at EMBI, hasn't she?
Yeah.
And things. Amazing player.
Oh, absolutely.
Highly recommend searching her out on YouTube.
Oh, that wasn't loud. This is loud.
No.
No? Then it might be that. Very nice piano sound used in November Rain. I couldn't tell you what that one was.
Andrew, have you got your cloud lifter yet?
I have, but it's in the other room on the main setup. It works really well.
Good. I got one and I tried it with this microphone and it didn't work.
Really?
So, well, assuming it does work, because I bought it off of eBay, but I've only got this microphone to test it on, so I've got nothing else. So it's either not suitable or I bought something duff. It wasn't expensive, but...
Well, a cloud lifter will give you about 25 to 30 dBs of boost in the gain, which means you're getting a lot more dynamic range. That's certainly... I've had to turn down the input gain a lot on the mic channel, and it's just made it... I think it's made it a lot clearer.
How's my microphone? Because second time I've used it, and I've no idea whether it's too near, too far.
Oh, that's good.
It sounds really good. Yeah, it sounds really good.
That's fine, as long as it's not overpowering or too quiet, then that doesn't need anything else, then does it?
No.
Great.
No, sounds good. Sounds good.
And this was Dom's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bless.
Yeah, beautiful.
Indeed. And the funny thing is, if you go up close and sniff it, it's got a scent. Don't know what it is, but there is a scent in there that...
Some might say it'd be safer not to know what it is.
No, it's perfectly legal, I'm sure.
Oh, okay.
Marmoset, I would guarantee, is going to be marmoset you're smelling. Dom was known for his collection of marmosets that roamed the studio at will whenever he wasn't on camera. Yeah.
No, because some people were known for having badger and...
cucumber sandwiches, yeah.
No, it wasn't badger. It was badger and...
strawberry.
What was the other one, Kent?
Oh, it's marmosets, wasn't it? It was marmosets.
No, it wasn't marmosets.
Was it not marmosets?
No, it was badger. No, someone had a badger in this studio, and someone had the
baboon.
Baboon, yeah. So
baboon.
I mean, you know, yeah.
We don't need no stinking badgers.
Paws like shovels. That's what it's all about. Which one was? Oh yes, because Fiona came in dressed as a badger, wasn't it, and beat the shit out of me.
Yeah.
While Philp was dressed as a baboon and attacked Ty. Happy days.
Yeah, it was.
Happy days.
Happy days.
Happy days.
Used to love it when old Dom used to lose it, and such an infectious laugh.
Yeah. Well, one of my favourite memories was when he had Oliver Gold on. And Lula May, I can't remember the sentence, but she said something about blah 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 shat or something, and Oliver picked up on it. He sort of couldn't let go, you know. He sort of like laughing hysterically, couldn't let go, but didn't make any more of it. Like,
yeah.
I can imagine Sophia in the background absolutely wanting to pull every plug out and go downstairs, pull the fuse box out, you know, and before Oliver, you know, just went over the top, but
yeah,
you know, he managed to contain himself, you know, without any, you know, rude words or offence or anything like that. But
yeah,
you know, I wasn't surprised if poor old Dom got an ear bending that night with you know, where his guests were going and things like that. And
yeah, but it was good. It was funny because having Luna May there meant you had to be with the humour. You had to be more creative.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
like, rather than go straight to the common denominator. You know. So it was good. It was a good laugh.
Yeah.
I loved that. Really miss it. I really miss it. Mind you, doing the 50 quid every Sunday on the for the Great Ormond.
Yeah.
Because I already do a weekly donation to Great Ormond as it is, and I was doing that on top. And the idea was to, keep it relevant, sort of as an encouraging thing with anybody who watched the show.
Do you know, I missed all of this.
Yeah?
Yeah, I missed all of it. All of it. I spoke
funny
to Dom perhaps twice.
Well, Dom phoned me up one day. He goes, "You realise you've done over 2,000 quid?" I went, "Have I?"
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Oh, mate. But she got that big certificate thing saying she was their best fundraiser.
Top 10% or something, wasn't it? Of their
she was right up
fundraisers?
there. Yeah, they had her on display in the foyer of the hospital and everything.
The shows are still up there, Andrew. It's well worth.
I'll go and have. I have had a look at a few. I only got involved. Yeah. I only got involved and got to know about Dom when it all went pear-shaped. Really, I've met him a couple of times, but we'd never really connected, which was a shame because I'm sure we'd have got on very well. But,
no, he was a force of nature. That guy, he really was.
Yeah, his legacy, became very apparent. Very, very apparent.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a legacy to leave! Wouldn't it be nice to be remembered as well as he has been for doing what he's done? Yeah. Certainly something to aspire towards. Ken, are you around tomorrow? Well, actually, tomorrow, Saturday, we need to have
I'm around most days.
Yeah, well, I know that. Yes. Orbital. I'm going to head off because I've got things to do first thing.
Yeah, it's still a school night, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You'd never know it.
I've been feeling it the last 2 hours anyway.
Keith,
what am I doing tomorrow?
The
show?
That thing.
No, what? I'm working on something. I've got to hope. Am I starting that CS80?
Oh, no, not that.
It's going to be an uphill struggle, that one.
Yeah.
Somebody saying to me that I should film it and stream me repairing it.
Well, there's a pub right there.
Yeah, there's a long, boring video.
Yeah. I've still got my entire studio to rewire, so I'm going to leave that until after the show. Because otherwise it will all be mayhem.
How long does it take to prep for PSN? About 2 seconds for me, normally.
Yeah.
Actually, I spend the first 5 minutes saying to Fiona, "Where the hell's my T-shirt?"
Yeah. Yeah. I found the skanky crumpled one in a corner that I forgot to put in the laundry basket.
You know what?
So I'll probably be wearing that tomorrow night.
The one that makes me laugh is when I come in and I've been tied up with something or other. So I've managed to find the T-shirt wherever Fiona puts it after washing it or something like that. I put it on, I come in, I haven't seen the topics, I haven't reviewed anything or anything like that, and the music's playing, and go, time to wing it.
So that's every show for you?
Pretty much, yeah, I think so. So I have a fresh take on it. Hasn't been tainted by any preambling with it.
Or knowledge.
Or any sort of expertise whatsoever. Yeah.
It works.
Because I remember there was one week where Robbie sent out the topics and everything, and he sent them out early. I think they come out about Tuesday or Wednesday or something like that. And there was one thing on there that was like a lot of, I go, oh yeah, I like this. And I downloaded it and I went through it and, found out all the nuts and bolts of it, the insides and outs of it and everything like that. And then come the Friday, there wasn't time to cover it, and they didn't cover the bloody thing. And they didn't pick it up next week. And it was like, oh, for fuck's sake. I would have been better off just not bothering.
I think it's funny how much time. I mean, I don't know about you, but I end up spending an enormous amount of Friday and or whatever other days just looking at the topics, trying to work out what's going on, just so that I can talk bollocks, basically. But it's bollocks where there's a certain amount of research beforehand, but it's still bollocks.
Yeah, but I mean, you have sometimes you get like this topic, and it's about something. You remember like that plank of wood thing?
That was
we had a couple of issues, and I watched Robbie had sent me the link, and I watched it, and I'm going, what the hell can I find to say about that?
Yeah.
And then there was what's that other little thing, the Vogon or whatever the hell it was called?
The Vongon.
Where the writing had been done in that colour that you couldn't read the front panel.
Yeah, but those kinds of things are gifts because with the plank of wood, it just occurred to me immediately. It's a fucking plank of wood, and that was everything started with and came back to that. It's a plank of wood. How can they be charging $1,000 for that? And with the Vongon, much the same. You can't see anything. I don't get it.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't say something negative about every single thing that comes on. And
well, you don't want to. I actually want to give kudos to everything that comes. I want it to all be good, but it isn't all. Sometimes it's not.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can give an opinion on something. You go, it's my personal take on that particular piece of equipment.
But that's why there's a good balance with three of us doing it, because each of us.
Well, that's it, because we all got sort of like different takes on it either way. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how hard is it to critique something when it's not for you?
Do you know what? Sometimes it's really hard.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not always easy to see.
No, it's not easy.
Because at the end of the day, it's not for you, and it doesn't suit me. It doesn't suit my style or my workflow and things like that. And if you get a show with too many, it's not your fault.
Yeah,
is it?
Well, yeah, but you have this sort of like go-to. I mean, I've heard a lot of people use it on. Richard Hilton uses it a lot as well, where he'll say, it looks very good, actually. It looks very interesting, blah, 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 but it's not for me. It doesn't, it's and he goes, I can't really give an opinion on that because it's not really my thing. But I find you can only use it so many times,
Well, I mean, for me, because I've done a bit of marketing along the way, trying to find audiences, my role is often trying to connect the technical teams with the audience and work out how those two things mix. So for me, it's not always. It may not be for me. It may not be something I'd use, but I try to understand the audience, and I try to see how it might be applicable to their workflows, because workflows are important. So but there are some things that are just irredeemably shit, and some things which are wonderful, regardless. For reasons that
but it's weird, isn't it, that there's this consideration for feelings, even though these are inanimate objects. I mean,
but they're instruments. Instruments are ways for us to express feelings.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody says to me, CS80s, they're overpriced, they're overweight, they're a waste of space, blah blah blah. I go, okay, fine. I'm not hurt by them saying that.
No, but I still have to have one in my life, kind of thing. Yeah,
but if somebody says that to me, my feelings aren't hurt.
No.
But there seems to be this sort of like this critique of people losing their shit over things that other people say in the reviews, and they go, "But really, it doesn't affect you."
Well, that's the
why
whole.
are you getting upset about that?
That's the whole Beringer thing. There are some people for whom Beringer is the evil incarnate, and I get that. And there are some people for whom Beringer have released things that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to experience that kind of instrument.
Yeah, I can see both sides of that coin. I can see both sides of that coin. Yeah,
absolutely.
I like to take the piss out of Beringer because I don't want to. As I've said to Robbie, I said there's a lot of synth shows out there. There's a lot of gear reviewing shows. It'd be just nice to have every now and again do something different than what all the. I mean, how many shows have there been out there where a piece of gear is reviewed, right? Robbie goes, right, blah, 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 yeah, I think it's quite this or that and everything. Then go to you, and you go, not really, I'm not getting this at all. And you go, what about you, Ken? And I'm there hanging myself, right? It's different.
Well, that's why you guys don't cover modular, because a lot of people in the group aren't into modular. That's why Ramsey covers modular, because he likes modular.
Well, this is another thing. See, you don't want to walk on other people's toes. I mean, if there's a module comes out that's like it's the next best thing. It's some sort of like really cool sort of morphing VCO or something like that. If we were to cover it, we could only cover it lightly. We couldn't go mad on it. But more to the point, we want to leave it open for Rands to be able to talk about it.
Right, but you want to cover it if you have some expertise.
Yeah,
and
for Jamie to talk about it as well, And I mean,
actually, that's
Rands
the point.
has this thing. Rand's show is literally the following day.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And we all know there is a set amount of us that we watch these shows. We're bumping into old friends all the time. Every time we go on there. Some of the shows have people that come in, there's people that watch Rands that don't watch PSN, or people who watch Sonic State who don't watch Rands or don't watch us or whatever, and that's fine. But there's a core group of us that are kind of always there all the time,
Yeah.
And to be able to watch the show and then hear somebody else say exactly the same thing about it the following day. And then 2 days after that, and it's all like,
Plus, the other reason people get bent out of shape is if they own the thing you're criticizing, they feel like they belong to a club of the owners, and they feel dissed, or they feel they getting criticized for the money they spent on it, right?
Well, I think it's not. I think people focus far.
I'm not
too
saying
much on
it's supposed to happen that way, but a lot of people do feel.
No,
yeah, it does feel that way. Yeah.
Hang on. People focus on criticism far too much because most of the time, honestly, all of us want to give a really good review and to like the things that are presented to us. And sometimes that falls outside of our area of expertise. So, modular is one of those. Although I really understand modular. I've done modular. Yeah, I did it years and years ago. I've not done any of the Eurorack stuff really. But I've got lots of people working in modular. Yeah. So we give an opinion, and the opinions we give are also sometimes we may need, sometimes I will change my mind by the very next week and say, you know what, I was wrong about this last week. But that's just because you're giving a live reaction to stuff, and that's kind of what's fun about the show because
some gear you don't
really
get
honest.
it straight away, do you? Some gear you just don't get straight away.
Yeah.
Like you say, the following week you go, no, actually that was quite good, or oh, actually no, I was talking shit. That is crap. Whichever way it goes. But
I'm always pretty.
Also, another issue is people always say they want new stuff.
Yeah, but we knew that.
Developers give you new stuff, and then the people complain about it, which means they really don't want new stuff.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, but the other thing is, when you talk about expertise, for instance, right, and unless it was made 50 years ago, I'm not really going to be that much of an expert on anything that's coming out today. However, when you get the throwback, and that sometimes that doesn't work, like a plugin comes out and it's based on, I don't know, the Quadra, for instance, And Robbie goes, and what do you think? And I'm going, in my head, that sounds nothing like fucking Quadra. You know? I'm going, yeah, it's not bad and everything like that. But at the same time, I want to try and be truthful as well.
And
I don't want to always be down on stuff every time it comes out, you know?
The other part about Ken, is that
hello
that we're all three of us are keenly aware that even though we're a tiny, no one gives a shit show sort of thing, what we say can have an effect on people. But this is people's careers. People have put love and passion and maybe employment and their own money into these things.
There's that as well,
and so you kind of want to, if it's a Roland or a Korg, we can just go, nah, it's shit. If it's a small boutique maker, we want to try and find the good and to encourage them and to get, to help, because we're all
they got
those.
further to come up the ladder, haven't they?
Yeah.
Right from the
so
get-go.
we want to support those. We want to support independence. We really do, whether it's software or hardware or whatever. So striking that balance is kind of what we have to do.
But that ukulele nailed to a bit of wood. I really wasn't getting that.
Yeah, no.
I really wasn't getting it. And I'm going, what exactly are they trying to achieve here? I'm not getting it.
Well, and that and the Genius 2 got a kick in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
well, that was more for the price.
Well,
for me, it was like, I don't understand why that's £1,000 more. You know,
and for me, I don't know really why it got reviewed, because I would have thought a very, very small audience of PSN would be genuinely interested.
Yeah, well, because they stuck an FM engine in there. They put an FM engine in there, but it's not programmable. But I think that was
the thing is, it was a fun thing that has had a legacy that continues down even now. So people mention Genos too. It's become it was a bit of fun, and it was a cheap shot. But guess what? Sometimes those puns and those cheap shots work. It's not going to affect the lives of many people, other than the people that play it. Sadly, it's not going to affect people madly. It's a great. Once upon a time, I'd have died to have something like a Genos 2, but not at £1,000 more than a far, far better keyboard that I have to own, and you're sitting in front of, and so is Ken. It's just the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah, but I mean, there was always that. I can't think of the word, but there was kind of a something a bit wimpy about it being an arranger over a proper professional sense. Professionals don't use arrangers. I've had arrangers, and some of them I really like. I mean, I loved my i30. I think I still got it.
It was never.
I've still got a PSR 530.
There you go.
Yeah, it was.
There you go.
It was never the arranger. It was the fact it was £1,000 more. It had older versions of the. It had older versions of the two engines that it did have. It didn't have AWM. It had FM and AWM, and they were both older versions. Yeah. And it didn't have poly aftertouch. It had a really shit keyboard, and it's kind of okay. That's why it got stick. It was an old piece of kit, dressed up in, it's Emperor's New Clothes. That's what it was, and that's why we gave it stick. But it was also funny. It was really funny to do it, and the reactions we had were really funny as well. And it's fun,
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
So
when what's it called? Do a PA?
Yeah, they do a 5X.
That's another expensive loan arranger, isn't it?
Yeah, that's about $5,000.
Yeah, you're right.
But nothing wrong. Yeah, nothing wrong with an arranger keyboard. Nothing wrong with an arranger keyboard.
No, it just doesn't suit most. So I would say it doesn't suit most of the PSN audience.
Yeah.
No, but that's not a reason to slag it off. The reason it got slagged off was because it was too expensive. It was old software.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. No, and I pull mine out from time to time if I just want something I want to turn on, play to a drum track, play to whatever.
Yeah. Sorry, are we talking about the Genos here or your old fella?
My old fella. That
Right
being
hand
the
view.
that being the PSR 530.
But
Okay.
there is, I don't know. I maybe I'm imagining it, but there seemed to be this thing about the Arranger shouldn't cost more than its flagship.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Should it?
it costs whatever it costs. It costs whatever it costs. That it doesn't matter what it does. It matters whether or not the features work and do the job. That's all that matters. And if a Ranger does everything the MX-8 does, which is essentially also in a Ranger keyboard if you want it to be, it's got all the features and the functions.
Yeah,
It can
like
do
Wag
all of
said,
that
the
stuff.
Genos is pretty much just the Tyros.
Yeah, it
revamped.
is.
Yeah, it is. It's
So,
really
I
a
mean,
Tyros 6.
You know, if I was gonna do a gig in a pub on the fly, I'll quite happily have a Genos too.
No,
all day long.
no,
Yeah.
I wouldn't. But it's like, no, but at $2,000, it would have been a decent keyboard.
Yeah.
At five,
Yeah, this is it. It's
Not
that
with that
pricing,
keyboard.
That pricing.
no.
I played the
£1,000
original one at Guitar Center. The keyboard was horrible.
Yeah.
And unless Yamaha are expecting the price to plummet, like the Clavinovas did. You know,
possibly.
they come out at $5, and the next thing you know, they're going for
Like
$19.99.
2, yeah.
You know, within
Right.
a year of them coming out.
And I'm heading off, boys, because I've gone 20 minutes longer than I meant to. So,
Yeah, I've
big
got
love
that
to
data.
you. I'll see you
Yeah.
later, Kent.
Yeah.
Good night, all. Good to speak
All
to
right.
you all.
See you later.
No, Andrew.
Oh,
Ah.
gosh, you can't touch that on the fly. Where is he? There he is. There he is.
Back again
Bonjour.
with headphones. How are we?
Not bad.
Hey, look what the cat dragged in.
I've got a very loud tablecloth here.
Anyway, I'm going to go as well because my bum's getting sore on this chair, and I've got to try and get a new chair up here for next month
Oh.
because this is just painful. So
The thing is, I can highly recommend these Herman Miller chairs, but the price of them is just
They're like $2,000, right? Something like that.
no.
That's
I
a
think
Tyros right there.
I think this one was like, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think it was 400 quid. I mean, 400 quid for
Oh,
a
that's
chair.
cheap. I thought that more than that.
Yeah.
So, it might have been second hand for all I know. I can't remember.
no, I'm going to have to go much less on that budget. But I mean, so I've just got something coming for beginning of May. And this chair, I mean, it's probably 25 years, and it was office chair with one arm. It's never had two arms, and it's just appalling. And it's it's about time it just went. It was very battered second hand, and I got it from wherever I worked at the time.
Yeah.
So something new, something a bit more comfy, I think would be much better. Anyway, on that note, I should go and sink into a soft bed and have some sweet dreams. Good night.
All right, babe. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
They're dropping like flies now.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
No, I only
Here's
came
the
in
puppy
for a
for
moment
you.
because
Come on.
I've got a Genos in a
Yes.
box now. I've got a tiny little Genos. There it is right there. Can you see
Wow,
that?
look at that.
Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, beautiful.
That's
Look at
Genos in a
that.
box.
That's it.
That's some shiny
They don't do
shit
this
right
on the
there.
first day.
And this suits my
You can
style
feel-
of
you
music
can sense it.
perfectly.
Look at the one in the back. Look at the jealousy.
Oh, hello.
Let's talk about.
Sorry, I'm moving all over. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I
Alright,
get from
anyways.
Siri.
Carry on. This could get complicated.
Look at that puppy.
God.
Come on, Husky
Oh,
Pants. Come over. Come say hi, Husky
I'm living-
Pants. Where is he? Where is he?
Yeah. Hey, Sydney.
Come
Hold
on.
Let's see if we can get. Oh no, they're gonna wrestle. Okay.
He go, oh no, going to jump all over him instead.
Sydney. Yeah, Sydney's sweetheart.
Oh.
She won't talk much.
No.
She barely ever talks. I think I need another husky. Oh, my wife didn't like that
Yes,
idea.
they will. They will communicate quite a lot if you get a second one. Lots of singing.
That's what
Lot-
yeah.
Yeah.
I can waste a lot of time on Instagram watching those like husky things, or people put the little.
You know those
things,
one with that woman who's got
They're-
3 of them, the 3 huskies.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Brilliant stuff.
talk about.
The Andrews sisters all over again.
Yeah, I mean, one of them though. I think she's the reddish coloured one. She really screams though. She's like, that is sort of thing. She really gets carried away. Bless her.
They all talk, and they all have their own little language. And once you understand it, you sort of pick up so much. If you think about it, we can communicate with animals with no formal training, and we just have to be empathetic. And there's a big lesson there, I think.
Oh yeah. No, I mean with Charlie, is where's my sausage, you bastard? Because I get it every morning. I'm coming down the stairs in the morning. He walks to the bottom of the stairs, looks up at me coming down, going
Dialogue.
Yep. And that is like, come on then, in the kitchen. I want my sausage now. Bless him.
It's also that unconditional love that they give you, and that can't be replaced either. You know, dogs are just endlessly affectionate.
Yeah.
And that.
Yeah, he wasn't a fan of affection at all.
But they're affectionate to you for whatever the interaction there is. Yeah.
But what was interesting was when we, for the first 8 months or so, like we rub his head and he pull his head away. He's like, no, don't touch me. Today, I was laying in his bed with him, with my arm round him, and he was asleep on my shoulder. I go, yeah, you got used to it. You get it now. You're all right. Much more relaxed and legs up in the air. Chilled out. So I go, yeah, we got there. Bless him.
We've got a rescue cat, and it's been flitty and skittish ever since we got it, and didn't like being picked up and those sort of things. And even now, it's all on her terms. But it's that whole dynamic is conditioned by their early childhood, and of course, we don't see a lot of that often. You know, they do eventually come around. They do eventually sort of establish a rapport.
Yeah. Oh, they're off. Oh, bless them. Yeah, series 1 for just burying her head in your neck and pushing.
Yeah.
Try to get as close as humanly possible. You know. I mean, the amount of time she's taken my glasses clean off, just squeezing. She does this thing where she stands on her head. Literally, her head is right round and she's pressed down on her head with her ass up in the air, and she just wants you to go up and down her sides like this. She'd be there all day when we're doing that. Mind you, when you're trying to work on a synth and she's doing it, what a pain.
Occupational hazard.
Yeah, but she doesn't give a crap if there's a desolderer or, you know, oscilloscopes and stuff like that. Just mind them out of the way, pushes all the tools out of the way and snuggles up. And it's like, oh, come on in. 5 minutes and then bugger off. Got to get on with stuff. Bless them. Nellie just wants me to throw tennis balls. That's all she lives for. That's all she cares about. But she won't use that bloody automatic tennis ball launcher.
That's what my lab used to do. I love tennis balls. Get 3 in the mouth at once. And they throw a bunch in the pool, and it's swimming, try to get more in the mouth, and it would drop them all.
Well, Nellie, she's really weird. You got 2 tennis balls. She has one in her mouth that she won't put down, and the other one she sort of like kicks with her paw, and then walks along with it, so to go where she wants to go. She won't leave it behind. So
I used to do the disappearing tennis ball trick where I'd step on it and squash it to the ground. I go, where'd it go?
Yeah.
And would search the entire yard trying to find the tennis ball.
Yeah, no, I do that to Nellie. I just get the look of, it's under your foot, mate. Come on.
This dog didn't figure it out right away.
Oh, right, no.
Then I'd give him a peek and try to dig under my shoe.
Yeah, no. Nellie's a little bit too smart for her own good, that one. She's a moo. Bless her. So. But there you go.
Wow, conversation. Wow, look at that.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Serious.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Whew, they're getting serious, man.
Yeah.
I just love it. calories burned. I just want to see the meter.
Yeah. Yeah, I love
They
that
call
thing
it
Nelly
squirrel.
does. There's this thing that Nelly does. I don't know if yours do it. As Nelly will be down the bottom of the garden, Siri will come out and stand on the decking and just stare at her, and then Nelly does this spinning around really, really fast on the spot, really, really fast, and then when she starts doing that, Siri comes belting down and just leaps on her, and they're rolling about and going mad at each other, and then they run off and then chase each other. And God help you if you're in the way, they'll just take the legs out from under you.
Yeah,
and
no.
next thing you know, you're on your ass on the lawn going, "What the hell happened?"
Oh, I've seen people on their ass several times at the dog park, and you can see it coming. You're like, oh, and you're just like, boom, up, down.
Yeah.
I stay.
Yeah, there's that dangerous point where one of them just stops like mid-step and just stares. You go, "Here we go. Any minute now. It's going to kick off."
My little one is 37 pounds of just I don't know. It's like getting hit by a big rock. It comes at you, and it is just pure muscle and speed. So you got that speed with that, it hurts.
Yeah. Charlie does this thing where he just jumps up and pushes you as hard as he can, and that's a big dog. You go flying. He thinks it's hilarious. Tails wagging. He thinks it's really, all the ears go back. He thinks it's massively funny to do that.
I used to do like a bullfighter with my dog. I'd just jump out of the way and they go flying the other direction.
Yeah.
Just keep dodging them. They get frustrated.
Oh
yeah. Yeah.
I had one
Keep still.
to play hide and seek. And that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go outside and you could just hide. Of course, I would go in the house and cross over to the other side to the backyard, and I would just watch from the window. And then I would sneak back out, hide somewhere, and call it. Oh yeah, we could do that for a good half hour sometimes. Just running that poor dog ragged.
Yeah. Oh, but...
Eventually, you gotta let them find you though, or it's
Oh
get
yeah.
any anger.
Yeah.
They gotta win, or at least.
Yeah. It's all right for a little while. You don't want the frustration to set in too much.
I mean, these might do it. I don't know. You can't do it anymore because I can't let them run around the house because then they're out of the fence, and then I'm breaking these unbelievable laws. And how dare you?
No.
It's like,
yeah, the cancel culture's ruined it. I think I remember as a kid we used to be able to take we had a Cocker Spaniel. We used to take it down the beach.
Yeah.
In Adelaide, Adelaide beaches go for miles, and they just run and go through the water and chase the seagulls and have a wonderful time. But now it's all got to be on leash, and you can't go in certain beaches with that. And you got to take your plastic bag and pick up all the rubbish afterwards. I mean, it becomes so.
One of the problems in the U.S. is people have aggressive dogs and are proud of it, and they cause trouble for everybody else.
Well,
one kid gets bitten, one person gets scared, and it ruins it.
I'll tell you a story. I was one day I had a session to go to, and I was running late, and I run around the corner out of an alley to get on a tram to go down to South Melbourne to do the session. I think it was for a TV show. Australian actress Nadine Garner was singing a song, and we had to record it piano and vocals. I think it was What'll I Do, or one of those old classics. Anyway, so I run out of this to hear the tram coming from a couple of doors away, and running down this alleyway fast, came around a corner, and this little girl had this dog, and it's gone me. It's got a fright and just gone at me, and it's just taken this huge gash out of my leg and tore my pants down to the calf or so. And I said, "Are you okay?" Anyway, I missed the tram. I couldn't not catch a tram to get into the session. So I went as I was. It was too late to go back and change and find something else. So I came into this session with half my pants hanging off and my legs sort of still recovering. But funny, just a moment. But it's one of those things that the dogs will protect their owners vigorously. And she said, "Oh, what am I going to do?" I said, "Don't do anything. It wasn't your dog's fault. It wasn't your fault. It's not a vicious dog. It's just I frightened it, and that was its response. So it was fight or flight, and it took that option to protect you." But she was only a kid. I mean, what, you're going to have the family dog put down because you decided to take exception?
Yeah,
that's a stupid attitude. You know, you've got to understand the psyche of dogs, and you've got to understand that they're just behaving naturally. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's like that thing that Ricky Gervais did, where he's walking in the park and he's got the Alsatian walking along with him and just bounding about and playing and everything like that. And then there's this guy walking on the path and he goes, "That dog should be on a lead, you know. You got to think of others," like that. And he goes, "Oh yes, sorry, of course," like that. Gets the lead, puts it on the dog's collar, and goes like that. He goes, "Miserable fucking cocksucker. Oh, I'm really sorry. That's a bad. No, you shouldn't be like. Sorry about this." And he walks off.
Speaking on behalf of the dog, yeah.
Yeah. So no, I mean, same. I remember being a kid playing out in the field, and there was a couple of strays running around, and with all of us, and one of the kids just said, like, "Get him," like that, and the dog went, "Oh, okay," and went and bit me. It was like blood everywhere, like that. I go in to my mum. I'm about 8, 9 or something like that, and she goes, "Oh, you've been bitten by a dog. Oh, put some TCP on it." She goes, "This may hurt a little." I go, "Don't worry, it already does. Put some TCP on it and a bit of a bandage. Right, off you go and play."
It's interesting all the things we used to do in our childhood that aren't done now. Like when I was growing up, my parents would put gentian violet on my wounds as a disinfectant. And that was quite common. Other kids had mercurochrome, which is a bright red colour. So in the school playground, you see kids with purple knees or red knees. And then effectively some kids had iodine, so that was sort of browny colour. And it was
mercurochrome was popular when I was a kid.
Mercurochrome was mostly gentian violet was pretty rare, but we used to use that. But it's one of those things where we used to do that as kids, and now they won't use them because they think they're harmful in some way. And I mean, they probably are, but back in the day, it was all the rage. Heroin used to be used as an analgesic in childbirth.
Well, people used to catch insects and gas them with carbon tetrachloride until they found out it was nasty carcinogenic stuff.
Well, it was in dry cleaning fluid, in the 60s. And you could smell it from outside the shop. So it was a nice little gas chamber for the proprietors.
Yeah.
But no, just all these things we used to do that now have been sort of discontinued.
Yeah.
And then you look at the drugs now we take, and if you go to look at the side effect list, it's longer than the list of maladies you were trying to treat in the first place. And you wonder if there's really a decent trade-off to be had, or whether we're just scraping the bottom of the barrel now.
Yeah. God.
It's but yeah, with with dogs, you've got to let dogs be dogs, and that's part of their appeal. The minute you start trying to regulate them and you must be on a leash, you must be on a dog beach, you must be on a so and so, you mustn't let them near kids, you mustn't let the best thing to do with a bad dog is to walk across the other side of the street, because that way you both avoid problems.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, it's not really a bad dog. You get a bad owner. I mean, where, like Andy was saying about it, this trend about having these big muscular, aggressive dogs. Well, they were trained to be aggressive.
Yeah, we have a lot of real shitheads here with their bulls and all kinds of stuff that aren't responsible.
and they're literally using them as it's like carrying a gun. It's instead of carrying a gun, you get like a dog and you train him up to be a natural nasty bastard,
a penis extension. So
exactly, and so you have this aggressive animal, and they go, well, to keep that under control, dogs have got to be on the lead. So he goes, well, hang on a minute. So some people act like shit faces, and we've all got to conform to these new laws because of it. So it's sort of like, yeah, I can see why the law's in place, but you're going too far with it. You know, a bloke with a corgi, for fuck's sake. You know, it's like, it's not the same thing.
Hey, those vicious attack corgis. Are you kidding?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they started World War II, remember?
Are they mini corgis or micro? Are they micro corgis?
Those little stubby legs are micro, that's for sure.
Yeah, I like them when they sit up on their back legs and wave at you because they're called mob waves. No,
that's a vocoder. That's a vocoder.
Yeah.
That's a vocoder. Yes.
So, and you think, you put a law in place for a good reason, but then you let it go too far and it becomes stupid, you know. So you got a guy with a little walking along in the park with a Shih Tzu, and he can't run around and just bounce about and have fun. It has to be on this fucking harness all the time because of the regulations.
Well, look at the time period we live in. When MAGA's a big thing, you're all fucked, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, I can't have a Shih Tzu in the park anytime. They won't let me.
I don't know.
No,
it starts off for a very good reason, and then it just gets carried away, and it just fucking just ruins everything. It happens so many times now. So.
Yeah, look, I think the political correctness brigade and the cancel culture are just basically destroying any quality of life we have, and eventually it'll just be lowest common denominator. But the problem is those people won't sing Methodist hymns like they should. If they sang more Methodist hymns, they wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah, but it was a good idea. The whole woke thing. It was a good idea because it stopped absolute arseholes from being some sort of control over absolute arseholes.
It's about being humanist. At its core, right?
But then once it's blanketed right across society in one whole. Like for instance, you own a dog, then clearly it needs to be controlled, and you're part of this problem. And you go, hang on, no, not part of this problem. What the hell are you on about?
But the filter doesn't stop it getting into the upper levels of government. So the stupidity of upper levels of government turn around and say, as they did in Canada, you must use pronouns. It's mandated what comes out of your mouth, and suddenly. Some people have problems with it, but obviously, but the point is that people tend to generalize these rules and pretend they're good for everyone. And I think that a modicum of common sense tells you that there's no one size fits all legislation that works perfectly. There's no one size fits all strategy of government that fits everyone perfectly. There's always going to be outliers and exceptions.
Yeah.
And to cancel dogs on that basis or to restrict them is kind of counterintuitive to me.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at affirmative action. In the old days, we actually needed it because a lot of people were denied jobs and school entry because of their background, right? It can go too far at times, but we really did need a period of that at least,
Yeah. Oh, no, I totally get it. I totally get it. And that's what I mean. They were these various rules and things like that they brought into everyday use were there for a very good reason, but you can't use it as a complete blanket.
Well, I think too, it depends on where you are. I think society is naturally divided by other factors. Some areas of America have Hispanic population that don't speak English, and that's a real cultural divide. I remember getting into a cab near Dulles Airport and trying to get to the hospital in Herndon, West Virginia, and the taxi driver didn't have any English, and it was really hard to communicate that I needed to go to a hospital. So these cultural divisions, and yet in other countries of the world, where like Sweden, where English and Swedish are taught, or the French will speak English to you better than a lot of English will speak English to you.
Yeah, but I have relatives in Louisiana that supposedly speak English, and good luck with that one.
Down south.
Yeah.
But I mean, no, seriously, we need to integrate society from the skills level, not from the rule level. And I think that once you've got a common language that you can all rely on, then that helps to improve the communication to the point where people won't be marginalised, ostracised, or left as outliers. I think, and the cancel culture aims to just lowest common denominator or liberty that you have. Yeah. And that's not a good solution either, because it causes other problems. Anyway, I've got the soapbox here. I should really get down off it, shouldn't I?
Yeah. No, yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
I just think
can't.
we hurt our own. It's like I've seen certain people come in and, next thing you know, they want to kill every snake in the neighborhood, right? So they buy their house, they rip down all the trees, they just, and then what worries me about what the dogs and all this stuff, I understand why they did it, but they're really hurting our development, because now people are getting afraid of dogs. They have no experience with dogs. The only experience they have is like they're at the zoo or something now. Like they got to be on a leash, controlled. We came out of this dog daycare, me and the kids, and our dog kind of pulled on the kid and went up to this lady who was picking up her dog, and she did kind of what we call the Karen moment, where she went, "Oh," and then she like looked at all of us, right, like something horrible just happened.
Yeah.
The dog never really even touched her, and I was like, "Yeah, you're good. It's all right." And we just kept going, and she just stood there like, "Oh," and I was like, "Okay, is this where we're at now?" Like, like the dog stretches on the leash, and people are just like,
You have to take the time and
to me,
recognize her personal pain.
So
This is the response
we're
for
kind of
people without.
we're hurting ourselves.
Yeah.
We're doing, the rules are there, and obviously the pit bulls and some of the aggressive dogs. It's a real problem, but we're really hurting ourselves, because we're just stunting. We're just separating ourselves more, like we're something special, and we're just animals.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
yeah.
And what you really realize when if you have a lot of animals and you really interact with them, how emotional and how intelligent they are. And it's really been our lack of willingness to understand them, right? And not elevate ourselves. That, to me, it's tragic. It really is. It's tragic.
Yeah.
But I think we're going backwards because kids used to have experiences building sandcastles and playing in the street, kicking the football, riding their bikes, socializing away from computers. I think computers now, they've got no tactile or mechanical experience. They're just looking at the tablet all day. And it makes it very, very hard for kids to develop properly. And they get pets in the house, but they don't walk the dogs. The dogs are in the backyard just barking incessantly because they're imprisoned and they're bored. And we really need to recalibrate the amount of screen time that people have, just simply because our kids are growing up without any of these basic skills. No kid pulls apart a transistor radio anymore to find out how it works. Our kids just don't have any mechanical aptitude.
Yeah.
Mine included.
Most of the aggression.
Mine included, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say most of the aggression, minus, again, I'm just going to pull the pit bulls out. It's a little more complicated. But most of the aggression you see with animals is anxiety-based, is fear-based. It is not, they are no more aggressive than any human being. It's just, we took our cat to the vet, right? And and it, it's kind of scared of the dogs or whatever. But, the first thing the vet but it's a sweet cat, and we're kind of, like, but, we don't understand it. She's like, this is an anxious cat, right? And it was like, oh, so she's not mean, It was like, you know what I mean? But our instinct is just, we're just so off.
It comes down to we have less than an excuse. We want to be considered the paragon of animals, yet we act like worse than the lower animals.
God, yeah.
There's no excuse, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, we're just off. It's us. We're off, right? We have not taken the time to get to understand, and we just simplify. But anyways, it's fascinating. I got 7 animals, so I think about them a lot. And they all get along relatively well, except that, it's usually some anxiety or stress from most of them being shelter animals, where some of their old habits, it's hard to crack. Kent, you've talked about it, right? So, as these two like play wrestle, but
exactly,
yeah, it's just, I don't know. I get nervous sometimes too with animals, but it's actually getting worse now that we've gone to this leash culture, which I get why we did it, but it's actually we don't know the difference of a husky or a Doberman or a Dachshund. We don't. We used to know that stuff. Like, oh, that's a
Yeah.
husky. Yeah, you don't have to worry.
Yeah.
The chances that husky's, like, okay, you see a Doberman, you're like, okay, yeah, stay out of its property, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Stay out of its
Yeah.
property. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
Or a golden retriever, right? It's just
Yeah.
they're different.
Or at least
Totally
with a Doberman, you know that if somebody has a Doberman, the Doberman has been 9 times out of 10, not necessarily every time, but has been trained to not allow intruders into the property. It's a done deal in most cases because that's why they've got that dog 9 times out of 10. So but you see somebody with a Dachshund or a golden retriever. I mean, God, can you imagine a golden retriever? I can't even imagine a golden retriever being violent. They just don't. They haven't got that mentality, have they?
So we love the fluffy, nice one. The pretty, sweet ones, and then
but if there's one that's like really fucked up,
complicated. Don't get a complicated dog.
you can be walking in the park. If there's a golden retriever and there's a way it's acting that would suggest don't just approach this dog. You would just know. But of course, with this no interaction between people who don't have dogs and dogs, they don't know. They don't know these things. They think every dog is going to attack them or something.
The fear of the unknown. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing about dogs and so forth. They pretty much wear everything on their sleeves, right? I mean, humans can hide stuff much better. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Although you will. There's certain behaviour you will see in a dog that it's not had a good time.
It's off, yeah. And I've been around a lot
it's just going to be afraid of you and not want to engage with you at all. So,
we had
no chance.
A parrot at the zoo that was an abused parrot, and it was a sweetheart parrot, but it'd been through a hell of a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Just shows the character of the animal. It was an amazing animal, but I've been through dogs that didn't handle it as well and are permanently damaged. So
yeah.
And the moment you know, Andy, is when the parrot says Polly wants an M16. And you just know you're in trouble.
No, it's Polly wants a dildo.
Oh, Polly wants a Genos too. So I
it would be the other way round though, to be honest with you, because I mean, the law doesn't cover it the same. Because if somebody was, say, frightened of Nelly or Siri coming up and saying hi to them, and and they lash out at the dog, they got more chance of me getting them across the back of the fucking head with a baseball bat. They want to be worried about me, not the dog. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If there's one thing that would, mate, somebody hurting an animal. Look out.
You can't have that.
Can I join you on that?
Yeah, that is one thing. That, oi.
Yeah, no. I've got a friend who I used to live with about maybe 4 years ago. Right after I moved in, she ended up getting a Saluki mix from Qatar, and this dog, and she got him as a puppy, lived in an alleyway pretty much his entire life up until she got him. And this was probably one of the, and I've met a lot of dogs. This is probably one of the most skittish dogs that I've ever met. And again, you just got to give him space. It took 2 weeks for me to become friends with this dog.
Look
at that guy.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. 2 weeks, and then he was like, all right, I'm going to start leaning on you, while you love me and pet me and stuff. And then, after a little while, he got, we kept a crate and we kept it open.
Yeah.
So that he could go in there whenever he
could
wants.
Retreat if he felt,
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
wasn't happy. Yeah.
we let him pretty much do his thing, which I think was, I think that was the turning point for him to realize, hey, these people aren't bad. He's got a heck of a bark too, and we just let him. He's got a good falsetto too in that bark. But Man, and we had a big backyard where he could go out and run, once he got comfortable with the place. But he could go and run all around that backyard. He'd come in the porch and just like jump up on the couch we have on the porch and lean up either against myself or my friend, who's the owner of him. But yeah, it was such a sweet dog.
It's like I can't get Charlie to come upstairs. He certainly won't wander up by himself. Clearly where he was originally, he just wasn't allowed upstairs. And I tried bringing him up, sort of like get behind him and go, come on. And he's like, literally have to push him up every single step. And I brought him in here and he was like, no, I've got to go. And he slipped out and he went down the stairs as fast as he could. And I go, okay, all right, you really don't want to come up? I'm not going to make you. No, because he was really sort of like, I shouldn't be up here. I've got to go downstairs. So, but
you wonder what brutality has conditioned that behaviour. You wonder what a human's done to them to sort of make them feel uncomfortable with that.
Well, to be honest with you, when the reason we got him, the reason Mick rescued him, because the guy was hitting him with an iron bar with the dog tied to a pole, Yeah. So
that speaks volumes about the original owner, doesn't it? That they're that unsympathetic and that cruel.
Yeah.
Cruelty isn't something that is natural to dogs. It's natural to humans, and I think that's the sad part.
But I don't think the punishment is enough, because I don't mean that because of the love of dogs and love of animals in general, but because if a person is able to be cruel to an innocent,
you can extrapolate out to other people.
It's such a small step between that to.
What's the psychopath thing where they torture animals at a young age and start killing people in the same way? They try
exactly, so they won't see it any different from a small child or whatever, sort of, to a fully grown adult. It's there, and that's why if somebody abuses a dog, I can bang them up.
Oh, they need a beat down for sure, at the least.
Well,
probably worse, but I won't say it on air.
Yeah, but that won't go on the report. Do you know what I mean? He resisted arrest. He
fell over on the nature strip. Yeah, that's right.
It's like the Lincoln lawyer, isn't it? He goes, make sure he goes to hospital, not the morgue.
He fell down the stairs. That's so tragic.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
he must have watched The Exorcist or something.
Yeah. I mean, anybody who can chain a dog to a pole so it can't get away and then start hitting it with a bar, you're fucking dog food, boy.
Yeah.
You really are.
But I think too that corporal punishment and so forth has sort of been banned. But if you think back to the 50s, and I think of that scene in the Blues Brothers where the two brothers are in the desks and the nun is beating them about the head with the cane, and they go down the stairs in the desk. It's a funny sequence, but we remember being caned at school. But now that practice is completely abolished.
Oh, how long's that going to stay on top of the cupboard?
Cat on fridge.
Yeah. That was that thing I saw. It made me laugh when the guy said, he said, you can prove that the Earth is not flat because if it was, the cats would have pushed fucking everything off it by now.
The cats are jerks meme.
Yeah, they'd be pushing all the cars off.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
Oh, bless.
I love those videos of the cats with the owner. He's like, nope. And the cat's looking at him. And he just knocks it off on purpose.
Yeah, he goes, yeah, fuck you.
But cats are defiant. The dogs are seldom defiant like that. Cats are defiant. Cats like to prove you wrong. Dogs just are basically happy and bouncing around, and sort of, for the most part, you can find your dog in a happy state.
Yeah.
Unless they're unwell. If they're unwell, then it's a change of pace, of course. But
absolutely,
you can sort of read that too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I still got this thing where, the bane of Fiona's existence is me going on Facebook and seeing, a dog that needs a home or a cat that needs a home. Although, to be honest with you, I wouldn't rescue a cat with the current, because of Nelly. I don't know why. Nelly just doesn't gel with cats. Just doesn't gel with cats. Why? I don't know. It's just, and I go, no, that's going to be too much work. I'd be worried about the cat all the time, to be honest. So, but yeah, see, like a dog needs a home. I go, Fiona, 5. It's only one more. It's only one more dog.
One of those things.
Yeah, I'm terrible for that, really. Yeah. In fact, I've seen one quite recently. It's from the same rescue place in Spain. I mean, the thing is, this rescue place is here.
Yeah.
But because these ones appear on my Facebook, I'm seeing those ones. And it's like, oh yeah, it's got to come over from Spain.
And then go through quarantine, which also disturbs them further.
Yeah.
So upsets them.
Interestingly enough, and I find this very, very interesting, when Nelly and when Siri and Noah came in from Spain, they didn't.
Okay.
Because it was because we were in Europe. For whatever reason. I bet they'd have to go through quarantine now that we're not technically in Europe.
Well, I mean, the whole rules have changed. I know that a friend of mine dropped through Heathrow the other day and didn't even have a customs check. No baggage, no one was there. She just marched straight through.
Yeah.
And I've arrived in Dublin on a Friday night, and again, you go through the something to declare queue, and there's no one in it. You just walk straight through with your case. So
yeah, but I mean, since we've had the whole Brexit thing going on, it's like that Carvera has been sitting in customs now since the 16th, and probably won't see it until the beginning of next month.
Right.
And it's all because everything now has to be checked, and there's so much stuff coming into the country because we're not exactly a manufacturing country. It's stuff coming in, very little going out. And they run off their feet, basically, trying to go through all these bloody containers and stuff like that, checking everything that's coming into the country. So, 2 weeks to get something through, it's like, jeez.
I suppose they're really just looking for the bad stuff. They're looking for drugs. They're looking for weapons. They're looking for all of the contraband type items. But what that does is
that was always there. That was always there. This now is all about how much tax can we put on this? How much tax is going to be on that? And does its value tally with the paperwork and all this sort of bloody business now? Because it's all
that's the whole thing. I mean, when I send Tim Tams to the UK, which I do occasionally, Tim Tam chocolate biscuits.
Yeah.
I give instructions to the DHL agent to say that if there is tax to be incurred on this, then charge it back to my credit card, please. Don't encumber the recipient.
Yeah.
And but the other thing is that some companies like Keaton can get stuff here in about 2 days, which is unbelievable with all the customs checks in place.
Yeah.
And then so DHL are very good at that little step and managing it for you to the point where it's almost seamless and invisible. But other things like I went through the exercise of putting together the Roland System 100M with 13 modules, which are all sourced individually, and the cases and the keyboard were all sourced individually. And the tax component was about a quarter of the cost of the whole shebang. And it changes the whole resaleability or the profitability. Not that you're looking at that, but you're looking at not losing too much when you want to finally divest yourself of the gear. But I think it's now bequeathed to Mr. Evans, Andrew Longhurst's cat, I think, my System 100M. So you may eventually see it, Ken. But I wonder if you do, if I sent a thing to Siri, if I sent a parcel to Siri, would Siri have to pay the tax on that a dog's
Yeah.
bound by the same import duties that.
I should just look at me and go, "You pay for it."
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
your responsibility. Yeah.
It does all. It raises up all those loophole questions, and I recall.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of the guy's name. It's gone out of my head. These drugs tend to make me forget things. But
well, it's like this guy we had on TV. It was fun. It's so funny because he'd come from he'd come over from Germany. He spent a year here working here, and he was saying because he was doing a tour, doing talks and stuff like that, and at the end of it all, when he went back to Germany and everything, he said, and there you go. So what's England like? He goes, oh, it's basically a tax farm.
Yeah.
And it is. It's just everything is just now taxed, and taxed at such a ridiculous rate as well.
Well, we're paying for so much bureaucracy, which is sort of counterintuitive in itself. It's just jobs for the boys. It doesn't actually produce any value.
Yeah.
And an economy is only as good as the value it produces. So we've kind of forfeited our manufacturing, and we've forfeited Australia's forfeiting most of its primary industry. Its raw mineral wealth that's just being shipped offshore to China at such a cheap rate that it may as well be given away.
Yeah, but you see, all the other countries have been doing it as well. Yeah,
what that does is that upsets the balance between your primary, secondary, which is manufacturing, and tertiary, which are value-add sort of industries, like insurance, banking, IT, all the stuff that does intangibles. Yeah. And if you don't have a balance between those in your economy, then you've got a fundamental problem, because you suddenly become reliant on others to a greater degree than is healthy.
Yeah.
You also then you replace the manufacturing aspect with the policing of incoming manufactured items, which is what you're talking about, that the duty and the tax and the other things are so high, and Brexit and quarantine and all the delays through shipping, that you wind up with just something that's no longer viable. So it almost it implodes. The whole secondary manufacturing industry implodes on itself, which is never good.
Yes, that's right. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, the whole of the UK became a service industry years ago. All the manufacturers disappeared,
Australia pulls stuff out of the ground and ships it overseas. Our bauxite is smelted in Iceland, of all places, because electricity is cheap there, and it takes a lot of electricity. We can't pull coal out of the ground any longer. We're not allowed to do that. Our farming, we used to be able to feed ourselves. Australia is now a net food importer, so it doesn't even produce, with all the land, and we've got all of the arable land.
Wow. Really?
We no longer produce enough food to sustain 26 million people, which is absolutely laughable.
Yeah, do you know what? I mean, if for some reason China was to become politically unstable overnight, and the whole thing went to hell, there was an uprising or something like that.
No, it's simpler than that. That China is an aging population that's had a one-child policy for a long time. And I'm not being prejudiced against China with these comments. These are just statements of fact. But you think in 10 years' time, most of the population will be retirement age.
Yeah.
So you've suddenly got 3 billion or 2.5 billion odd people in one country, of whom 1.5 billion are no longer working.
Yeah.
And yet have to be cared for somehow. And with not many children to sustain that, how's that going to happen? You're going to wind up with a problem there. So that's how the Chinese economy will implode. It will implode economically, because it will have too many people and won't produce value. And they'll go from being a net exporter to being a net importer of food and services and other things. And their economy will collapse under that situation.
Yeah, but and all the other countries are not manufacturing or growing anything, because they were relying on other countries, China
we've lost
to do
that skill.
so much.
We've lost those sort of manufacturing skills, and it's simple stuff, but we don't do it much anymore. And the other thing is, in 2035, we run out of petroleum. So it becomes very scarce and very expensive. Now, pharmaceuticals rely on the presence of petroleum. So plastics, medical plastics, and all the stuff we manufacture will will rely on some form of petroleum that we won't have. So suddenly we're going to have to go back to glass bottles. We're going to have to go back to recycling heavily.
Although for packaging utensils, those starch-based plastics are pretty interesting now. There are some.
Yeah, I agree. Look, there are some.
Oh yeah, there will be substitutes. Yeah, for sure.
It's an interesting shift that we're going to face in the next 10 years.
We should be doing it anyway because they're biodegradable. So.
Yeah, but the thing is, we don't do it. We never do anything straight away. We wait until it's just about too late and then do it.
Well, it's because all of the patents in solar, for example, are owned by BP and Shell, and that's been the case since the 60s. So, they will roll out the technology that supplants their oil market when it is ideal for them to do so, not beforehand. And the only way that will be overcome is if China steals those patents and ignores them and produces anyway, which it often does. So.
Yeah. Well, I remember a solar expo I went to in San Francisco about 10 years ago, and the only major manufacturers in the entire expo center were China and Germany.
Yeah.
Well, it's like valves are only produced in the Ukraine. So, all of that shit up there, I won't be able to run because I won't be able to get valves out of the Ukraine, 12AX7s and stuff like that, and 12AT7s and all of the, 6LN6s and all that sort of stuff. I won't have, so
yeah.
We're going to have to go back to producing that stuff again. It'll become, I suppose we'll see those sort of shifts in the synthesizer market, that synthesizers will be ubiquitous in terms of software. There'll be enough freeware out there to kill any kid who wants to put together a home studio on a PC. They can do that pretty much free of charge. And they can do that now. So, all of this other stuff, which is supposed to have residual value, won't. It'll just be, you got caught with a Model T Ford, Steve. What are you going to do with it now? You can't drive it around on Sundays without a permit. And it'll be the same that, I tend to do all these projects for love and not really consider the economic viability of them. But I think there are still a few artists left, and we have to try to be totally irrational at times. The whole notion of these markets will come back. So suddenly it wasn't economical for Moog to run a business and produce mini Moogs. And so they sort of died out that production run of the original ones. And then there was the sellouts, and the RA Moog became something else, became in music, Moog music. And then they sort of re-released them again for a limited period because there's enough demand to make it economically feasible. And then they stop production because demand ceases and lapses, and they've saturated the market for a short time. And then maybe a few of the 70s mini Moogs break, and there are no Kents around to fix them anymore. And then, in 10 years' time, we'll all be sort of, sitting in the nursing home saying, remember the day when we used to own hardware synthesizers, and we used to be able to walk into a music shop and play something new every week. And we could, in some ways, PSN and this program supplants that experience because we all share that experience, but it's no longer as readily available to us. And that the excitement of being 18 and walking up to a Polymoog or a Korg 3300 or an ARP Odyssey or a ARP Omni or a Selena or a Fender Rhodes One or a clavinet, all those things aren't really available to us in the same way. But I think those experiences will come back as boutique things to do, and there might be one or two music shops per city that actually sustain a turnover and profit because they've got some unfair advantage and because they can get machinery into the hands of people who really want that experience. But there's a place in Melbourne about to open that has close to 160 vintage synthesizers. And it's a big studio. It's been curated by a guy with lots of money who just loves synthesizers. And he's got 3 CS80s. He's got a wall of Roland System 700. And they've got all these obsolete or very rare modular synthesizers and these party pieces, as they were, of hardware that you wouldn't normally see. And that will be his own private sort of thing. But I wonder if he's going to make any money out of it or be able to sustain it. He's got to hire someone 24/7 to curate these machines and have a tech sort of just constantly going through all of the 160 inventory to make sure they're all behaving as expected. And then documenting all that and then making sure you've got the unobtainium parts, the stuff you can no longer buy for the CS80 or for
the 3300.
Pretty much all of it, isn't it?
Well, no, I'm just saying that these things become unobtainium until some chip manufacturer says, I'm going to do a run of BA6X4s or, IR3109s or whatever they are, or I'm going to manufacture BC108 transistors till they're coming out in a freckle. But they do, all these things come back in small batches, but it's not the same as it was in the 70s when they were ubiquitous and readily available and 5 cents a component.
Yeah.
I looked at a maths problem that required a certain type of calculation and certain type of circuitry. And I worked out what the circuitry, which is basic gate logic. And you can use TTL or you can use 7,000 series or 4,000 series ICs to do the production of this thing. And I was going to wire it together myself just to solve a particular mathematical problem, which is a very interesting one. But it was cheaper for me instead of wiring up all of these gates and running buses everywhere and having plug-in cards that then had to be tested and have different circuits on them. It was cheaper for me to buy 64 lasers, fire them at a wall, and just drop cards in front of them, like opaque cards to block the laser, to give me exactly the same result. It was cheaper to do that at $1 per laser than it was to actually go out and buy the TTLs at about $5 each a chip.
Yeah.
So the technology will change, but all this stuff is becoming boutique and more expensive and less available or less freely available.
Yeah.
And I just hope, and that too will constrain manufacturing, that if there's a time delay or a lead time to delivery to rebuilding a vintage synth or building a new one even, I guess the guys who, and you look at what happened with the Argonates and that company and the struggles it's had bringing stuff to production, and you look at the later synth manufacturers who are trying to get Synthexes out, the Black Corporation getting the Xerces and the Isonin and those synths out the door, and the rebuilt Synthy, the AKS replacement in the Syntrix. All of those things are sort of one-offs, but they'll be a small production batch, and then the company will either go broke or dissolve or ship the software or do something different.
Yeah.
And every software replacement, whether it's good or bad, doesn't matter. It will stop people spending on hardware. So that's going to be the ultimate thing is hardware will be, this sort of stuff will be dinosaur stuff. It won't even be valued at all because I'm not going to have any room for it, or I'm not going to have the money for it, or I haven't got the components to fix it, or I bought a Selena thinking I was going to need a Selena, and I used the Selena for a project. And then 2 weeks later, Behringer had a Selena. Instead of the $4,000 Selena I had purchased earlier, I could have purchased a $500 Australian dollar. So it's an eighth of the cost.
Yeah.
And if I get if I get a I can get, it says try to unplug it. If you get an SEO2 for $500, it's much cheaper than one of those.
Yeah.
At 10,000. So, I mean, there's a 20 times price differential. You've got to ask yourself, are we in rarefied air, or are we in a different market, or are we doing this for love and not money, or are we ignoring the obvious, or are we just plain stupid? And I think plain stupid is probably a fair indication.
Well, it's like when Korg unveiled that PS3300.
Yep.
Yeah.
For what, 10,000 quid?
It's like
$13,000.
Yeah, it was 14 plus here. Yeah.
You want the original one? It's 120k.
Yeah, or you can get a house.
Yeah.
I think, but the other thing is that people revere that synth because it was unusual for the time. But as a 16-year-old, I've got two in this room. I've got a P. In fact, that case down there, I think it's behind me, is a PE 2000. I've got two PE 1000s underneath the Far Mini Moog on that side. You just see the black case there of the Korgs, and they're exactly the same sort of filter sound, and they're exactly the same sort of architecture in terms of one oscillator per note virtually, and no divide down. And I think the sounds, and I'm just saying this because I've experienced it for 45 years, the sounds are very, very limited. And they're limited for a number of reasons, because the filters aren't resonant filters. So you can't do wow, wow, wow type sounds very readily unless you use the traveler and swing it back and forth like a high pass, low pass combination to sort of, or use like a parametric equalizer almost. That's the only way you can get it. You can't get it to follow, you can't get the filter to follow a note that you press. And you can use a Boss TUR pedal and that distorts everything and gives you the wow sound, but it's not the same. So suddenly there's this issue with the functionality, and everyone gets excited about a 3300. But Muggins here, who's dealt with those oscillator sounds for 45 plus years, isn't that thrilled by it anymore. It was expensive when I bought it for 700 Australian dollars in 1976, but I don't get excited about spending 10K on it now, because I think that if I look around the room, I've got a Poly 61, I've got a Nautilus, I've got all those things do those sounds and more for much less capital. So you've really got to wait. You must really love it in terms of having the experience with it earlier, or in terms of walking into a shop and just being in awe of it. That you're really buying that vicarious experience. You're not actually buying a synth that's going to do more for you or suddenly unlock any magic gates, because it's just not going to happen.
It's it. But I mean to think that in the PS3300 they got I'm trying to remember how many it is now. I think it's 61 Korg 35 filters.
Yeah.
But it doesn't sound like 35 MS20s, does it?
No. It's got
it doesn't even resonate like the MS20 does. It's all wound back quite considerably because it is fully polyphonic. You imagine that amount of resonance on a fully polyphonic keyboard.
You may not use it.
Probably shatter some glass with it.
Yeah.
If you turn the PE1000 on and put sustain up to full so it just lasts forever, and then you hold down all the notes at once and they all sound at once, and you modulate them all with the vibrato, you get pink noise. It's pink noise. It sounds that thick. The problem I'm having with doing these bark things is that when you've got a contrapuntal bark work and you've got 5 voices all moving in and out across each other or harmonically hitting different notes at once, and you run it through a Moog. A Moog is, when you hear a Moog, mini Moog in a mix, it's about 75% of the attention of the mix. So when you put 2 mini Moogs against each other, it's 150% density of the mix. And by the time you run 5,
that's too much.
You've just got this audio spaghetti, which is just depressive. So therefore, you've got to pin it all back. And I think, and what Wendy Carlos did was she used that little multi-mode filter at the top left-hand corner of the System 15 or the System 35 or whatever she had. There was that Moog filter module, and she used that to dial back the density of the sound so that she could run 6 lines of bark concurrently and kind of mimic the density of the individual flutes and clarinets and bassoons and strings, and reduce the density of each part so that when in combination it gave you 100% picture of the sound. When you run a 5-part fugue through 5 mini Moogs, as some stupid people have been known to do, you realise that you wind up with a cacophony.
Yeah.
And then people talk about Moogs and they say, well, how can you make it sound even fatter? And my problem is exactly the opposite. You won't see any.
You get it.
You won't see, how do you condense the density of the sound? And the point is, I'm then running it through these. Now, so you're running dense synthesizers with a dense player through even denser preamps.
What are those LA610s?
Yeah, they're 610s and they're the 6176s. So they're the compressor and the preamp together. But there's and there are 5 of them up there. And then you're running it through a Spec X, which is a very clean analog high headroom mixer, and then through the SSL stuff. The SSL thickens it up again. So you've got all this mastering stuff that everyone reveres.
Yeah.
And you wind up causing a problem for yourself because with the best ever intentions, the signal chain is way too sonically rich and adds so many harmonics that you've already got too many harmonics and you're just adding more.
Yeah.
So what I'll wind up doing, I think, is I'll record the Bart pieces as a 2-part first, because you can get away with too many mugs doing 2-part with a bit of filtering and a bit of panning. You can kind of separate those, so the listener can say, "Yeah, I get it. I can hear the bits."
I think panning is going to be that. I think panning is going to be that secret sauce that you're going to need.
Yeah, you wind up with crossband happening, but there's other problems which I won't go into here. But yeah, so then you have to be judicious about what pieces you actually play with this tech. Now, the other thing is I can get there's a ABX8 over there, and if I put all 8 parts of a fugue or something through an ABX8, I can tailor the density of that to the point where it sounds pleasant.
Mm.
So my mission of trying to redo on Moogs what Carlos was doing 50 odd plus years ago, 60 almost years ago now, the whole technique requires a little bit of sound tailoring to get it, and it may require EQ, or it may require filtering, or it may require me getting a circuit that I put in series with it and trigger with it. So like a voltage control high pass filter to sort of take the resonance out of the bass and then pull those sounds in terms of density, so they're more harpsichord like. The other thing is that when you run these things with sustained notes, the density is even greater. And if you think about a harpsichord, it was only pinging the pitch for a fraction of a second. So Bach was busy writing busy arrangements for sounds that were more staccato than long notes like you can pull on a Moog or an ARP or anything else. So again, you have to transcribe it. You have to have envelope shapes that are judicious to reduce the sonic density. So that's the current situation with the White Project. But but in terms of would I use a PE 1000 to do it, I could use a harpsichord on a PE 1000 and do a reasonable harpsichord. But it gets to a stage where all this stuff, the more you throw, the more you spend, the more stupid guys you are. And that won't be a revelation to anyone here, but at least I've said it for myself, you know.
I tell you what, I better knock it on here. It's coming at 1:30 now.
I'll let you guys go. It's been lovely chatting. Or boring you.
Oh, as always, mate. No, as always.
I'll catch up with you when I'm older. I'm going to go off and have an MRI now and see what the current state of play is. So,
cool.
Hopefully, I look pretty on the inside as well. All right, we'll see you later.
Make sure no bits are missing.
Good luck with your appointment.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. We'll catch up.
Take care, everyone.
All the best, everyone. Night now.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Take care.